Residents in Pacific Palisades and Malibu, as well as parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Glendale, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre are all under mandatory evacuation orders this morning. The fires are being fanned by the strong winds. 1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground. Unfortunately, the use of aircraft was halted shortly before 8 o'clock last night due to the high winds. One firefighter has been injured and multiple people have been burned in the Palisades fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are now without power across LA County. We're going to get right back to Chip Yost covering that Eaton fire in Altadena, where they saw that house up in flames. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, guys. We're walking back down around the corner to show you some more of the damage here. We're on Montana. Look at watch your step there, Andre. There's some hoses. There's some of the work they've done here. We're showing you they're chopping some of the trees down since we just walked past here like 3 or 4 minutes ago. That's how much they've gotten out of there trying to protect this home. But if we come over here, we can see what's going on Glen Avenue and why they're doing that. Because just behind this home, you're just looking at an attached or possibly a detached garage, fully engulfed, look like a complete loss. And just to the side of those, as we go around here to Glen Avenue, you can see, actually let's just go in here. We'll show you this again, see what kind of progress they've made. This home here, we are on Montana near Glen in Pasadena. Watch your step again. And we've been watching them. They've been making progress getting the fire out here back here. They're actually the hoses they're on right now, the homes they're on right now, that one is on Glen Avenue. So it's the corner we're at right now. So these homes right here that you see, like you see back there, the one on fire, 2 on fire. It looks like a 3rd here. These are all on Glen Avenue here. And Montana, when you get around the corner, you see this is over here, the detached garage. It is a detached garage I was talking about. It's a complete loss, but the home in front of it is okay for now, and largely because what these guys are doing right here. They have been getting some water pressure. They've been getting water from the fire hydrant, and they have been getting, wow, they've made a lot of progress, actually. We were here, I don't know, 7, 8, 10 minutes ago. This home here, had a lot of that out. We still see some flame in there, but this home was completely engulfed. It looks like they've made a lot of progress is getting kind of the fire tamed down a little bit, because even though those homes may be a loss, they don't want the embers to flow to another home and start another home on fire, because resources are very scarce, as we've been hearing throughout the last couple of days. They've got to do the best they can with what they've got and try to save as many homes as they can. And part of that is getting fires out at homes that are already a loss, just so they don't start another home on fire. So this is a situation on Glen Avenue. We'll walk out. You want to walk out here, Andre? We'll go around the corner and show you the view from Glen Avenue from the front of the street. And another thing, when we were talking to Frank a little bit ago, we were talking about all the limbs down on the street. It's not just limbs down on the street. There are a lot of power lines down in the area. In fact, while we were on a little bit ago, a firefighter in the middle of our hit warned us about some power lines that had gone down and to watch our step. And we've actually had to do that a few times just because all the lines and limbs that are down in the area. So now we're going around the corner. We're going on to Glen Avenue here from Montana. And this is where we saw several homes on fire a little bit earlier. So right over here to your right, you see still on fire. And there was a fire in the backyard of one of these homes over here. At the time, it hadn't reached the home, but I can't say if that's the case now. It looks like if it hasn't reached it, it's still very close. But unfortunately, this is one of the homes that has been lost here on Glen Avenue. Another home right next to it. And look at this. We got to be careful here. This is some of the power line issues. Look at this. The power line's completely gone here. Let's go over and see what's going on over here. If these folks live here, they're trying to get stuff out of their house. I'm not sure. And this home thank you. This home, they had some fire in the backyard, and like I said, I don't know if it has reached the home yet or not. Oh, excuse me, is this your home? Oh, okay.
The back side of your house.
Right there.
Like you can see, it's all pumping. The whole thing is burning. So.
Yeah.
Is this your home, sir?
This is my auntie home. This is my cousin's home, Aaron.
Oh, I'm Chip with KTLA. I'm really sorry for what you guys are going through. Tell me kind of what, how was your auntie here when this started? What happened?
Nah, we got everybody out. We was just leaving the area to make sure everything was good. And, you know, just thinking that it was going to clear up. But for sure, we didn't think this was going to happen down here. We seen it started miles away.
Were you here when it started?
Not here at this location. I was actually trying to track the fire and stuff. So.
Oh, is the door hot?
You
all right? You all right?
Is the door hot?
It looked like you tried to open the door, and the door was hot. So, you're trying to get some belongings out.
Nothing, yeah. Maybe I should back up so it won't. I don't know. But yeah, we just tried to come get some belongings. We didn't think it was on fire. We thought it was on all gulfed up, but now we see that it's definitely caught fire.
And how is your auntie doing? She got out before it got here, you said?
Yeah, they all got out safely, and they went to the shelter, Civic Center.
How long has she lived here, do you know?
They owned this house for a long time. Aaron, how long own the house, man? 23 years. 23 years.
And obviously, and I heard the firefighters, what were they telling you? I heard
They said that it's completely engulfed in the back. It's like they're trying to help save the houses or whatever, but the ones that are already like engulfed up or, you know, too much flame or whatever, he said it's completely in flames inside. I'm just going through it right now. I got so much going through my head. My family above this lost their homes.
Oh, really? In Altadena or?
Yeah, on Highview in Altadena. I just and above that, it's like my whole family has lived in Altadena. Like my whole family, and my grandmother, my grandparents, they've been married for like 57 years.
Like he's going to try to go, or maybe just get video for your auntie, maybe.
Yeah, it's just we need to really just pray for the whole city of Pasadena, Altadena. We start this GoFundMe for Altadena and Pasadena. Everybody, we need your help. You know, this is real. This is people's lives and stuff. So we out here really. This is I never seen Pasadena, Altadena this bad ever in my life. I'm 37 years old. I've been living here. I was born and raised here. I've never seen the city like this ever.
Yeah, we're really, as one of my colleagues was saying, we're in Pasadena proper. Did you expect the fire to reach this area?
Right. I didn't think that it would come down below Altadena Drive, like let alone Woodbury. You know, gas stations into the the neighborhood, the mountains, houses and stuff. You know, they kind of expected to do that, but. You know, being in the city, we don't expect the fires that reach down here at all.
Is it your cousin that was over there?
Yeah, my cousin.
I hope he's okay. Yeah, see if he's okay. He went back there. Hopefully, maybe you got it. Was there something in particular your auntie was asking you guys to get?
It wasn't really anything in particular. She just really wanted to make sure the house was safe. They wasn't able to grab too much a lot of stuff or nothing. You know, we were just trying to evacuate the area, do what the officer said, and
look, you can see actually smoke coming out of one of the vents. So it's inside the house. It looks like just from that.
Oh man.
What was your name again?
My name is Marvell.
Marvell. Last name?
Williams. Marvell Williams.
I'm sorry so much for what you guys are going through, but thanks for talking to us and letting us know what's going on with your family. And best of luck with everything.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, so that's just, one family's story. Multiply that by how many other families are going through the same thing. They were coming back just to check on the house to see if it was okay, and they found their house was on fire. So, and I hope his cousin's okay. His cousin went back there in the backyard at one point, maybe to see if there's another entrance, because if you were with us, it looked like he grabbed the handle of the front door and it was too hot. It's a metal door. Let's go over here and see what's going on this side. Watch your step there again, Andre. And we got to watch out for power lines, because if you were with us earlier, we did run into some of those.
We'll check back with you in just a little bit. Definitely be careful of those electrical lines, and just so sad to see that family experiencing that live there along with us. just must feel surreal for them.
And then somebody across the street with a hose trying to save the side of their house, which is burning next to another house as well as that automobile.
You know, yesterday, if you were with us, we were live here on KTLA all day, and we spoke with a gentleman who was very informed, former LA County fighter Bob Goldman. Bob, thanks for joining us again. We appreciate it. Bob, can you hear us?
Bob Goldman, are you there?
Here, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Hi, thanks for joining us again today.
You bet.
Yesterday, you talked about these winds and the event and basically describing it as, you know, a catastrophic event, something we haven't seen in years. And now that we've arisen here to a new day, just the devastation is overwhelming.
Yeah, I think I mentioned yesterday to a few people that this is an incident of historical magnitude. Most of us that have been in the business as long would probably agree to that. I thought we'd have better news today. I've been all morning watching what's going on and really stunned to see what occurred in Malibu overnight. And we're not out of the woods yet. And if I were to give any advice to anyone, again, please heed the warning of the officials.
Listen?
There's people. There's people that have decided to stay. I understand people get disaster fatigue, and this is the one time they really do need to listen to what officials say. When they say get out, they mean it. Get out. Sadly, there's been 2 fatalities already, and I pray there's no more.
Well, Bob, it was certainly amazing that really after the sun went down, and especially when the winds kicked up, I mean, it went from the Palisades into Malibu very fast. I mean, everything, PCH, all those businesses and homes destroyed.
Yeah, I was up very late, and I went to bed, and when I was actually up at 3 a.m. doing something for Fox in New York. And when I turned on the TV and saw what was going on in Malibu, I was just stunned. For me, I recognized every single picture I saw because the 10 years I spent in Malibu was at Station 70, which encompasses that jurisdictional area. So every house, every street, every landmark is basically burned into my mind. And seeing those things gone the next morning just was stunning and shocking to me.
Yeah. Bob, we're going to ask if you can stay on the line with us. President Biden is in town. He's in Santa Monica. He is being briefed by officials right now, and we're going to tune into that for a second, but we'll check back in with you in a few minutes.
Resources. We knew there was a potential for a significant threat to our constituents due to the weather event. High winds. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we leaned forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. President, it's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the type of winds that we saw, up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control, and then crime suppression as the fire is fought. And some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, but all of our elected officials, is unlike I think anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level, but I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Next up.
Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east.
Where does the county start?
The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line in Ventura all the way out to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton Fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton Fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton Fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest, thank you for your attention.
Governor asked for a declaration. Folks, the fact is that I've directed DOD, Department of Defense, to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. Also, California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems units, and 2 more are being ready in the National Guard and Nevada National Guard. And 4 more are coming from the Northern Command. 10 Navy helicopters with water garbage are coming down from San Diego. There is anything and everything as long as it takes to contain these fires and to help reconstruct it. Make sure that we get back to normal. It'll be a hell of a long way. It's going to take time. We're going to continue to stay along with the rules that we need. Anything you guys would like to talk about?
Quite the contrary. Mr. President, just first of all, that major disaster declaration we approved. Next level of appreciation on behalf of all the residents here in Southern California. As the chief said, we have pre-positioned assets this weekend in anticipation of these weather events. The complexity of multiple fires, the likelihood of these weather events, this wind event will continue over the course of the next many days. Impacts of over 1,000 structures already that have been destroyed, 100,000+ people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder. This means the world to us, and just publicly, because I think this is important, the President happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House in this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, but not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute of this incident, when there was a 10-acre fire less than 24 or so hours ago. Deep gratitude.
It's astounding what's happening. Only one piece of good news, my son was out here and his wife, they got this notification yesterday that their home was about to burn down. Today, there's still standing in my field. The good news is, I'm a great grandfather as of today. My granddaughter, baby girl, baby boy. So I remember this day for a lot of long.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you.
Mr. President, seeing this up close,
All right, we've been watching a briefing in Santa Monica for President Biden by state and local officials. Omar Lewis is there. Let's check in with Omar. Omar?
Yeah, we are just outside of fire station number 5 here in Santa Monica. You can see this crowd of people gathered outside of the fire station where we just saw the president's motorcade arrive about 20 to 30 minutes ago. In that news conference, we learned some new information about the Palisades fire, that right now that fire has grown to more than 11,000 acres at this point. And we were in Pacific Palisades this morning where we could see the devastation all along PCH with people up and down that road there, left completely devastated with nothing left there, mobile home parks as well. And so we were just moved here to this location, as you heard from the president. Want to pan our camera off. This is the Santa Monica airport, right where we're located as well, where you can see the president's Osprey right over here as well. We know that the president was in town here to declare 2 national monuments over in Joshua Tree, over in the Coachella Valley actually, on Tuesday. That was supposed to happen. That event was canceled. And then with this fire and the winds that we're seeing here, that is exactly why the president wound up here at fire station number 5 here in Santa Monica to get information, to get updated from CAL FIRE and officials about the status of all of these fires that are now erupting in our area across Southern California. We know that President Biden and the First Lady will then be traveling from Santa Monica to LAX for their flight back to Washington, D.C. here. But again, that news conference, we just learned new information about the fire in Palisades. Many of these people here that we've been speaking to this morning tell us that they live in the Palisades. They were evacuated and moved here to this area to get away from the fire and are staying with family and friends here, and then found out that the president would be here as well. And so they came to this area to see the president and get any information that they could outside of this news conference that we just heard from moments ago. But that is the scene here for now in Santa Monica, outside of station number 5. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Omar, thank you for those updates. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. We're going to switch over to the Palisades where Kimberly Chang is on the ground. Okay, so Kimberly's not ready yet. Kai, do you want to talk a little bit about these winds and the conditions?
Yeah, I do. And what we're looking at, Glenn and Lou, is that Palisades area, and look at the smoke, a tremendous amount of smoke, which continues to make its way out towards the ocean. We've got poor air quality, of course, here in Southern California coming from the Altadena fire as well, also up in the Silmar area. So much of Southern California is still looking at tremendous amounts of smoke in the atmosphere. And we're seeing a little bit of a brief relaxation, if you will, of some of the winds through the Altadena area, but that does not by any means mean that this wind event is coming to a close. Actually, the winds are beginning to switch a little bit further to the south and the southeast, so the Inland Empire, Orange County will begin to see some of these stronger gusts of up to 40, 45 miles per hour. Unfortunately, though, much of Southern California is still staying bone dry. Look at the relative humidity values. Van Nuys 11% all the way out towards the Ventura County coastline there in Oxnard, 13% for Burbank, 16% right now in Ontario. As for the winds, yes, there are certain communities that will see the winds relaxing here and there, but the winds are not over as of yet. We still have the high wind warning until we get to 6 o'clock this evening. However, tomorrow on Thursday as well as Friday, we're going to continue to see these sporadic northeasterly winds moving through Southern California. So we must be careful at all times as we make our way through the next few days here in Southern California. And because of that, we'll keep the fire weather watch in place until 5 o'clock Friday evening. However, the red flag warning that could and should expire once we make our way to tomorrow evening at about 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at the current wind situation again. Still a very strong and dangerous Santa Ana wind event. As we make our way through the afternoon, you can see the winds becoming just a little bit more isolated to the San Fernando Valley, the Inland Empire, some of the inland areas of Orange County. And there you go by tonight at midnight, Glenn and Lou. Yeah, you can see just those corridors, the I-5 corridor out towards Ventura County, the Cajon Pass through San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange County. That's where we will continue to see some of these strong wind gusts up to 35 and 40 miles per hour.
All right, thanks, Kai.
Kai.
All right, we're going to check in with Erin Myers. She is covering the Eaton Fire in the San Gabriel Valley. Erin, can you give us an intersection where you're near?
Hi, you guys. Yeah, we are here on Calavera Street, not far from Sinaloa, and there are several homes so bad right now, but we have residents here grabbing hoses on this street, and we've driven around all over this neighborhood. We're seeing homes. One will be destroyed, the next two are destroyed. Just really sad to see. We have seen fire crews in this area, but unfortunately, you know, there's just so much still happening that they're not able to get to every single home. As well as have said, they are trying to get more resources out here from all across the state, from other states as well. And I want to kind of walk this way. We've been talking to Leon earlier. We're going to see if our signal will hold real quick to try to get over to Leon. He's been hosing down homes all morning. He told us that one of the homes they were able to save. Some they're still trying. You can see here fire burning back this way, but they're trying to keep it from spreading to this home here. He's going to walk over to us so we don't go on pretty.
All right. I think we're having some technical difficulties, obviously, with Erin's signal there. We'll check back in with her in a little bit. We're going to switch over to the Palisades fire, where the acreage burned is up to 11,000 acres now. Erin Myers, hi. Where are you in the Palisades right now? Hi, Kimberly. Where are you?
Hi, Lou. Okay, so to give you kind of an idea of how we got up here, we were on San Vicente Boulevard. We headed up north around the Riviera Country Club, made our way onto Sunset, which is where we are now, and the cross street here is Rustic Creek Lane. Now, it is very quiet up here, as you can imagine. A lot of people have evacuated. I did just run into Ben and Nick. They live near the Riviera Country Club. They evacuated yesterday, but came back to grab some additional possessions that they weren't able to get when you left, I'm sure, in a hurry. Describe to us what it was like when you left yesterday.
It was frantic. It was chaos. People were driving recklessly down the streets, and we could see the smoke getting in thicker and thicker. And so we just grabbed what we thought was valuable for our family and our just family heirlooms and left most of it out. And today, as we saw some opening, we figured we'd come back and grab a few of the things we left behind. But it was definitely some chaos yesterday.
Yeah, people always talk about being ready to go, but when you're in that moment, talk to us about how frantic you were to grab what you could.
Well, we were fortunate. My dad was holding us under control. He was very calm about the situation, so we did well. And we got out early yesterday, and I work in Santa Monica, and I watched the fire start from my office building, and as soon as we saw the flames, we busted down here and loaded up everything. So we had plenty of time before it got anywhere near us. So we took our time and did what's right, and now we're just kind of grabbing what's left.
Yeah, they were telling me earlier they came back up to grab their bikes, and they have been riding around the neighborhood checking on properties and homes for their friends and neighbors. Tell me what it's been looking like for you since you've been riding around this neighborhood here.
It's pretty crazy. A lot of obstacles in the street, a lot of smoke everywhere. You can feel the heat from the flames in certain areas when you're biking through, but it's just devastating to see all these houses burned down.
And for your friends and neighbors that you were checking on their properties, are they still standing?
Some, not, I mean, yeah, the
so
ones we
far.
saw today are good.
Yeah, the ones we've seen are still standing. It's crazy seeing all this opening. You can see into these neighborhoods where you've once never been able to see into, and it just looks different. And I've lived here my whole life. It's just a shame to see it look like this.
And your home is okay?
So far, fingers crossed.
Okay, what's next for you? What are you going to do
We're
now?
gonna head out. We're gonna bike up and go down towards the beach and head towards Santa Monica.
Okay, be safe. Be
Yeah.
safe. Very careful, guys. Thanks for talking
Likewise.
with us. They have their backpacks on. They were just telling me that they forgot to grab family photos. That was very important. So when they came up here, they went back to their place, filled up their backpacks with family photos and possessions that they really, really wanted and forgot to take yesterday. So there they go off. We hope they are safe. I want to kind of give you a look here around now that it's daylight. I know a lot of people, they want to know what's happening in this neighborhood. When we came up here, of course, there was a roadblock. So a lot of people who were there were not able to make their way up. But you can see here, that's Will Rogers and Sunset down the street there. And you can see there's a home, a white home that is still standing. And then right next door, we can see these homes destroyed. Now, when we got into this area, Sunset and Rivas Canyon Road, this was up in flames about an hour ago, and there were explosions. We heard maybe 4 or 5 explosions. Couldn't tell what it was, but the trees, everything, there was just a huge column of fire. And then we turned down.
All right, looks like we've lost our signal with Kimberly Chang in Pacific Palisades. Now let's go back to Erin Myers. She, of course, covering the Eden Fire in the San Gabriel Valley. Can you give us your location again, Erin?
Yeah, we're still on Calaveras Street, not far from Sinaloa, kind of right in the middle of the roadway here. You can see here, we do have some firefighters now on the scene taking a look at what's going on with this home behind me. You can see the garage burning, the house also burning in the back, and there are residents here who are trying to help. We've seen them grabbing hoses, hosing everything down. We've seen other residents all around this area doing the same thing. Many said they left early this morning but came back to check on their homes now that the winds have died down a bit. But you can still see just homes burning. You'll see one that's fine, then the next 2 will be destroyed, and then you'll have, a row that are okay, and that's just what's happening all around here. And I want to bring in Sean, Sahat, and Matthew. You guys said you came out here to try to help. You were at your friend's house. I'll start with you.
Yeah, so we're basically just kind of making sure our friend's house was okay. And in the process, we saw this fire kind of break out, and we said we got to go give a hand. I know it's hard to bring anybody in right now, especially with the conditions. So the least we could do is help out as much as we can.
And you live here in Altadena too. Yeah. Talk to me about what it was like for you last night.
I was at work. I was at my family business, and all of a sudden I look up and I see the flames by my house, and I said, excuse my French, shit, I gotta go home. And I ran home, and my sister and my nephew and my niece were there, and I had to make sure everybody was safe.
Did you guys have to evacuate?
We did, yeah. We evacuated 2 houses, yeah.
And then what time did you come back today to check on everything?
8 a.m.
Get back. Okay, firefighters are telling us to get back right now. They're telling everybody here to move back, so we're gonna move a little bit. They said that this is going to get worse here at this point, so we are stepping back. Matthew, do you live in this area as well?
No, I live in Glendale. We had to evacuate at like 5 or something, and then I just came here to help. I don't know.
And then have you seen anything like this before?
Here, no. No, I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is absolutely ridiculous.
And then Sean, how about you? Do you live here?
Yes, I live near Altadena Street by the Victory Park area. And it's, fortunately, our area was not hit as bad as this area. However, a lot of homes burned down below Washington, which was very unfortunate, but this is definitely getting hit a lot harder than anything we saw down there. So we're just trying to come out and help as much as we can, check on family member homes and do what we can do.
Where you live, did you have to evacuate?
Yeah, we had a mandatory evacuation at around 2 a.m. And we left, and as you mentioned, like a lot of homes, so we came back to check on our house. We got a follow-up mandatory evacuation at 5 a.m. When law enforcement informed us that they're running low on reinforcements and backup, and they had to kind of withdraw from the situation. So they were just letting us know that it might get worse because they were running low on resources and just terrifying.
Talk to me a little bit. The winds have gotten a lot better, but how was it last night when this all first broke out?
awful. A lot of our families, our homes' trees were completely torn down. Our driveways were blocked for a majority of the day. Unfortunately, I believe the reports are 25-mile-per-hour winds, something odd 60-mile-per-hour gusts, which are just awful. From what we heard, obviously the helicopters couldn't help out either. They had to disengage, and it was honestly just a nightmare situation for something like this to happen. And I'm just grateful we're okay. I hope everyone's okay, and I'm just worried about the people who kind of live up in the Hastings Ranch, Kinaloa area right now, because that's where it started, and no one even knows what's going on up there.
And how long have you lived here? Have you seen anything like this before? I've talked to people who've been 40, 50 years, and they said this is the worst they've seen it.
I was born here. I've been here my entire life. I've fortunately never seen anything like this until now, but this is just an absolute nightmare. Obviously, the winds was the main catalyst to allow something like this to happen, but nothing like this in my life, and hopefully never again.
And what is your plan for now? I mean, I know we're seeing these homes, still burning, even though the winds have died down. Is there a point when you guys will get out of this area if it gets too bad, obviously?
I mean, at the end of the day, we're just civilians, so we're at the mercy of what these gentlemen tell us what to do, however we can help them. We don't want to step on their toes and get in their way because they're the professionals here. But we're just trying to do as much as we can. Check on whatever homes we know are in danger from family members and friends, and kind of just see what we can do to help them and protect them and get them safe.
And how much of this area have you seen? We do see a fire engine, a fire truck coming up, it looks like right now here in this area. Have you seen a lot of crews out there? I know that they're spread thin because there's so many homes that are being impacted.
They're very spread thin. Unfortunately, whatever fires were up, for the most part, are dying down. I know with the street over just now, there were about 6 homes burned down in a square radius, and we were just trying to make sure none of the homes adjacent to them kind of caught. Some of them had some mild fire damage, but fortunately those fires died down. It's scary to say, but there's so much rubble that's still on fire, and unfortunately that's the least of everyone's worries when a house is ablaze like this. But it's just scary to think that even something small like that, let alone can cause something like this to happen again anywhere else. All it takes is one ember.
And I know the embers were all over the place this morning. I saw that the smoke was very heavy. We're not seeing as many embers as before, but we are still seeing just pockets of fire just spread out. Is your family okay, though? When you guys left, everyone okay?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a family member's home in South Pasadena, so we were able to evacuate to their home. But it wasn't long until they also got an evacuation notice. So everyone was in a worry. Everyone was checking online for the evacuation zones, and even though some areas would show that mild warning, be prepared to leave, your neighbor's house can be on fire while you're being told that. So it's really an urgent situation. You have to be very aware and just be on top of everything.
Thank you for talking to us, Sean, and I know I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're safe, and I know you're trying to help out here, but be safe as well while you're out here. We have been seeing this all around this area. There have been so many people trying to put out the flames around their homes, because many of these homes that are burning, they still have these hot spots in them as well. And we talked to one gentleman who doesn't live very far from here, maybe about a quarter of a mile, and the house on his one side of him had burned, the house on the other side had. He and his son, they evacuated earlier. They came back this morning, and they said they were just waiting, keeping an eye on everything. He was one of the gentlemen that I talked to that had been here for about 50 years. His back garage where he kept all of his tools burnt, but he said that's nothing compared to what his neighbors are going through right now. So a lot of emotions out here. One family we also spoke to, a gentleman named Leon, he came out, his parents just bought a house out here. They've actually never lived in it. And they're out here too, trying to keep their homes safe. But you can see what firefighters dealing with, even though the winds have died down quite a bit, still a very intense situation. And unfortunately, we know 2 people have died, several others have been injured, and they still have their work cut out for them here in Altadena. And on that, I'm going to in the studio.
All right, Aaron Myers, thank you for that. And our Chip Yost is covering the same fire. It's called the Eaton Fire in the San Gabriel Valley. Chip, can you remind us where you are now?
Oh, whoa. Hey there, we're on Glen Avenue. I'm going to be quiet for a second. Listen to this. We are here on Glen Avenue near Montana in the city of Pasadena, and just as you were tossing to us, I don't know what that was, but it just sounded like something went off in that house. But unfortunately, this house, it looks like now the house next to it is on fire as well. You see this house in the center here. We were here earlier talking to a gentleman whose auntie lives in that house. They showed up trying to see first how the house was, if it was okay. Obviously it was not. The house had already caught on fire at that point. He went up to the door, thought he could maybe get in and get some stuff out, but it's a metal door up front. It was hot. He pulled his hand back. And unfortunately, that's what it looks like right now. And it looks like, if I'm seeing it right, that some of the flames are now on the house just next to it as well. Yeah, you can see actually smoke coming out of that house as well. And unfortunately, it is not the only house here on Glen Avenue. Let's show you some of the other things here on Glen Avenue. Right across the street over here, a couple of homes are burned completely to the ground already. We've kind of had to sit here and watch it happen. There have been firefighters here. They've been kind of doing what they can with the resources they have, but some of the houses were too far gone. That said, they were still putting some of the houses that looked like they were already a lost cause to try to prevent the fires from spreading to other houses. Right now, I don't have a hand count on how many houses there are. I just know there are a lot, not just here on Glen Avenue, but around the corner on Montana. If we could, Andre, let's make our way over here and show you some of the things that have been going on. Look at this. I want to point this out to you so something else will make sense a little later. See how that house is scorched on the side there? We're told this resident is gone, but their neighbor is here. And their neighbor, we saw putting some water on the side of that house earlier to try to stop the fire from spreading to that house. You can see these houses here are okay for now. And we've been seeing some of the residents trying to do what they can to prevent the fires from getting to their home. For instance, this tree here, just a moment ago, there was a flame on top of the tree. They put a hose on it. This tree here also has been on fire. They've been doing what they can to keep that out. Aaron, if you don't mind, Aaron, right?
Yeah, Aaron.
and we're on live now. We were talking to Aaron a little bit ago. This is his house. He's the gentleman we actually saw putting some water on the neighbor's house. We saw you putting some water, you and your dad putting some water on the trees. Just tell me, what you guys have been doing, and have you thought about leaving at all yet?
No. In fact, if we hadn't left, this house probably would have been down. Just a little bit of water on the cinders helps a lot. I got my neighbor's garage, I got them, and I got, like I said, that tree over there. Just running around doing fires all day.
And you're saying, how long did your dad lived here for?
We've been here since the 50s.
Since the 50s?
Yeah.
Did you have any kind of inkling that the fire would reach this neighborhood? Because we're in the city of Pasadena proper.
No. I had no idea this would actually get this far down. In fact, this wasn't another one starting. So.
Yeah, that's your neighbor on the roof there, you said?
Neighbor on the roof.
And tell me, when you guys learned that the fire had reached the neighborhood, where were you? What happened? How did you learn of it? Was it a cop going by with a loudspeaker?
Well, I was just in bed, and then we smelled the smoke. I came out and saw things on fire. So we got the hose, and that was it.
And you said the power has been out since yesterday, right?
Yeah, since yesterday.
What have you seen with the response? We've seen kind of firefighters doing what they can, but what have you seen with the water pressure?
The water pressure is not bad, actually, but they're doing what they can. When the house hits a certain level, they just let it go. It's a controlled fire, and they just have too many fires to hit, from what I've seen.
What do you think, just looking around, seeing this all around your neighborhood right now?
It's insane. This is insane. I have never seen this ever.
Thanks for talking to us, and good luck with everything. We'll make our way over here. You can see this house, if we could, or we'll come around the truck here. You see over here, there's a house that's completely burned down. The fire was kind of getting close, and I don't know if it was the fire or the firefighters, but the windows on the side of that house actually busted open. This gentleman, you mind if we talk to you for a moment? We're live on KTLA.
How are you, sir?
We were here when you got here, and you were like, hey, can I get a firefighter? You actually personally made a personal appeal to get a firefighter over here, and it looks like...
Everybody wants to save their own home. Yeah. But, like, for example, they got out, they don't have any more water. They went to get more water. Unfortunately...
They just told you they ran out of water.
Ran out of water.
But they did get, they got out of the eaves and got
They turned off there was the roof was on fire at the sides, and they turned that off. And the windows on the sides are broken. Obviously, the roof has to be changed. The windows have to be changed, but that's totally fine. That's, we look at those houses burning. Thank God nothing major, nothing happened to the structure.
Yeah, look, I could see through the window. It looks like the inside is relatively fine, maybe just some smoke damage.
Obviously smoke damage, the furniture you got to change, a whole bunch of you got to change, but at least the
the house is still up.
What's your confidence level that it'll stay that way, given what you're seeing around the whole neighborhood?
I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I asked where did he go? I asked him, how come he's not turning that one off? He says, he ran out of water. The water will be here in the next 15 minutes. Once they turn that off, they're trying to save this house and this house, the one next to us. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, so you're trying, is that your son? Or?
That's my son-in-law.
Oh, son-in-law. He's trying to get as much stuff out of there.
Yeah.
I can see. Anything else you've seen? When did you guys even learn of the fire?
Came to my house, but then we saw on Channel 5 the news. Actually, we're watching the news, and we saw this house was burning, and that house was burning. And he goes, "Oh no, that's my house next door." So I live in Rancho Cucamonga, and I flew from there to here to see if the house was still up, and luckily it's still up. But again, you know, I'm hoping. But by tomorrow, this is the maximum damage that they're going to have.
Well, thank you for talking to us. Good luck. What was your name?
Gary.
Gary what? Your last name?
It's Haitayan.
Okay, well, thanks very much for talking to us, and best of luck with it. I'm glad you got some water on the side of the house there. But yeah, because he, oh yeah, look at what's going on over here. This tree's on fire again. You know, yeah, this tree here is on fire. We'll probably see them trying to get some of that out. But then this house over here, on fire. Oh, there goes Aaron. Looks like he's trying to help somebody over there now. But we're kind of now, what's the cross street here now? We're still on Glen Avenue at Lawn Street, Laun Street, just up from Montana, where a number of more houses are on fire. You have one over here, this one you're looking at here, another one down the street. And so it's just, you know, there's only so many firefighters to go around, and we've seen them moving around, and as you heard just a moment there, they were on that one house and they ran out of water. So, and it's talking about the water issue. One thing to note, if you're listening to the news conference earlier, these fire hydrants that they've been using for the water, they're not made to fight these kind of fires, to be on for hours and hours and hours all through the county. When they have these wildfires, they typically have a big air response and rely on that air response to do a lot of the work. But because of the winds, they haven't been able to get that air response up there. At least yesterday, you know, going into this morning, they've been limited on their air response, so they've been relying more than they ever have on the waters coming from fire hydrants and that system, and it's just not made, it's not designed to provide that much water for this many fires in the region. Talking a little earlier, the Director of Public Works for LA County was asking people, if you're evacuating your homes, not only turn off your gas, turn off your water, so that they can have all the water available to them in the area to fight these fires and get it from the hydrants in the system here, so they can try to get some of these fires out. But like I said, it's just a kind of we've said it a lot over the last couple of days, but it really is a game of whack-a-mole. They're trying to get the fires out they can. When they get one out, they got to move right onto another, because there's too many fires and not enough firefighters to put them all out right now. And again, we're in Pasadena on Glen Avenue right now, near the corner of Lawn Street, Laun Street. And also we were on Montana a little earlier, some homes on Montana engulfed as well. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Chip. Well, as you can imagine, it's not just people that need to be evacuated. There's also animals, and where these fires are taking place, here we go. You know, a lot of people have horses, and Andy Reesmeyer is standing by in Burbank. I assume you're at the Equestrian Center, correct, Andy?
Yeah, that is correct. Yes, that's right, Glenn. We are just off Riverside Drive here in the eastern part of Burbank, and you can see behind me, looking towards the east, behind all of these stables, that massive smoke plume that is reaching way up into the sky. That, of course, is from the Eaton Fire, which is in Altadena, some miles there behind us towards the east. And the good news is a lot of that smoke and a lot of the particulate matter there for the people in the eastern part of the San Fernando Valley is sort of going to the south and to the west. And because I think of those Verdugo Mountains, it's not impacting this area as much. But as you said, people bringing their animals here, especially their horses here to the Equestrian Center. This place been open for all night, essentially, accepting horses. They told me they still have some space available here, so if people have not yet evacuated, or if they are in the process of evacuating and looking for a place for their horses, this is a place that you can come, and it's a little bit. To be completely honest with you, it's difficult because there's so much chaos. We've seen so much chaos in the county for the past 24 plus hours, and even the people who are here, who are arriving, many of them don't want to speak. Many of the people who are organizing this don't want to speak because they're just trying to get their animals to safety. It's also not super clear who's in charge at the moment, but they did say yes, if you have horses that you can bring them here, and they're not turning anybody away, but there is still a limited amount of space here. They say that there are horses here from the Palisades fire, horses here from the Eaton fire, horses from up in Sylmar, and as of course you can see behind me, a lot of these stables full. One of the things I guess that I'll tell you is that I've been here many times. I'm not sure if these are evacuated horses or if these are horses who also happen to live here. I was speaking with the trainer a little bit earlier who said she brought her horses here. They're usually here, and she's just been seeing a steady stream of people coming in nonstop for the past 24 hours or so. And as you see, let's take a walk, Paul. We'll just see if we can see some action of what's happening here. Like I said, this is at the Los Angeles Equestrian Center. If you're familiar with the area, this is Burbank. This is the eastern end of Burbank. This is not run by the city of Burbank. This is run by Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles. And one of the things that's a little bit difficult is that if you do have a horse and you don't know where to take it, you look online or you look on your phone and you say, where should we take our animals? It's just this place, and you call the number and the number won't be answered because they don't actually have power in the office. So I think a lot of people are just saying, look, I'm just loading up my horse and bringing it here. And I think for a lot of people it obviously is working out. Let's see if we can talk to somebody here for a second. Excuse me, did you evacuate?
I did not.
Did you? Are you here helping just oversee all the things, or what brings you here today?
Yeah. I just live a couple towns over when I came, because I knew that there was going to be a crazy amount of horses.
What do you think of everything that you've seen so far?
It's crazy. It's awful. It's so insane that we have wildfires in January. But
what did you want to do as far as helping?
I just came. I have horse experience, so I figured there was going to be 400 head here, and so I figured I'd come and just help people move and give water and shavings and whatnot.
And so what do you think that these horses need the most right now?
Just water and shavings and housing. I think they're building more stalls down the way.
So like temporary ones?
Yeah.
Because I know there was some concern about maybe if they run out of space or if they're going to have enough space for everybody. But you think for right now, if somebody's watching and they have a horse and they're in the area, it's okay for them to bring them here?
Yeah, there's space.
Yeah,
absolutely.
How long are you going to be here?
Probably all day. We'll see. Yeah. Mm.
Did you, I'm assuming since you have some horse experience, you've been here before.
I have not been to LA Equestrian.
Got it.
More familiar with San Diego.
And how do the horses deal with this kind of thing? Are they, obviously they don't really understand what it is.
Yeah, they're a bit stressed out. There's a lot from Altadena that are like scruffy little furry ponies that you can tell are like little like therapy ponies and stuff. And they're kind of cute and they're hanging out. There's a lot of show horses that are a bit stressed out. There's a lot of young horses. There's a lot of stallions. Like that's what we're doing right now, is moving stallions to a place where they can be safe and not mess with any of the other mares. And they're kind of like shaken up. There are others like from Palisades that are really like, when I got here this morning, there was a tiny little filly that had never been in a trailer before, and her owner was here. The first time she got into a trailer was last night. The LAPD, there were like 4 mounted patrol officers that like drug her out of her stall. Like I saw the video, it was insane. It was like the stall was on fire and she was like the last in the barn. They had to leave her because they were practically like, they figured she could never make it,
Well, I'm so, what's your name again?
Aaron.
Andy, good to meet you. Thank you so much for what you're doing, and thank you for being here. I'll let you get back to it. So I know we got to wrap there, so I'm going to send it back to you. But I think the main thing to know here is that if you do have a horse or a large animal that you need to put somewhere and you're in the area, then bring them here. They're accepting animals right now. No one will tell us that officially or talk to us. That's very frustrating. I would be very frustrated if I had that animal as well. So we're going to send it back to you guys as we get some more information and hopefully have a better plan there going forward. In Burbank, Andy Reesmeyer, KTLA 5 News. Back to you, Glenn.
All right, Andy, thank you so much for that. Obviously, you know, if you have an animal, you know that they know that something's off, you know, a horse, a dog. Also, if you do have small animals and you need additional information, you can go to KTLA.com for all of the evacuation centers for pets.
I know Pierce College, also a big one in Woodland Hills. All right, let's get to Kimberly Chang. She, of course, covering the Palisades fire. Are you on Sunset Boulevard?
Glenn, yes, we're on Sunset Boulevard, and if you take a look here, this is the cross street of Rivas Canyon Road, and you can see this house. This is what I was trying to show you earlier before we lost connection. But this home, when we arrived maybe about an hour ago, there was a column of flames. It was up in smoke, fire, and it has burned down, as you can see. If you take a look here on Sunset Boulevard, you can see another home destroyed right next to it. But there are homes that have been saved. Let's try to take a walk down here if we can and move out of the way of the firefighters here. I can tell you there have been a lot of resources that we've seen in this neighborhood, a lot of fire crews from all over the state. We have seen them here putting out hot spots. Again, like I said, that house was up in flames and we could hear explosions, at least 4 or 5 loud booms. And now that has, they've put that out and now they are just going around the neighborhood. We could see here some of the residents. We actually spoke with this resident, Jamie Siminoff, earlier. He evacuated, or he wasn't here in town, his family evacuated, and then he came back in. He walked in from Santa Monica because he wanted to see how his house was looking, and he told me that it's a mix of emotions because he can see that his house is okay. Part of the fence, as you can see, has collapsed and has burned. A lot of his neighbors' homes, though, have been destroyed, but again, his property is still standing. Now, it is very quiet up here, though we have seen some people walking up to the neighborhood to take a look. Some people have rode their bikes up here. We talked to a couple of people earlier who rode their bikes up here to take a look at how their neighborhood is doing. We do have an interview with Jamie, but he's still here, so we're going to walk up and talk to him again live here. This is Jamie Siminoff. You might recognize his name. He's actually the founder, inventor of Ring. Jamie, thanks again for talking with us. You're putting out some hot spots here. Talk to me about what it was like when you came back to your neighborhood and saw that your house is still standing.
You know, I was happy that my house was standing, but literally just across the street, I mean, I have neighbors and I've known them. I've been here for, you know, well over 10 years. And, you know, it's just hard. It's literally heartbreaking. We came back, there were still flames coming out of this fence. My house is right behind it. And, you know, the firemen have been around and helping, and it's just, it's amazing that it's still standing. But I think the devastation here is just catastrophic, and I don't know, it's without words.
The wind is much different from what we saw yesterday. Are you feeling more comfortable?
I am feeling more comfortable. It feels like it just keeps going down. I have been trying to watch and make sure that we're not boxing ourselves in and have some escape routes here. I suggest anyone else do this, but we're trying to just kind of keep this down and hopefully that it doesn't catch more homes on fire. We can stop the line here.
Fire officials said that this fire has grown to some 11,000 acres. At least 1,000 structures and homes have been destroyed. You were on your golf cart earlier. You took a look around. What are you seeing?
You know, it's just, you know, it's amazing. I mean, it's just devastation. I mean, there's these houses are just, it looks like they were just wiped off the, I don't know, just wiped away. I mean, they're just gone. And so it was such a beautiful community. It still will be a beautiful community, but it's hard to see how much impact this has had here.
You said your family had to evacuate while you were out of town yesterday. Yeah. What was it like for them getting out of here?
They got out early, and I think that was a smart thing. We thought we were fine. We just wanted to be safe and also out of the way of all the emergency services. We actually walked back in, so we didn't bring a car back in. You know, they got out, they were safe. That was good. I knew that. And then today when I got back, I decided to come here, and I felt like it was safe enough that if the house was still here that we could kind of help, you know, the firemen and try to help keep things from catching back up, because I know once it starts going, it's like then there's just nothing to do to stop it.
Not planning on staying though, right?
If it stays like this, I'll stay here. I'll definitely stay here and just keep putting embers down and everything else. I think there's also some looting going on and stuff, so I think it's, you know, we got to protect this place.
Jamie was telling me earlier that overnight he was watching on his Ring cameras, of course, trying to see if his house was still standing. What could you see through your cameras?
So we could see flames and stuff, but it's hard to tell like the perspective of where that is. I mean, fire always looks closer, so I don't know if it was close or far. I mean, now we might have been seeing some of the flames from the neighbors' houses. I then used the Ring alarm, which actually is battery backup and cellular. I kept turning it on and off, and so all the sensors, when they were on, I felt like maybe the house was still there. And so I kind of had a feeling the house was still here, but I really didn't know until we got here and saw it. And you know, it's luckily it is just things. We're safe, and I hope everyone stays safe. I mean, I think that's what matters.
You were saying earlier the firefighters are heroes.
These heroes are I mean, it's unbelievable. These people are, you know, they're here. These aren't their houses, and they're out here protecting themselves. You can even just feel the heat coming off of this right now when it blows this way. I mean, I can't even imagine what it was like with them out here. This is my friend over here. Parker's helping us. He's sending a photo to my wife, but this is my buddy. He's out here, and he's willing to come out here and try to save the house also. You can see, I mean, it's still smoking and catching up as we're sitting here. I mean, it's just like any of the little wood pieces are kind of hot stones still. So.
Well, thanks, Jamie, for talking with us. Back to work, using the hose to put out hot spots.
Showing everyone what's going on. I know people are watching and trying to understand what's happening in the neighborhood and where it is. And I know, like, I wanted information, so thanks for being out here and risking it to do it. So thank you
So much, Jamie. I'm happy for you that your house is still standing. So you can see we've heard from another neighbor just down the street was telling me that he did not evacuate. His house is okay. But then you look around and you just see home after home destroyed in this neighborhood. We've walked up a little bit. Again, we're on Sunset Boulevard here. Now the cross street is Brooktree Road. And you can just see, again, still a lot of hot spots, and there are a lot of resources that are out here right now. We've seen firefighters just moving through, putting out those hot spots and moving to another location. And just back over that way by Brooktree Road, when we turn back around, you'll see that there's still a lot of smoke coming from that area. Earlier, it was just thick black smoke in that area, and you can see just the fire crews that are still there now. Now the smoke is kind of dissipated a little bit. It looks a little white. The winds obviously not as bad as they were yesterday, but at any moment we'll get these strong wind gusts again, and of course the concern is that another fire will pop up. For now, reporting live here in Pacific Palisades, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. I'm getting somebody sent me a message coming from one of the official alerts that the Palisades fire is now advancing toward Old Topanga, so the people there need to prepare to evacuate, not necessarily leave right now, but they need to get ready to.
And I'm sure some probably have already evacuated because that area, like, it's way too close, but that's unfortunate to hear that.
Yeah, and the other end of Old Topanga Road goes into Calabasas, right near the high school.
Yeah. All right, we have Corrine Winter. She's covering the Palisades fire as well. She's at the command post. Is that correct? And where is that exactly, Corrine? Hi.
Hi there, Lou and Glenn. Yes, we are at the command post here along PCH, Zuma Beach, just miles from the Pacific Palisades fire. But, you know, we heard Kim talk about just how strong the winds are in her report. We're feeling them out here. In fact, I want to show you, and because we may capture this during our hit, if we could just pan over, the sky's pretty clear right now, but just a short time ago, an unbelievable shot. The skies were actually full of black plumes of smoke. A captain here says it's coming from the Pacific Palisades fire, and it just shows how strong those winds are pushing it in our direction. But take a look at the aerial shots that we've all been watching as we monitor the situation. Those fires, not just on the ground, but from the air. We're awaiting the next update from officials. The big concern right now, the strong winds out here, we're feeling it. They're expected to remain extreme all day, all throughout the day, and residents in those impacted areas are being asked to, of course, follow all evacuation orders. If you are not in the evacuation area, well, officials are saying if you are near it, you still have to prepare, have a go bag handy, have an evacuation plan. You don't want to wait until the last minute. Now, the current situation out here, it was 5,000 just a short time ago. Those acres burned have increased to over 11,000 acres, about 1,000 structures destroyed. The cause of this fire, of course, still being investigated, and you have firefighters and officials from various agencies locally and really all across the state. They've been out here, they've been assisting in these efforts, but they need more resources given the expansive area of these fires that we've been showing you. Thousands of people have been forced from their homes. No containment as yet, a huge concern. Fire incident commanders emphasize that the main priority, though, is to, of course, protect lives rather than those structures. So many homes affected by the fires were just allowed to burn. People were wondering, how could that happen? Well, that's really the rationale that they've been given for that. So much devastation. Again, the shortage of resources making this firefight even more challenging.
Well, it's amazing to see the blue skies there, considering what we have been seeing, you know?
Yeah, it shows the diversity of what we've been dealing with. A couple of updates we did find out. Oh, Karine, are you going to do a live interview here?
Karine, let's go back to you.
Yes, apologies. We have a captain here with CAL FIRE. He's been out here assisting, and thank you so much. We know how busy you are. We've been seeing teams and teams of fire trucks coming back and forth all morning long. And you said these are actually guys who've been on the front lines, not just working 24-hour shifts. Some have been out here for 36 hours. What's it like for those trying to battle these blazes?
Yeah, incredible firefighting effort since the moment this fire started. All hands on deck, hundreds of firefighters out here. Some of these folks are finally getting a break after over 24 hours out there. We're hoping to rest them up so we can get them back out on the line for another 24-hour shift tomorrow morning. Some guys aren't getting a rest. Some guys and gals are out there for what's called double shifting, where they're working twice as hard. There's a lot of work to be done. We're doing everything we can, but we've got to keep people safe, and that's what we're out here to do.
Captain Schutz, before we went on air, we spoke a short time ago, acreage at 5,000, and you said, Karine, wait a minute, I have an update for you, over 11,000. That's how quickly it's spreading. How much a concern is that, given the fact that even though we're miles away from the Pacific Palisades fire, we feel it out here, the winds are strong, it's impacting those efforts on the ground?
Yeah, it's a huge concern. We know these areas are very populated, a lot of folks living in these homes and in these communities, and a lot of fuel. All that brush and grass has spent all summer long drying out. It's ready to burn. These winds are absolutely pushing and driving that fire behavior, and they're not letting up. We know that these weather conditions are going to continue for the next couple days. We're not going to get a break in the weather, which means this fire isn't going to let up either. Erratic winds all over this fire perimeter, and we know that acreage is unfortunately going to continue to grow.
Here in Malibu, we've been keeping our eyes on the hillsides. We've been seeing workers out, people looking at their property. We saw the concerning shot, right? The black plume of smoke coming in this area. Should we be concerned at all? Or is it too hard to tell given the probability of the wind?
I think folks should absolutely be ready. Make sure that you know if you're in evacuation warning or order area, and know that a new start can happen anywhere and completely change the game, pulling resources away. So even if you're not in the affected area right now, you got to be ready to go. This is a long-term weather event that we're experiencing, and this is just the beginning.
Lives are, of course, a priority, but it's so hard to watch. We've been receiving the emails, the concern, the community all over when you watch these structures burn, right? And you want to make sure that you're protecting the individuals, but there aren't enough resources. So that's what officials have had to do in some cases, in some areas, let those properties burn.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, any given day, these firefighters would be having a career fire with a structure. We would have engines, trucks, everybody would be showing up at one structure just to put it out. When you have dozens of structures on fire from these winds and this fire front that just won't stop, it's pretty disheartening. It's what we like to do is help people and save lives and save property, and it makes it really hard to do. We focus on evacuation with our law enforcement partners. We got to focus on saving lives, and perimeter control will come after that.
Captain Thomas Schutz with CAL FIRE, thank you so much for your time. Tremendous effort out here. All of the guys on the front lines will continue, of course, monitoring the situation. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Karine, and thank you for your work as well. We do want to do one update here. The California National Guard has been deployed in our area, so that's some good news. We're just finding that out into our newsroom.
Yeah, one of the problems that we've had is actually, believe it or not, during these fires, people's homes have actually been looted.
Yeah.
And of course, with everything going on, there's no way that the police can respond to that. So deploying the California National Guard will certainly help with that, along with,
roadblocks,
other roadblocks, traffic, and things like that. And here you see the scope of this fire from Sky 5. It's still just absolutely massive.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to fly for quite a while, and Kai, you could probably speak to that. The gusts are so incredibly strong. Technically, in the past, we couldn't put the helicopter up, but gosh, you think the Palisades fire would be out by now, and that is super huge and active right in the middle of neighborhoods.
Well, but this is a different event than any of us have ever witnessed or experienced before. This is a windstorm, and last night was just treacherous throughout all of Southern California, and we're still seeing remnants of these Santa Ana winds. As you can see now, this is it clearly throughout much of the Santa Monica mountain range right now, and unfortunately we're looking at more structures that are now being damaged or threatened, and that you could see there is the Saddle Peak Road area. As we make our way, you can see Tuna Canyon at the top of your screen. So it has crossed the Topanga Canyon community, and it is up in the Topanga Canyon Park area as well. In terms of the center of Topanga Canyon, near the Fernwood area, I don't think we've had any reports yet that it has threatened that particular community, but nonetheless, the wind's still up right now. We're looking at gusts of up to 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. And of course, this fire does create its own weather sometimes. So you've got this fire burning, and you've got winds that are now being generated by the fire itself. So it's really difficult. And now it's making its way through the Santa Monica Mountains. And there's a lot of communities here that are up in the Santa Monica Mountains that are really difficult for firefighters to get to. And that's a problem that we are taking a look at right now. That's a problem that they are experiencing. And again, Glenn and Lou, I cannot stress enough, it is so dry here in Southern California. This is really one of the biggest issues, not only the Santa Ana winds, but the dry conditions, relative humidity values, single digits, 10, 15% at the very most. So the brush, the trees, everything that we're looking at in the Santa Monica Mountains, in Altadena, in the Sylmar area is going up so rapidly. The fire spread is super quick. The ember spray, that's become a huge problem, especially in that Altadena area where the embers are getting into some of the eaves, and that's why those houses are unfortunately being jeopardized.
And it seems silly to say, but everybody out there, please evacuate. You know, this can happen so quickly in your neighborhood, and the foliage is just incredibly thick. I mean, it's a beautiful thing about California and Southern California, but wow.
You can see right there just how fast those that smoke is moving because of the winds. All right, let's change gears and get an update on the Eden fire. We're going to go back to Erin Myers. She's in the San Gabriel Valley. Erin, where are you now?
Hi, you two. We're still on Calavera Street in between Allen and Sinaloa, and there are at least 6, maybe a dozen homes on this street that have been destroyed. And right now you can see firefighters. They are still battling a fire at one of the homes, all of the smoke there behind us as well. And what we've been seeing here is a lot of residents, they evacuated the area, but then they came back this morning to check on the damage, and that's when they started grabbing hoses and trying to help keep the flames from getting to other homes that were nearby. And that's what we've seen so much driving through this neighborhood. And it's really hard. We do see firefighters here right now. We've seen them on other streets, but there are so many homes still burning, even though the winds aren't strong, that they are spread thin. And we know that more resources are on the way, but it's just a matter of time at this point. But thankfully, the winds have died down, but residents, they've been on the roof. They're using those hoses to hose down their homes, to hose down the ones next to them. And I want to bring in Harry. He evacuated with his wife last night. His father-in-law lives in this neighborhood. Now talk to me a little bit about, you guys came back, you and your father-in-law, your wife. Talk to me about what it was like when you got back this morning.
When we came back, there was fire everywhere. Whenever we came, the neighbor's house was burning down. We got here in the nick of time. Our bushes had already started burning down, so we quickly turned that off and focused our attention on the neighbor's house, trying to contain the fire as best as we can.
And then I know firefighters, they're out here, they are working hard, but it's a very difficult situation for them.
Yeah, very difficult. I could understand their frustration, trying to tackle all the fires in the neighborhood. It's not just one fire, the whole city's kind of burning, so we're just trying to stay calm, collective, and let them do their job the best that they can.
And you've said you've lived here your entire life here in Altadena, Pasadena area. How bad is this compared to what you've seen in your lifetime?
This has probably been the worst. We had the winds probably about 10 years ago, and that was pretty bad, but this is no comparison.
And tell me a little bit about last night when this all started. You were saying it hadn't even sunk in how bad a situation this was, how difficult it was until you had a moment to sit down after you evacuated.
Yeah, we started smelling the smoke. We realized that the fires were burning. We looked outside our window and the hill was just completely burning red. That kind of hit us hard, got our things, got out, and then later on in the evening when we heard the news, what was going on, it kind of made us feel even more worried as to what's to come.
And then you were saying that your father-in-law, they haven't lived in this neighborhood very long, so what was it like for them to see this happening so soon to moving in?
Oh, I'm sure for them it was a mix of emotions, crazy emotions. You know, they've been in the Pasadena area for a while, but moving into this neighborhood and seeing the houses burn down, it was a scary experience for them, I'm sure.
And then when you got here, I've seen a lot of residents, they're saying they left but came back. A lot of people still here. Have you seen this a lot with people helping put out or trying to put out the fires in others' homes?
Yeah, we've been here since about 6 a.m. When we came, there was only a couple other people on the street putting out fires, but throughout the course of the day, a lot of the neighbors definitely came through and helped. You know, we had a plumbing company come out with their team, bring hoses, tools, whatever we can to help the neighborhood.
And then what is your family's plan now? I see some of them right over there. Are you guys going to stay here? Are you going to get out again? What's going on?
We're probably going to hold tight, just make sure everything's okay. We don't want our house or home to catch fire or anything bad to happen. So we're probably going to hold down the fort as much as we can. If we see that it's getting too crazy, then we're going to have to head out eventually.
And that's how it was last night. Talk about how strong those winds were.
Oh, the winds were crazy, especially towards the evening time. They just picked up and there was dust flying everywhere, branches flying everywhere. It was hard to see, hard to even drive around, honestly.
And you were saying the house right next to your father-in-law's, that one did burn down. You don't know if the neighbors are aware at this point, or?
We're not aware if they know or not. They have a group chat in the neighborhood. We let everyone know the situation, but as far as the owners of that particular home, I'm not too sure.
It's just devastating because I've talked to so many families who've lived here. I know your family new to this neighborhood in particular, but so many that have lived here for 40, 50 years, they were telling me. Have you seen that in this neighborhood?
Yeah, a lot of Pasadena. I feel like it's very tight knit. And the community, you know, whoever's here has been here for a while, and to whoever we're speaking to, they're all in shock. You know, they weren't expecting anything like this to happen.
And you were evacuated from your neighborhood. Where exactly is your neighborhood in comparison?
We live on pretty much the borderline of Altadena and New York, so we were right there where the fires were happening. A couple blocks down, the buildings were on fire from my house. Thankfully, we went back, looked at the property. Everything's okay. We don't have any ambers or any smoldering fires. So thankfully we're okay in our parts.
Thank you, Harry, for talking to us and helping out with this in the neighborhood. Please be safe. And we are seeing a lot of people once again here in this neighborhood choosing to stay. At least right now, they did leave. The majority of them that we have talked to, they did leave last night or early this morning and to come back to look at things. And this is not the only street that's been affected right around here. We've seen so many other streets, Altadena, one of them where there's just home after home, or then you'll see a break because you just don't know when the winds were so strong like they were last night, what is going to happen when those embers pick up. But fortunately right now, wind's a little less, but we're still seeing dealing with this right now. They've been out here for a little bit and still quite a bit of smoke, putting water on it. You can see that one neighbor, one resident there also a little bit behind the bush, also has a hose. And that's exactly what's happening here right now. And you can see one of the
All right, we have some technical difficulties with Erin's shot there. We'll check back in with her in a little bit. Let's switch over to Westwood, where our Gail Anderson is at an evacuation center. Hi, Gail.
Hi there. We're at the as you can see, the refuge evacuation center here, Westwood Recreation Center in Westwood. We're here with Mimi Teller of the American Red Cross because in the time we've been here this morning, there are miracles happening here. Yes, it's horrible that people are evacuated here and they're following our coverage and our information to find out what's happening in Pacific Palisades because it's all still very frightening and a mystery. But in the meantime, This is beyond shelter. What we see and hear going on inside is comforting.
Well, you know, people have found a safe place to stay, and we're working with all our community partners to keep people informed, well fed, and just know that they're supported right now.
And this is one of several shelters the American Red Cross has set up where you're telling us there are quite a few people.
Correct. We have 3 shelters total with nearly 100 people across all 3 shelters, and we're taking care of everyone the best we can.
And for folks who want to know, the other is Richie Valens Recreation Center, Pacoima, and El Camino Real Charter School, that's Woodland Hills. In addition to the comfort and information you're providing people, I've seen some incredible miracles happening here. I've seen the fire department, the LA Fire Department, they've got members here talking to the evacuees, checking on whether they have their medication, and if they don't, how they can replace that.
And that's a perfect example of how we work with our community partners. We reached out to them, we let them know there was a need, and they showed up to support.
And then showing up, you're not calling them, they're not calling anybody. People are calling you and or showing up here from various vendors. Whole Foods, a Chick-fil-A, Domino's Pizza, Jersey Mike's, Hank's Bagels. They drove here from Sherman Oaks, made bagels this morning with no power. They said they used their generator and they're bringing things. And then there are volunteers who are going to the store shopping, bringing groceries.
Yeah, the outpouring from the community has been really, really heartwarming, and it also lifts the spirits of the volunteers. You know, we have folks who have been here since late last night, and it's hard to talk with all these people and how they've been affected. So even our own staff who are working hard to support everyone, this lifts their spirits too.
And as we can see behind you, there's a gentleman coming in with a box. Some people are bringing clothing, and not just for adults, for dogs and their pets, whatever those people need as well. You're mobilizing as well. We've heard how the fire department is calling people and firefighters, anybody who's got fire skills from other cities, other states, other municipalities. You're mobilizing as well.
Yeah, actually, this has become what's called as a national disaster response. So we have trained Red Cross volunteers coming from across the country to help support the entire region because it's grown pretty big and we need more resources. So they're on their way.
Across the country?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a national disaster response. So yeah, we're bringing in more shelter workers, more logistics people, more communications people. So we are ramping up.
Well, that kind of gives me an indication that you think you're going to be here for a while.
We will be here as long as people need us. This shelter and all our shelters do not close until everybody has somewhere to go.
If someone, because things are still happening, dangerous things are still happening, if people are still wondering and wanting information, how can they contact the American Red Cross or to know what you're doing and how you might be able to help them?
Well, they can follow us on social media. Our local platforms are at Red Cross LA. They can also call us at 1-800-RED-CROSS, but we urge people to also download our Red Cross emergency app. They can receive alerts and information how to prepare.
And we see a young lady there with 2 of her babies in her cart. You are able to accommodate people with pets here?
Correct. So family, domestic pets, preferably in a carrier, are welcomed. We have a whole separate room for them. And right now we have, I believe, 4 dogs and 3 cats.
Listen to that. And behind you, look at what's going on. People are bringing water. Anything I guess they think you need. And in addition to that, I just discovered coming out here speaking with you, there is a truck parked outside here that has poke and sushi and anything that people could need. Again, the outpouring of assistance to folks who are in a bit of trouble right now it's astonishing.
It's been really heartwarming. But you know, another way that people can give, and we urge people to consider donating, because that's how we keep the lights on, that's how we keep supporting everybody in need. And they can go to redcross.org for more information on that.
All right, we'll repeat that. American Red Cross?
Redcross.org for anyone who wants to donate to help us support people the way they need the support.
All right, again, we're talking with Mimi Teller here at this particular evacuation center, this refuge center, this temporary home for people who have been, who are victims of the Pacific Palisades fire. Thank you for speaking with us, and I'm sure we'll be checking in with you again for as long as this goes on, because this is something many of us have never seen before.
And thank you for the support, Gail.
Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Gail. And speaking of the Palisades fire, you are looking live from Sky 5. And as you can see, this fire, 11,800 acres at last report, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down.
Yeah, these are live images from our Sky 5 helicopter. Rich Prickett is above it all. Hi, Rich.
Hi, Glenn and Lou. Good afternoon. We are looking at the area here in Malibu and the Pacific Palisades area. What you're looking at right now is where the origin of the fire had begun yesterday. Palisades Drive, right here in the center of the screen. And you can see all the homes that are tightly packed together here along Palisades Drive. These are the communities where people were trying to make their way down Palisades Drive to PCH and evacuate. And from here you can see where it's just exploded now at over 11,000 acres. We'll pan over here towards the east, so this would put us over here towards, let's say, the museum, let's say the Mandyville Canyon area. We're starting to make a push in that area. The furthest street I saw to the east would have been Rustic Canyon Road, and it's also starting to continue over the ridgeline and north. It's still got a ways to go before it makes it into, let's say, the San Fernando Valley side, but still very widespread, going east, west, north, all the way towards PCH. Now we're going to make a pan over here towards the west. That's Topanga Canyon there, and we're making a push over here. This is going to be Saddle Peak Road, and it has jumped over here into these neighborhoods that line Saddle Peak Road. Saddle Peak Road is a pretty long stretch of road that runs essentially from about Topanga Canyon all the way over to Malibu Canyon Road, and there's lots of active involvement as far as fire near the homes here along Saddle Peak. Now, we had that Franklin fire just weeks ago. Firefighters are doing everything they could to prevent the spread through this area, and now that we have the Palisades fire, it has managed to make its way back into these areas along Saddle Peak Road. So the fight is back on for these neighborhoods here along Saddle Peak Road, Las Flores Canyon Road, and essentially making a push back towards Malibu Canyon Road. So we'll see if it makes it as far as Malibu Canyon Road or makes it back over like we saw during the Franklin fire. Here's the repeater site, Saddle Peak up here, which as far as we can tell has no power at this point, which is disrupting communications as far as radio transmissions, microwave transmissions, a repeater site we would generally use here in Sky 5. So that is adding to the complication up here as far as being able to relay information and provide live pictures. But we are doing so right now without Saddle Peak. But you can see just how much fire is burning around the hillside. Large homes here, large properties. And it's difficult to see how many homes could possibly be on fire right now just because of how much smoke is in the area. And, you know, with that sun that's shining through, it just really makes the shot difficult to see through. But I can tell you there is definitely structures that are burning here, whether they're homes, structures that are, you know, on the property, vehicles, this and that. There's definitely areas that are burning. That looks to be a pool area behind a home right there. That's just one of many areas here. Again, this would be near Saddle Peak Road up here. Basically, we're making our way into the eastern Malibu area, the Tuna Canyon area. So it's definitely made its way far from the initial start along Palisades Drive within the last, let's say, well, more than 24 hours now at this point. And the terrain is tough, so difficult to access with the hand crews. They're going to do everything they can as far as structure protection. You know, they'll follow these fire roads, any of the roads that the residents would generally use to get to their homes, and do everything they can. We know that we have air tankers that are on order, so we will see more of those retardant drops. Excuse me for just a second. You know, my phone, as we speak from up here in Sky 5, just because we are in the area, we're getting those emergency alerts for those evacuation warnings along Topanga Canyon Zone 5, I'm sure many of the people that are maybe hearing this and possibly in the area are getting the same alerts. We're getting that here in Sky 5 as well. So lots of widespread evacuations. It will continue as this fire continues to spread. We don't know how many people have decided to remain behind and try and protect their homes, or just refusing to kind of heed to those warnings of the evacuation. But, you know, look how widespread this is. This is within 24 hours. You can't underestimate the amount of spread that these fires can have within a short amount of time. So, you know, if you have access to the roads and you see smoke coming in your direction, I would advise to just try and leave now. You don't want to have another situation where, you know, the firefighters are, trying to get around cars that have been basically had to be left, abandoned along these narrow canyon roads. You know, these aren't freeways here. These are oftentimes one-way roads, two-way roads, very narrow. So, don't underestimate the winds and how far spread this fire is moving. Again, I would say it is just west of Mandeville Canyon. It's burning along Saddle Peak Road, which is the line here that you're seeing on the left side, and it's made its way nearly to Malibu Canyon Road once again. So that's going to be the burn scar area. As a matter of fact, if you look right there, you can see how charred that area is. That's Malibu Canyon. So that is the Franklin fire burn scar that we saw burn just a few weeks ago. And that's going to be the university here, Pepperdine University. Again, right now, not under any immediate threat, but just to kind of give you a sense as to where the fire currently is. As for the smoke, it is making it's you can see, there's definitely still some, heavy gusts as far as winds. You can see the smoke just kind of laying over the Santa Monica Mountains, blanketing essentially the whole area. I cannot even see, it's difficult to even make out the Pacific Ocean, as we look towards PCH. PCH, as you would imagine, has a lot of closures on it, to allow access for first responders. And, that could extend as this fire just continues to make its way east and west here between Saddle Peak and Topanga, PCH and Saddle Peak Road. So we'll continue to survey the Palisades fire here. Of course, we'll try and give you images as far as how much it's affecting these neighborhoods that are tucked in here. But again, it's a little difficult to see in the smoke. We did have a brief view in the smoke of the neighborhoods that line the Palisades Drive there, and I can tell you there are certainly some homes that are actively on fire now, have already been burned. So definitely devastating as far as, when it comes to the homes right there along the Palisades Drive Road. We saw many of those areas, overnight from the ground crews. Now look at this here. This is a neighborhood that we see several homes, an entire block here that has been leveled here from this fire. A little bit that's still burning, but just completely destroyed, leveled here. An entire neighborhood. A couple of homes, maybe a few homes, a dozen homes possibly here that managed to survive. But this is awful here. You can just see how many people are going to be affected by this fire. The people that are, currently evacuated, having to retreat to evacuation centers, find any means of, to basically remain out of the area while this fire is burning. And then once it's all said and done, and they're able to return to the neighborhood, this is what is going to welcome them. It's devastating. It's awful. So as I mentioned before, as we fly around here, the smoke oftentimes will cover these areas, and it's difficult to see. But just a brief glimpse there of what we will likely expect over the coming days as we get a clear view here over the Palisades fire.
Yeah, Rich.
That's the latest for now. Let me send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Rich, can you get a sense from where you are, what direction the fire is advancing at this point? I mean, is it going to go into Topanga Canyon, the town? Is it headed toward the valley, or is it heading north or west, or where?
It's basically going in all directions here. So if to the north, I would say if you were to draw a straight line of Saddle Peak Road, let's say, and you draw a straight line on the north side, that's basically where the northern flank of the fire is. If you go to the east, it's making a push along like I believe it was Rustic Canyon Road we saw. It's not quite to Mandeville Canyon, but it's not that far either. So that's basically where it's starting to make its push on the east side. The west side, it's making a push back towards the Franklin fire, as we showed you just moments ago. Now this area here is that Old Topanga area. As we get a little closer, the map will be a little easier to read, but Topanga Canyon basically shooting straight down the middle of what we are seeing right there. So this would be the Old Topanga community area. We'll push in here and see if anything looks familiar as far as the town, the shops that people obviously love to go see as they make their way to and from Pacific Coast Highway. Lots of residents in this area. It's just difficult to make out. It's possible. Let's see here. Well, the best I can say is that Topanga Canyon shoots straight down the center here. You can actually see a little bit there. There's one car there. It looks to be possibly a sheriff vehicle there. We know the sheriff, they want to make their presence known. They are in the area as much as they can. They have as many deputies that are in the area, patrolling the area, making sure that people are not in the areas where they're not supposed to be, helping to get people out of the area that need to get out of the area. But as far as the Old Topanga Canyon area is concerned, this is what it looks like currently at this point, and we'll try and get a better view as to where the town might be. Let me pan over here just slightly. And okay, so this looks familiar here, and this is going to be the, there's Topanga School Road, and where Topanga Canyon basically meets Old Topanga Canyon Road. So right there in the heart of Old Topanga, right there. So right now we don't see any hot spots, we don't see any structures that are actively on fire, and then we'll pan over here a little closer to Pacific Coast Highway, and that just gives you a sense of where the fire is burning now. With that said, the fire is continuing to advance to the north.
And Rich, it's so interesting. You speak directly, as you were saying, the smoke and the erratic movement of it. And Kai has been talking about that for days, that this is a windstorm, something that gets kicked up. And as a pilot and as someone in a helicopter, talk to us about, you haven't been able to fly. None of the helicopters really have been able to go up because of these huge gusts. What about FOS check drops and water drops? Do you see that in the near future?
We do know they're on order.
Obviously.
Well, lost our signal.
Yeah, we're having some tech. Rich is talking about
aircraft.
There he goes.
I think we have.
So we'll see throughout the coming days. So he's in the vicinity. He's gonna circle around the fire. Generally, he's got a lead plane that's kind of basically plotting out where he should, where would be most effective for him to lay down one of those air attack planes right there. So it's like an orchestra up here. You got the tankers, you got the helicopters down low, you got the smaller helicopters, the bigger helicopters. It's really quite a sight to see, and a lot of coordination that goes into where they put the water down, where they
We're still having these,
Oh,
obviously these issues. Well, if Rich comes back, we'll pot him up again. What we're seeing, Glenn and Lou, I think is a little bit of the glass half full, and some positive news is when you get fixed wings able to get up there,
Yeah.
Yes.
that means they're seeing in the mid levels of the atmosphere some calmer conditions. But at the surface, that's unfortunately where these residents, these homes, these structures are being burned, are being decimated. So at the surface, we're still seeing some of these gusts in the 35 to 40 mile per hour range. But again, up in the mid levels, thankfully, we're seeing these fixed wing aircraft up there.
Well, if we could get a Foss-check line and then actually the flank where the Franklin fire was.
Yes,
that
will help.
Exactly.
Ironically, that'll help because there's nothing to burn.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in with Samantha Cortese. She is in our newsroom. She's been monitoring evacuations for us.
Hi, Glenn, Lou, Kai. I'm in shock watching this with you all on Sky 5. I know many of us have family and friends who may be asking, hey, do you know about this street? Do you know about my house? It's on this drive. It's so difficult to even comprehend the amount of loss. And right now we have a look at an incident map from CAL FIRE showing the outline of what we're looking at now from Sky 5. But this is on a map showing just how widespread the evacuation orders are. And in the yellow, you see the evacuation warnings. I know you all have been talking about Old Topanga Canyon Road and Calabasas, that area. This is what CAL FIRE is now saying. What's important to find out for people living in this area is your zone. You'll have to check through the CAL FIRE website and find out, according to your street, your zone, to find out the exact warning and order areas. If I just zoom in here, bear with me, a little temperamental Microsoft Surface I'm working with. This is the new evacuation warning as it spreads into the Santa Monica Mountains and the recreation area. And just next to that, evacuation orders, not warnings. And there you see down into Malibu, Pepperdine, those are all still under evacuation warnings, but I will say I have some friends that are had rentals in that area and they are gone. So that is devastating news for those along PCH. So many people familiar with the restaurants, the hotels, all of the devastation we're seeing in Malibu and the Pacific Palisades. This is what we're looking at on a map from CAL FIRE on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen is what we're seeing from Sky 5. Again, the Palisades fire, now 11,800 acres, dozens of different parts of the community still under evacuation warning, newly under evacuation warning. You heard them say even in Sky 5, they're getting those messages about issues to leave now from law enforcement. And I just want to switch over, if I can drag the screen, bear with me here. We're going to go check on the Eaton fire, which is also under massive evacuation warning and order. That's all along the 210 freeway you're seeing there up into the mountainside. Again, it is important to know your exact location from CAL FIRE because they have different zones. And when your zone is ordered to leave or under warning to leave, you're hopefully signed up for those alerts and your phone, email, text message will notify you it's time to go. If we zoom in here, this is going as far east as what we're seeing here on the map from CAL FIRE. Again, this is all evacuation warning in the yellow and order in the red. This goes all the way, let's see, east. If I could zoom in on the street names here just to get people an idea of what we're looking at. That is Green Bank Avenue. One street over from Green Bank Avenue is as far east as we're seeing evacuation warnings. Northern Duarte is what we're seeing there. This is all along the 210 as I move the map from CAL FIRE. Also, just want to say you can find this on our website, KTLA.com, and you have access to this as well. This is a 3D incident map put together from CAL FIRE and all the different command centers that are working together to provide evacuation warning and fire information. Again, this is the Eaton fire. Eaton fire, we understand, will have a news conference coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We just got word that they will meet in that area for a news conference. Again, that's 4 o'clock this afternoon. KTLA will be live. I believe, Glenn and Lou, you will be on the desk for that as well. Evacuation orders continue in the Eaton fire area, as this has exploded since we saw the fire last night. Now, a couple other fires burning. The Woodley fire still contained in the Sepulveda Basin to about 30 acres, and the Hearst fire up in Sylmar continues to have evacuation orders and warnings. We've seen that change over the last few hours. For the Hearst fire, that's 505 acres as of about noon today. Newhall, north of the 5 is what you're looking at here. So that is the Hearst fire in the Sylmar area. Just scrolling back down here to what we're seeing in the Palisades, it's absolutely devastating, Glenn and Lou. I know we've just had our first look at Sky 5 now that the TFR is lifted, and it's really hard to even comprehend the amount of devastation we're seeing there. And, you know, Mr. Rogers, his mom told him always look for the helpers. So just want to mention a few different organizations helping right now. The Sheraton Universal has said that they are opening up rooms and even Tesla chargers for fire victims. I believe that is at a discounted rate for rooms. So please contact them if you need somewhere to go. As you can imagine, thousands of families out of their homes today, all across Southern California, Los Angeles County, San Gabriel Valley. Also want to mention that Teladoc has emailed KTLA to let us know that they are doing no-cost medical care information, advice, resources. Again, that's Teladoc. Real quick, their number is 855-225-5032. That's for anyone experiencing some sort of medical questions, for example, burns. Obviously, if this is an emergency, call 911, but they did want to reach out and let us know that they are offering their services. We've learned that there's a restaurant over in Brentwood. The Telerific Barcelona said they are organizing free meals to the community. That's located on San Vicente until about 9:15 p.m. They are offering free meals to the thousands of people who've had to leave their homes in that area. We've seen, if you have evacuated south, Chef Andrew Gruel has been posting about Huntington Beach and the restaurants on PCH over on the 16,000 block. He personally owns Calico Fish House and said that they are looking for water, baby formula, pet food, the essentials for people who've evacuated and gone south to Orange County. Really incredible. Also, Glenn and Lou, just want to mention, I looked up and you see that CAL FIRE aircraft helping, and thank goodness that air operations have resumed today. National Guard has been deployed in California as the Palisades fire continues to burn nearly 12,000 acres, more than 1,000 structures destroyed, and we are getting our first look from above. Glenn, Lou, Kai, I know you spoke earlier about the anxiety of getting that notification, or even if you're in the flats and you think, oh, I'm far removed from this, hopefully it's not going to get closer. And unfortunately for hundreds, if not thousands of people who never expected to evacuate, they had to do that last night.
All right, Samantha, thank you so much for those updates. Really important stuff that you shared with us. We do have two more updates too. The Kings game tonight has been postponed, and also the Critics' Choice Awards has also been postponed. That was supposed to happen this coming Sunday.
All right, let's check in with Chip Yost. He's been covering the Eaton fire. He is in Altadena, and last few times we've talked to you, Chip, you had some active flames and houses burning down.
Yeah, and that is still going on. We've moved up the street, though. We're in Altadena. We walked. We're at the border of Pasadena and Altadena. So on that side of the street, that is Pasadena. You can actually see some flames over there. A lot of smoke coming from that street. We're near Woodbury and Glenrose. We're on Woodbury on the Altadena side. And let's show you something going on here. You can see a couple of homes have been lost here on Woodbury. But what's happening is they're trying to prevent another house right next to this from going down too. Watch your step, Andre. We're stepping over some fire hoses here. But this is kind of basically the folks who live here and their friends emptied this house out of a bunch of their stuff just in case the fire got here. I'm going to talk to Elijah. You live here. You live here as well? Okay. What's your name?
Tiandra.
Tiandra, I'm Chip. We were talking to Elijah about this a little bit ago. You guys got a lot of your friends. Kind of tell us how this all came together. You got a lot of stuff out. What did you get?
I don't know what they got. They just helped. I can't even tell you what they got. It just went up in flames, and they got what they could get. I can't tell you what they got. It's burned in the back, and around there, it's not even livable. This the city. This the city they put on for me. That's exactly what they did.
So the backyard is. Did your house get any fire in it?
It's inside. It's burnt.
Oh, okay, because I didn't see it when I looked in, so it's actually got some.
Yeah, it's on the left side. Hello.
So yeah, so you guys were here when it caught fire?
We stayed until the last minute.
So tell me what happened, how that played out.
They told us to leave, and we got what we could. We have dogs, we have animals. We moved that stuff, and then we waited to see. We waited across the street, and that rude guy right there, I yelled at him and cussed him out because he act like he don't understand. Like, we trying to get our stuff. You going home tonight? We not, and we just got what we could get. That's all we can do. We got to start over.
And how many of y'all live here?
Me and my 3 kids.
You don't know where you're going next?
Nope, but I'm going somewhere.
And tell me, how did you get all these folks? These all friends, family?
They are. My brothers work for the city of Pasadena. They wet the vegetation before the firefighters came. The Compton firefighters is the only ones who really put the water out here and everything. The city of Pasadena employees wet the vegetation and prevented it from getting all the fire out here. The firefighters didn't do that. The Compton, this truck right here, the 105 from Compton, they the ones who came and put the fire out.
Elijah, what were there any things you were like really wanted to get that you were able to retrieve?
He got his animals out. He got his asthmatic mama out. He got everything he could get out. He got his school stuff out. He got out everything that he could. The only thing that we don't got is our appliances and bedroom stuff. All that stuff could be replaced. He got pictures. We got kids about to go off to college. He got diplomas. He got everything that was of value to his mother. That's what he did.
Very glad to hear that. Thanks for talking to us, and best of luck with everything. As far as what about the folks? Do you know the neighbors here?
They left maybe earlier in the day.
Did you see that? Was that when you came out?
We wet all of the neighbors' stuff trying to save it. This lady right here, we wet her stuff too. We try to save it. We try to do what we can, but unfortunately, like this is just what it is.
You guys are we were talking to some neighbors down the street. Like, these are kind of in the city area. Were you expecting the fire? Did you ever expect the fire to reach here?
Yes, because one, because of the high winds. 2, because of all this dry vegetation. And that's unfortunate because we have all these laws and restrictions about the no watering. But had this stuff not been dry like this, maybe it wouldn't have been like that. We got all these limitations. You can't water. You can only water a little bit. So what? But if it was wet and not as dry, maybe all this wouldn't have engulfed in flames.
Best of luck to you, and Elijah, best of luck to you too. You can see they're not the only ones dealing with this. We'll come over here. Like I said, we're on the Altadena side. Over here is the Pasadena side of the street. I believe that's Pasadena side of the street. I was told this is kind of the dividing line between the cities. But you can see there's somebody standing in front of what, I don't know if that's actually a home there, or maybe just that may not be a home. I can't tell. Or if that's just some sort of storage area. But a lot of fire coming from that street. And then we were on earlier, just kind of the direction that Andre's pointing right now, where that black smoke is. Down that way, if you go down a little further, is Glen Avenue in Pasadena, and that's where we saw several homes on fire as well. So still a lot of people dealing with the reality that their home is gone, or at least not livable for right now, and trying to figure out what the next step is. For now, reporting live here in Altadena, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
Chip, again, you're going to see stories like that, thousands of stories.
Yeah, and you can hear the frustration too.
Yeah.
You know, it's a mixed bag of sadness, and we're feeling it too. We're not experiencing it. We're here in the studio. We're not out there on the street, but we feel for everyone out there going through losing your home, or a partial part of your home, or having to evacuate. Kai, you had to evacuate, and you said you've never done something like that, and it felt so crazy.
It was interesting. By the way, we're watching, that's the East Topanga Fire Road at the top of your screen right there, and that's a little closer towards the Pacific Ocean side, and that is, I think I'm correct, on the west side of Topanga Canyon. But look at how fast that fire races uphill.
Yeah.
See, that's the issue we're dealing with. The winds, they could relax here and there. However, if you get a fire and an area of fire and energy that is moving uphill, it's going to really just rip through there, and it still has a little bit of wind behind it. Yeah. So it's moving quickly. But as I was saying before, the stress level is amazing. My wife pulled me aside and said, "Are you in shock?" And I think you are.
Yeah,
I kind of was. I didn't expect to see the fire. I'm just south of Altadena, and I didn't expect to see the fire coming so quickly. It was so fast. When I arrived home, I had literally a half of an hour to get things together, organize paperwork, and by the time we did that, we were in the car and we had to go. And we just had to go. You don't have time to think. And as that young lady was just mentioning, you know, you take what you get. And she said, I don't know what they took.
Yeah.
And I was the one who packed up a lot of our things. I have no idea what I put in those suitcases. I just know that if we were away for 2-3 days, that we would have a change of clothing, we would have some medicines, we'd have insurance papers, things that you would need to talk to your insurance company after the incident was over with. But again, the stress level is huge. And also, it's easy to say, but everybody should try and just manage their stress a little bit and their anxiety, because the streets are a little dangerous too. People are driving very fast around these areas because they want to get home. They want to get away from their homes. They want to get to a safe place. They might want to reach their loved ones. There's a lot of things that are going on in everybody's minds right now. So thinking clearly is a little difficult right now.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Pasadena. Shelby Nelson is standing by at one of the evacuation centers where some people obviously did have to grab all they could and get out. Shelby?
Now, other times it kind of dissipates a little bit, and most people are inside the shelter, which we'll show you in a second. But I want to pan to this side because we've seen a lot of the seniors having to be put into the vans and transported out of here. They were taken from some of the other senior care facilities where they originally were, and then taken obviously to safety, and then now they're being transported to another facility where they can be safe and they no longer have to be at this shelter. And then over on this area, you're seeing all these food trucks. There's a few that just arrived right now, but we did see that they were distributing food earlier today right out here, where people have been in and out. You can see just the crowd of people. We've seen people with their pets, people with pillows, people in tears. I mean, it's crazy to see all these people and what they're going through right now. Now I'm going to come over to Paula Mariscal. Paula, thank you so much for joining us. You're with your grandson, Corey. Corey and you have been waiting so patiently to talk to us. And tell us a little bit about your experience, because I know you live in Altadena. You've been here since 4 a.m.
Yes, we've been up all night. We knew the fire was coming. It was coming from the east. We live on the west side. We evacuated about 3:30 this morning and arrived here at about 4 a.m.
And what was that like for you? Have you ever had to evacuate before? You sent us pictures, if you guys want to bring that up right now, send us pictures from your front door.
Yes, we had a standby evacuation years ago in the previous large fire, but no, this was quite chaotic and quite stressful. The winds were just howling. It was horrific. We just packed up the cars and got the kids and just stayed for just a few minutes, took pictures of some of the items in our home, grabbed pictures, our passports, our birth certificates, and just got down here and checked in, and it was, a great relief.
And what you're explaining right now is exactly what first responders always say. Get your important documents, and it sounds like you guys had everything in place, a plan in place to get out of there. Any idea on the status of your home right now, and then what's next for you?
Yeah, we have no idea on the status of our home. My older sister did lose her home. She lives on the east side of Altadena. There are a lot of businesses that have been also destroyed, unfortunately. We're a small community, and so these losses are huge. They're huge for our community. And so we're all very concerned, trying to take a deep breath and, appreciate that we're all together and we're all safe.
I can imagine how devastating that is for you guys to just leave and not know what's happening to your home.
It's very challenging.
Corey, buddy, you were telling me that you saw the fire.
Yeah, I saw the fire and it was really cool.
It was really cool. Have you ever seen a fire like that before?
No. The only fire I saw before was a campfire.
Were you scared at all?
No.
You're handling this like a champ. Very brave of you. And we hope that you guys, are able to get home safely, that your home is okay. We thank you guys so much for talking to us. And how long do you think you're going to be here today?
We'll be here today. We'll be here tonight. We have no idea how long we'll be, but we're here. And so we've seen a lot of people from our church, a lot of people from our community. So it's comforting to know that we're not the only ones in this situation.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Paula.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And then we're going to walk over here, guys. Like I said, I want to give you kind of an idea of what we're seeing out here. You folks approached me a second ago telling me that you guys are waiting for meals because you're going to be helping out. Carlos.
Yes, my name is Carlos. I'm with AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Food for Health Programs, and we are here to make a commitment to bring hot meals to those people that are affected by the wildfires.
How many meals would you say you guys are bringing?
Today we bring in 500 meals, and this is going to be an ongoing thing for 3 meals a day.
Yeah, we're doing 2 shifts of 500 today here at this location. We work with Savosphere. They are doing 500 meals for the VA in West LA as well.
We thank you guys so much, and I'm sure so many people are thankful for you to bring hot meals. Appreciate it and appreciate your time. Before we say goodbye, I just want to give you guys a look inside, because this is where I said people are being stationed and taking shelter in the Pasadena Convention Center. We've seen so many people. So officials with the city of Pasadena tell me that there are 1,200 people here, including some of those seniors from elderly health care facilities that we saw last night having to be evacuated. Let's go inside. And so you've got dozens of people in here who have had snacks. I know that American Red Cross is working to help these folks as well. We will try to be talking to some folks throughout the day, guys, but this is kind of just what we're seeing out here in Pasadena as that Eaton fire scorches more than 10,000 acres at this point. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you. And speaking of, these are live images that we're looking at here, and we've seen them for a few minutes, and now they are totally engulfed. These are businesses, live images again, in Altadena, Beverly Way, and Lake Avenue. And these are one was a real estate business, and I didn't actually get to see the other ones, but these are small businesses that have likely been there for a really long time. And we would have to guess this is an ember result of an ember, because there's no way. And just so much fire and flames here. We did just see the truck, the fire truck come through.
2 of them, actually.
Yeah, and you know, the car is parked there. It's likely going to catch on fire, but this is just devastating for folks who have small businesses on both sides of the street. Kai, it's so crazy.
Well, this building houses the Shakur Realty and Finance Company, and also statewide commercial insurance brokers, and a Theosophical Books and Library, which is right there in the corner. Now
Also
a total loss.
Notary Public also in that same
So
building.
sad to see.
All right, the time now is 1 o'clock. If you're just joining us, you are watching our breaking special coverage of the wildfire emergency here on KTLA 5. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. Thanks for joining us today. We do want to get you updated on the major fires here in Southern California. We're going to start with the Eaton fire. It's burning in the San Gabriel Valley. It has exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres, and at least 100 structures have been destroyed. 2 people also have died, and there are reports of significant injuries. Turning to the Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades, it has grown to more than 11,800 acres and destroyed an estimated 1,000 structures, many of those homes. And there's no containment there as well. The Hearst fire has burned more than 700 acres. That's north of Newhall Pass in Sylmar. And then the Woodley fire burned 30 acres in the Sepulveda Basin, but it luckily now has been knocked down.
Residents in Pacific Palisades and Malibu, as well as parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Glendale, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre are all under mandatory evacuation orders this afternoon. The fires are being fanned, of course, by the strong winds. 1,400 firefighters battling the flames on the ground. The use of aircraft was halted shortly before 8 o'clock last night due to the winds. Fortunately, we see those aircraft back up. 1 firefighter we know of has been injured, and multiple people have been burned in the Palisades fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are without power all across Los Angeles County.
And, you know, not a good thing to share with you guys, but apparently now there is a new fire. Rich Prickett is up in Sky 5. Where is this new fire?
Lou and Glenn, we saw some smoke off in the distance, and we came over here, and this is a separate fire that's burning. It's about 2-3 acres at this point, It's right near Leo Carrillo. Let me bring up the map here. We'll show you. There's Pacific Coast Highway, and here comes a fire helicopter about ready to drop some water on what is remaining of this fire, but you can see it's kind of making a push uphill in that light to medium brush there. And so this is Leo Carrillo State Beach right here. So that's the areas where you'd set up the RVs and you'd head out to the beach for Leo Carrillo. And we'll head a little further up PCH, so we'll call it northwest. That's where this fire has broken out. It's been burning for, I don't know, about 25 minutes or so at this point, and it looks like we already have some hand crews that are here starting to stomp out some of the fire. It looks like they've made some progress already, as you can see from the burn area, but it's still making a push uphill. They have at least one helicopter here that's starting to lay water down as well. You know, the one good news I can say about this is it's not immediately threatening any structures. The vegetation is not very thick, and it's in the lower elevations, and they already have some hand crews on it. So I would hope that they'll have this stomped out here shortly. Just, you know, more evidence of just how dangerous it is out here with these winds and the dry weather, and you know, just use some extra caution when you're in the Santa Monica Mountains this today over the next 24 hours. I'll send it back to you.
Well, fortunately, the source of water to drop on there is right across the street.
Yeah, that's great news.
All right, let's get to Erin Myers back in Altadena. And boy, she and Chip Yost have both showed us a lot of devastation. And again, another home on fire right behind you there, Erin.
Hi, Glenn. You know, this house actually has been on fire for quite some time. It's been burning for a while. Firefighters are out here, but the problem I'm hearing right now is residents are telling me there's no water. We just spoke to one who tried to turn on a hose to help, and nothing's coming out. I asked a firefighter. He said they are working on it. So right now, this house is just burning, and now the concern is the homes on each side. There are residents out here watching all of this. You know, we are told this home was vacant, but the homes on both sides not, and quite a few people still here keeping an eye on things. I see one family, they're actually taking some of their belongings out of the house that they live in right now, which is just one house away. So still a very active situation. The winds picked up a little bit ago, but calm down. But this is a big concern here because there are so many homes right in this area and right next to each other. This is Calavera Street between Allen and Sinaloa. And I want to bring in Leon, who's been out here since about 8 o'clock, your family's house on this street. Yes. You guys just moved here, your parents, and they wanted to come out and see what was going on. The home right next to them burned down. What have you guys been doing throughout this?
Yeah, so, you know, they rushed over because they hadn't moved in quite yet, and the bushes right next to the house were burning, so they kind of had to use the hose and do whatever they can just to stop it. And, you know, luckily, you know, thank God their house did not burn, but unfortunately a lot of the neighbors' homes did burn down. And it's looking like a war zone out here, unfortunately. It's like apocalyptic, you know? And it's like, we thought it was kind of calmed down, the wind stopped, but then you look and then the next house catches fire. And then, you know, half an hour later, the next house somehow catches fire, and it's taken over most of the street. It's looking really, really sad out here, you know?
And I know these firefighters here, they've been out here with just this home for at least over an hour, hour and a half, doing what they can, and it's just gotten worse.
Yeah, you know, we heard a lot of like explosions, like propane tanks they were saying were exploding, and then the tree catches fire. Because, you know, up here in Altadena, there's a lot of trees, a lot of greenery, and then boom, it just catches to the next house, and then it's like you don't even blink, and the next house catches fire. So yeah, it's raging, and I think they have a lot of firefighters from different cities out here to help. To do the best they can, but man, it's burning. The houses are burning quick. It's like 20-30 minutes, the house is pretty much burned down.
And how many people have you seen on this street, Calavera Street, actually hosing their own homes down or other people's homes? Because that seems to be happening a lot on this street particularly.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of people that love the area, but a lot did evacuate, but some are still here and they're trying to do whatever they can, but the water is off now. The pressure was low, and it seems like the water is not working now anymore at all. So now all we could do is watch, unfortunately, and it's kind of helpless. It's a helpless situation, you know?
And what is your family's plan now? I mean, your house, still a few houses down, but as I said, the one right next to it is destroyed. Are you guys planning on staying out here for the time being? Will you leave if this picks up?
Yeah, I think that we're just going to stay and monitor. I mean, yeah, we can't do anything too crazy, but we're just trying to do it the best we can and not give up not give up hope. Yeah, you hear those explosions happening back.
Heard that again.
Yeah, so not give up hope, just sticking around, do the best we can. Obviously not put ourselves in immediate danger, but if it gets too crazy, hopefully not. It seems like it's just a couple houses here and there now, but it looks like half the street's almost burned, you know what I mean? Like, it just, every other house is almost burned.
And how concerned were your parents when they heard about this all happening last night?
Oh, very. They're in a chat with the community over here, and it was very concerning. So we rushed over, and if it was a few minutes later, it might have been too late. We used the garden hose and kind of stopped it, but it's just bad luck on most of these homes. Some are fine, some are not, but who knows when it's going to end, because you see the bushes catching fire, it goes to the next house. It's a tough one.
We noticed that walking down the street, there's quite a few right in a row down there, and then there's several that are okay, and then we have this fire, and this was not burning when you got here this morning. This was okay.
Oh, this was like just not even an hour ago. The back from the other block, it kind of transferred over to this side, and then the garage caught fire. Then it came to the front, and now the house is totally gone now. So it's totally, people want to pass by here, they can't. But it's totally gone, and now the thing is, you see, there's no water, and it's going to catch to the next house. Hopefully not, but this house is done.
Definitely a big concern. And have you seen? I know one neighbor was talking to me. She was saying the concern was there's obviously residents, family members in here trying to help, but they are concerned the streets aren't blocked off, so anyone could just come in. Have you seen any of that since you've been out here? Or
I saw a couple of the major streets when I came around 8 a.m. this morning. I saw a couple were blocked off, but a couple were not. You can still get up here. But I think most of the residents evacuated. There are a few, as you see, taking pictures and videos of what's left. But, I think right now, people-wise, we're safe. There's no injuries, which is good.
In this neighborhood,
Yes, in this neighborhood, yeah. I hope everywhere else as well, but in this neighborhood. And then, right now all we can do is watch and hope it doesn't get worse. It's just it's a very odd situation,
Thank you for speaking to us, and I know this is very stressful for you and your family to see this all happening. And this is not the only street we've seen this on. We've seen several homes on other streets, including Mendocino, Brayburn, Altadena, where there are several homes on those as well that have been destroyed. A lot of them are smoldering still, so if the wind does pick up, there is that chance that things can move, that those embers could move. Fortunately, though, we've seen the winds only pick up probably once or twice since we've been out here since about 9:30. They have come down a bit, but still a big concern here, especially with this home without being able to put water on it when you see these two other homes that are so close to it right now. And you can also see firefighters, they are, backing up right now a little bit. They've been doing what they can, but a lot of residents still out here. We talked to Harry a little bit earlier. Harry, same thing, come on back over. Seeing this now, when we saw this a little bit ago, an hour or so ago, not so bad. You guys are sticking it out for now.
Yeah. It definitely drives up the worry for sure, being so close to my in-laws' house. That's kind of our goal for today, to make sure the fire doesn't spread in that direction. We're trying our best. They shut the water off right now, so we don't have access to our hoses to help out in any way. So we're just
got to be frustrating, at least.
Very frustrating whenever you see a house, a few houses down from your home on fire. It definitely drives up the concern.
Thank you for talking to us once again. And yeah, we are seeing people start to take some belongings, as I said, out of their homes, just in case. And actually, let me see, Matt, if we can move over this way. We're going to move slowly because we've been having signal issues, but you can see smoke coming from another street right there, black smoke, so something burning right now pretty heavily over there. And that's just what's been happening throughout the last hour or so, things picking up here and there, a little breeze as well, and water a concern in this neighborhood. Just a lot of people keeping an eye on their homes, but be safe, because all of these evacuation orders, they still are in place. We heard another boom right there, another small explosion, it sounded like. So definitely a good idea if you are in this neighborhood still to get out, be safe if you need to move, listen to what officials are saying, and we'll keep an eye on everything. Hopefully they will be getting water back out here shortly. That's something firefighters tell us they're working on. And on that, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Erin. Unfortunately, from what we've heard reports, there's not enough water available.
Yeah.
So
and the pressure to deliver that water, that's a big issue right now that they're having. Glenn Lou, the winds, of course, still a big factor in the fire. In the Altadena area, we're seeing a little bit of a relaxation, if you will, of some winds. But as you go into the San Fernando Valley, we're seeing the winds now Van Nuys, for example, sustained winds at 21 miles per hour. And then you make your way into Orange County, the Inland Empire, Corona area, Ontario. They're seeing sustained winds at 25 miles per hour. So we've got a lot of gusts in that 35 to 38 mile per hour range right now still, and up in the mountains a little bit stronger. We will see the winds sort of calming down eventually once we make our way into about the 3-4 o'clock hours this afternoon. But again, that does not mean that this Santa Ana wind event is over. We're going to continue to see the high wind warning sticking around through the next 24 to 48 hours. Red flag warning through 6 o'clock tonight for all of Southern California. And the fire weather watch, once we get the red flag warning to expire this evening, will stick around until we get to Friday. And when you hear that information, that means that firefighters, authorities, they're worried that there are the continuation of sporadic winds and extremely dry conditions here in Southern California to warrant keeping that fire weather watch in place until we get to Friday evening. So we cannot let our guard down in any way, shape, or form here in Southern California.
Especially with those hot spots.
Yes, and the ember spread, which is tremendous.
You know, one of those iconic images you always see in TVs and movies, you know, the people across the country and around the world see, are those beach houses on PCH.
Yes.
You know, they sit right between PCH and the Pacific Ocean, and unfortunately, a lot of those, maybe all of them, were wiped out overnight.
Yeah, and Alina Bovian is actually in Malibu. Alina, where are you exactly in Malibu?
Lou and Glenn, yeah, we're here on PCH. This specifically is Carbon Beach, and you said it's so many homes here wiped out overnight, so many fires even burning right now. I spoke to someone from LA County Fire, and he told me just a rough estimate, about 100 homes on PCH alone have burned since last night. Now, if we follow the trajectory of this fire, it all started from Topanga, just came down to PCH, it hit the houses here, and we're talking about manpower, resources. There's plenty of it here, but it really doesn't matter. There could be 10 times the resources. When you're talking about winds this strong, there's really nothing you can do. We've been seeing firefighters out here for the past few hours. They're tackling one house, but the house next door goes up because the winds are just so strong, and you have trees up here, you have vegetation out here. There's really no controlling it. These guys are trying to protect this house right here. On the other side of this fence, there's a property, and I've been told it's already burned. So that's the devastation out here. I was speaking to a friend a few minutes ago. I sent him a video of this area, and he said, that's my door. So his house is burned. That's the house where his children grew up. They spent summers there, and you know, people work their whole lives to buy a piece of the California dream, to be able to live here, to be able to experience the beauty, the magic of the California coast, and then this happens. It is so heartbreaking. It is devastating. I wish we could move around to show you more, because this really goes on and on for miles, but unfortunately we are tethered to our truck. There's no satellite service out here, so we can't go portable. We have to rely on the truck and just being about 50 feet. That's the span as far as we can go right now. But talking about the devastation, homes here on PCH, they're burned all the way until Malibu Pier. Again, about 100 of them possibly. There was a woman out here. I was speaking to her a few minutes ago, and she says she's been here since last night. Her store is okay, but the way that the fire jumps, you know, it goes by random. There's no telling which way embers are going to fly, which house is going to catch on fire. You have fire crews out here. They're doing structure protection to protect one house, to keep the flames contained, and then an ember jumps to the house next door, and it just goes on and on and on. It is so difficult to get a handle on a situation like this. This is a wind-driven fire, and there's really no stopping it. So talking about people out here, Malibu, of course, is under evacuation orders since yesterday. Majority of people, I can tell you, have evacuated. We're not seeing a lot of traffic here, just 1 or 2 people that have stayed behind, whether it's their business out here, whether it's their home out here. They want to protect it, understandably so, but the safest thing you can do, the healthiest thing you can do, the air quality is absolutely awful out here, is just to leave. If you've been told to evacuate, follow those orders, because the fire, it's not contained. There is 0% containment out here in Malibu. If we look at the hillsides here, you can see black smoke, so that indicates there's an active fire burning right now.
Again, I spoke to someone with LA County Fire, and he says they're now trying to follow where the dark smoke is coming to be able to tackle some of those neighborhoods. But here on PCH, unfortunately, there's not much to save. And I've lived here in LA my entire life, driving on PCH, one of my favorite things to do, to admire the sunset, to admire the ocean and all the beautiful homes out here. It's not the same. It's just devastation. This does not feel like California. This is heartbreaking beyond measure to see all this out here. It's incredible. It's one house after another, completely flattened. People's homes, their memories, their photos, their hard work, their everything. It's the reality of what's going on out here. So we're going to send it back to you for now. We're going to try to get to an area that we have better service to just show you more of what's going on out here.
All right, Alina, thank you for those updates. Just devastating to hear. And almost doesn't seem believable that 100 homes along PCH.
Yeah, and you feel so terrible for the residents of Malibu. The last few months have been just
never
brutal.
ending.
Yeah, the Franklin fire and now this fire and the devastation, and even the students up at, in Pepperdine, they were very frightened during that Franklin fire. The fire got very close to some of the dormitories up there. So our hearts go out to all of our friends up in the Malibu area and, of course, through the Santa Monica Mountains.
All right. All right, we're going to go to Kimberly Chang. She, I believe you're on Palisades Road in Pacific Palisades, which yesterday was pretty much ground zero for all of this.
Hi, Glenn. Actually, we have moved to this neighborhood, which is north of Sunset Boulevard. This is Carey Street and Kagawa Street. If you look behind me, you can see this home. We have been watching it burn for the last 40 minutes or so. And as we spin around in the neighborhood, you're just going to see house after house that has been destroyed. And right now, we just felt a huge wind gust. I want to bring in this Pacific Palisades resident. You said you live in the area?
Hi, yeah, my name's Darren O'Neill. I'm a local handyman here in the Palisades. Guys, I want to tell you that, Brett, can you pan over there? Brett, your house is gone. Over here, G-Mark, over here, G-Mark, your house is burning right now. Everyone else's house in the neighborhood is gone. Judith Colas, your house is gone. Alice, your house is gone. I'm so sorry, guys.
Did you talk to your neighbors?
I haven't been able to talk to them yet. I couldn't get reception.
You evacuated yesterday, correct?
I evacuated and then came back to get my truck because I had to leave my truck on the side of the street. And I got help getting my truck, and now I've been able to see 16458 Sunset Boulevard. Guys, our old building, it's gone. Chris, your building is gone. It's opposite on Sunset. Chris, your building is gone.
Sorry, Darren, I'm so sorry. I know you've been driving around and you have been looking at the devastation around town. You did stop by your place to grab your truck. How is your place right now?
Our place, 16040 Sunset Boulevard, is still there, but across the road, half a block down, is ablaze. I don't know how long our building's got.
I want to walk over here. You also came out with Darren here. You've been driving around. Talk to us about how things have been looking from your perspective.
We came up to Mescal Canyon and everything was singed, so there was nothing really left to burn. We turned left through the high school, which seemed okay from the street. The El Medio neighborhood is looking a little bit brutal. It's kind of patchwork checkerboard. Sometimes it's one house to the next. It's yes or no. We then went all the way around and we just came up from Amalfi. Evans Road, that bend on Sunset, is not looking very good. It's all burned. And Rivoli, we don't know. I don't want to say yes or no, but we couldn't get through to check if anyone lives on Rivoli. We're going to try to go back through the village and see what's going on, but kind of the Via de la Paz area is just tragically burned. A horrible scene. This is tragic and really sad. My name is Tim Mahoney.
How long have you lived out here?
I grew up in the Palisades. I was born in Santa Monica, I guess, and then I went to Corpus Christi, the middle school here, and My sister was a teacher there, and all my friends, I went to Cali. All my friends are from here. I'm trying to figure out if their houses are still here. My best friend lost his family home. I'm just trying to see if my other friend's home is just down the street on Iliff and Kagawa. We're trying to figure that out. So far, my mom's condo is still there on Sunset, but like Darren said, it's pretty close. There's a couple of houses down. So firefighters, from what we can tell, we're doing a great job. I mean, supposed to do here. It's so windy and just like, it's just everywhere you look, things are on fire. So, I mean, I applaud the firefighters. I mean, they're brave. You know, I appreciate their work, but it's a pretty brutal scene.
We know thousands have evacuated. We can still feel the wind gusts. It's still dangerous up here. Why did you decide to come back up? Did you just want to see for yourself what was going on?
I had to see. I mean, like, I have friends who grew up in Malibu when there were the fires years ago, and they're all a bunch of really scrappy guys who kind of like got in their trucks and were like, we got to take this upon ourselves because clearly the resources aren't there to save everyone's homes. And Darren has a truck, and he's, you know, a legendary guy in the Palisades, and he's worked on everyone's home, and everyone trusts him. And I mean, I just felt like we had to come see for ourselves what was going on and check on people's homes. And I really wanted to be able to tell my mom that her condo is still there. And so far, so good, but let's keep some good thoughts.
So Darren was just mentioning several people who live in these homes. Are these your friends, people that you know, your neighbors?
Yeah, they're all, no, we know all of them, yeah. I mean, they're Darren's clients and friends and family, and yeah, this is where our whole life is, so yeah.
Have you been able to talk to any of them?
I think we should go, yeah, we're still trying to check on other homes, so we want to make sure we get out, but yeah, no, I'm just trying to take videos of what we're seeing so I can relate to everybody, but yeah, everyone stay safe and stay strong, and yeah.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine what you're going through right now. Just the emotions that you're feeling right now.
Emotions are a roller coaster, that's for sure. There are no words. What I have seen today, I don't think I will ever see anywhere else ever again.
Hope not. Please stay safe as you drive around the neighborhood. Thank you so much. It's hard to put into words, guys. We hear the number, we hear 1,000 more structures, homes burned, and then you stand here and you're watching as are going down, and then you just look down the street and just see home after home after home, and you can just see where people have built just their whole life, right, in these homes that are just going up in flames. I also want to spin around here and show you down this street. You can see that the power lines are down, so people can't cross through this way. We have been seeing some vehicles. I think people have been either coming back or maybe they haven't evacuated and they're just taking a look around. We've spoken with several people who have come out here to take a look around. Many just want to know if their home is still standing, if their neighbor's home is still standing. I spoke with a resident earlier. We should have his interview here, but we spoke with him just a short while ago, and he was trying to make his way up to his apartment building to see if it's still standing. And actually, I'm just getting the wrap, so we will bring that to you when we come back. For now, reporting in the Pacific Palisades, sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. And the Sky 5 shot we're seeing here, this is the Eaton fire.
Yes.
And, you know, a lot of black smoke. This doesn't look like this is slowing down at all.
Yeah, and speaking of that, obviously the air quality is horrible today throughout all of Southern California. So folks, please be careful. If you have a respirator, if you do not have to be outside today, you can stay indoors, and hopefully you are safe in your neighborhood, in your home, then please continue to watch us here on KTLA. We'll give you the updates so you don't have to go outside right now. And also, you don't have to get on the roads. We need the roads to be open and free for our first responders, fire service, the police services that are out there as well. Very important.
And speaking of, let's check in with Chip Yost. He has been following the Eaton fire in a specific neighborhood. Where are you now, Chip?
Right now we're on El Sereno Avenue, north of Figueroa. It's a cul-de-sac, and unfortunately, almost the entire cul-de-sac has been lost. You see, this home has really been burning strong. We've actually heard a few explosions. There goes, I don't know if that was the garage or the overhang in front of the garage, but hearing a lot of explosions from that house. The owner's actually sitting here watching it. He doesn't want to be on camera, but he was telling me one of the explosions he believes was his boiler. But if you look around, oh my gosh, there's a lot of black smoke coming right at us right now, so I'm going to turn around for a moment. But you see all the other homes on this street, that one next to it, that one, lost. It looks like this one over here might be okay, and then one right on the other side also lost. And then if you look over here to your right, this is also another home on the cul-de-sac, just lost. And it's been like that. We basically walked, we were in Pasadena earlier. You may remember we were on a street, Glen Avenue in Pasadena, and also Montana, where there were some lost homes there. We just started following smoke and walking, and seems like every other street we come to, we find situations like this. If you look down here, there's even more loss. It looks like they were trying to save, see this kind of blue home here on the corner. This is again El Sereno Avenue and Figueroa Drive in Altadena. They had some firefighters on the roof when we got here, poking some holes in the roof, trying to do some work there. So hopefully they were able to save that house. But look at the car right in front of it. That car got scorched, and if you look back over there, we've got some guys on maybe their own house there with some hoses trying to keep the roof watered down to do what they can to save their own home. But everywhere you look, we've walked probably, what do you think, Andre? I'm with Andre Cox, photographer Andre Cox, maybe a good mile. And everywhere we go, we're seeing destruction, both on the Pasadena side and the Altadena side. If you look over here, another issue going on, look at those wires down in the middle of the street. We've seen that everywhere as well. We've seen tree limbs down all over the place. Actually, I think you see some right over here. There's some tree limbs down as well. So you've got those issues, you've got the fires going on, and then you got the winds. The winds have been kind of calm, but as we're talking to you now, they're picking up a little bit again. We did see one little bit of news. You've been reporting this with Sky 5 HD. A while ago, we saw an LA County fire helicopter fly overhead of this area. So we've got some air resources up in the area, but there's just too many fires and not enough firefighters in this whole area to cover all these different fires. Here we go again. They're on the roof of this home. Like I said, when we got here, looked like they were trying to save. We see some firefighters going in the back, but the home right next to it looks like a complete loss. So a lot of issues going on here in Altadena for firefighters to deal with, and they're just maybe hoping they can get some of these out and stop them from spreading to other houses. Here we see them getting some water on this home. So this might be a success as far as saving at least one home right here in Altadena. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Oh, it's just devastating to see that, Chip. Be careful.
You know, we were talking earlier, you know, Kai, you've been up, since 3 in the morning? Your family evacuated. You probably, I mean, you ever been in a situation you ever felt like you had to do that? Because I certainly don't where I live.
Yeah.
But the way the wind is this is different. And we actually, you know, packed some stuff up last night just in case. We had to evacuate my in-laws in Calabasas, take them over to my sister and brother-in-law's house. And you just don't, I mean, with this wind, the way it's blowing, like I said, we usually don't get it that bad where I live in the south side of the valley, but man, this is different.
That was the reality of my family last night. When we saw the flames coming closer to our neighborhood and the wind gusts were easily 80, 85 miles per hour. And when your brain automatically says to you, you cannot do anything to prevent that fire from coming to you. So it's a fight or flight sort of a response that you automatically have as a human being. And we jumped in the car and we skedaddled and got out of there. And the gentlemen, both of those gentlemen who were out there in the Pacific Palisades, who you could see they're running on adrenaline, lack of sleep, stress. These are the things that
sadness.
an extreme sadness and emotion. And this is what thousands of people are going through right now, Glenn and Lou. And we just have to hold a space for everybody in our hearts out there, because there's not much more you can do. These winds are impossible to stop. They will continue to roll through Southern California for at least until Thursday night, maybe even holding on until Friday morning. Fortunately, there will be now ebbs and flows. Yesterday, last night especially, it was just a widespread wind thunderstorm. I mean, it was just tremendous. And this windstorm that ripped through Southern California last night, I continue to say this, I believe it's a once in a generation event. You probably won't see this again in your lifetime, but you can certainly tell a lot of people about it, that you witnessed it, you went through it. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I've been forecasting here in Southern California for 21 years. I've never witnessed winds like this before, and we talk about it. We always alert the audience there is a Santa Ana wind event coming, and as it got closer and closer, I could tell, and the National Weather Service obviously could tell too, this is going to be different.
I remember you saying that last week prior to, you were like, this is huge.
It is going to be massive, and it turned out to be even more massive than I had anticipated nor forecasted. We knew we could see some of our mountain communities maybe getting gusts of up to 100 miles per hour, but not our foothill communities getting gusts.
Well, we've seen big fires in the mountains that are disastrous, but they're sparsely populated compared to what we have down here in the basin. I mean, this has got to be the biggest disaster in Los Angeles County since the Northridge earthquake.
Easily. The Associated Press did say it's the most destructive fire, at least in LA City's history.
And what's really going to be shocking, maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, maybe Saturday, is once the smoke is gone and everything is sort of settled down, we're going to drive around our neighborhoods that are beautiful, the green and we love, and they are gone.
Reality.
Reality's going to strike, and it's going to be really, really tough for everybody here in Southern California.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to Altadena and to our Aaron Myers. Aaron, where are you now?
Hi, you guys. We have actually been in the same area pretty much since we got here for our first segment at 11. This is Calavera Street, right in between Allen and Sinaloa, and this house has been burning down. Water time ago with a helicopter. They do have water now. That was an issue a short time ago. They weren't able to put water. Check that brown house, but a lot of smoke. The white smoke. And you can see they have brought in other crews as well. We have County Fire here now, also Bishop Fire. And that's what we've been hearing about a lot this morning. That died down and something they've been saved home. So I want to bring in Toros to talk to us a little bit about that. Now you live here in this neighborhood. Tell me a little bit.
Yeah, I think we're going to move away from this. We are having some audio issues with Aaron's live shot, but we will check back in on her. Andy Reesmeyer is in Burbank. He's at a large animal evacuation center. Hi, Andy.
Hey Lou, how you doing? Yeah, we are at the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank, east side of the San Fernando Valley, and behind me you can still see the Eaton fire. And over the last couple hours since we've been here, started to see that get a little darker, a little more ominous, but at least for the people over here who have evacuated their large animals, the air is relatively clear. It seems to be blowing, most of that smoke rather seems to be blowing to the south and to the west. So this was an area that last night and over the past really 24 hours plus has been a huge refuge for people who have these large animals. Obviously, you see a lot of horses here. There are 300 horses at the LA Equestrian Center that I was told that have been brought here from different places. They're coming from not only places like the Eaton Fire over in Altadena, but up in Sylmar, they're coming from the Palisades. And in addition to them, we have some tape that we shot earlier. There are other large animals there that you can see. We had a couple of donkeys. There are a few sheep as well, and a pig. They are also here. So a lot of things happening. And I think, one of the things that you've noticed, or at least that I've noticed from talking to everybody, is that, people have been up all night. It has been absolutely chaotic. We showed you some tape there from the Eaton Fire earlier where horses were just running around like crazy. We talked just a bit ago to someone who did evacuate from the Eaton Dam area and shared her story of how she ended up here. Tell me about how that was last night.
It was pretty crazy. We couldn't actually get up to the barn. We were circling for a few hours. And then we decided to go back down south, and we were sitting at a stoplight, and I see my horse walking across the street with 2 other horses and one of our barn members.
So they had just saved him, pulled him out.
Yeah, and that was like 3 miles south of where the barn is.
So for 3 miles, walked. You just happened. 3 horses, 3 miles.
By herself.
And just happened kismet run into them.
Yeah.
And then you put them in the truck, or?
No, I was in my car, so I just pulled over and ditched my car and locked up and just got out and started walking with them.
You were telling me a lot of people were texting you because they saw your horse on TV, and that it was really part of the coverage of the rescue here. And I think what's really amazing is that now here we are in Burbank at the Equestrian Center, and there's at least an end to the story for right now.
Yes.
That everybody's safe.
Yeah, we're safe. We did lose our barn though, so it's going to be a while before we can rebuild and see what's going on. But yeah, I mean, the most important thing is that we were able to get everyone out and that we're safe.
Did you ever think anything like this would happen?
No. No. I was like, we hear about it all the time in other places, but you never think it'll happen to you.
And what now for you guys? I mean, obviously just trying to stay sane in all the chaos and insanity, but is there a plan?
Yeah, we're just gonna have to, most of the horses will be able to eventually go back to the barn. But like this guy and this guy lost their homes. So we're gonna, I don't know, just see what happens.
And do you think they're doing okay? I mean, obviously they're not in the threat of fire, but like emotionally and psychologically, what kind of impact does this have on them?
I mean, horses are prey animals. They're like, think of them as like mice in large bodies. So they're definitely stressed, they're definitely scared. But I mean, it does matter having us here. Yeah.
So Danielle was telling me that there are a couple of other points that she wanted to get across. They had a horse from that Eaton Dam stable area there named Claire, who's a gypsy horse, who's black and white. She thinks she has braided hair, which they don't know what happened to her. They said maybe somebody picked her up and put her in a trailer. Maybe she's out wandered. And they said if you do see her, gypsy horse is a black and white horse. They're very easy to identify and would have been over there in the Eaton area where the Eaton Canyon is, Eaton Dam area. So if you do find this horse, you're asked to contact the Eaton Dam stables. But I think one of the wild things about this, obviously, is that it is chaotic, right? No one expected this to happen, but there are so many stories of hope, and there's so many people who we've seen who've just seen it on the news where they knew or they had experience with horses, and they said, okay, well, I'm going to come down and I'm just going to do what I can to help as much as possible. And they are here and they are helping, and they're going to continue to do that. Like I said, there are around 300 horses that have been evacuated here to Burbank. Like I said, they're coming not just from Eaton, but they're also coming from Sylmar. They're coming from the west side, from the Palisades area and Malibu as well. And they said that as long as they have room, which they do right now, they are still taking horses. And we are still seeing a couple come up here every now and then. There's a trailer shows up with some horses. And I think the main thing is that they are pretty unhappy. They're very stressed. This is very unusual for them. And, the good news is that they have help here. If they have somewhere that's safe, it's away from the fire, somewhere that will be away from smoke, and a lot of people who are obviously doing their best to care for them. So if you have a situation like you have a horse, like our friend over here, and you need somewhere to take it, they said, bring them over here to the LA Equestrian Center, or you can call your local animal shelter and they probably will direct you somewhere as well. So there's still space here as far as we know. It's good to see that a little bit of not a final place here, but at least away from the danger for now, which I think is really what we were all hoping for, especially when we see these dramatic images like we saw last night, where the horses are being taken from their stables. They're running around somewhere in the middle of the street, and you just hope that they get somewhere. This is where they have gotten. So, like I said, a lot of hope here in Burbank. For now, back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Andy, and also you mentioned those volunteers. It's been so great to see so many people come together in our community throughout Southern California and really step up and help each other. It's just a beautiful thing amongst all of this disaster, which, thanks, Andy. Now we're looking at these live images here of Altadena, Canyon Crest Road, and Lincoln Avenue. Clearly a home there, completely engulfed.
And we saw another one just a couple of blocks below that, also on fire, fully engulfed in flames. Let's check into the newsroom with Samantha Cortese. She's got some updated information for us. Samantha?
Hi, Glenn and Lou. I just wanted to show you on the map from CAL FIRE where exactly this is, where Chip just was actually is under that mandatory evacuation order. Of course, understandable that they'd ask everybody to get out of this area, but just look how widespread, when I zoom out, how widespread the mandatory orders and warnings are for the Eaton fire. It's really remarkable to see all these families have to get out. I know, Glenn, you were just saying this with Kai. You think you're in the flats, you think you're safe, you think maybe this fire won't reach out to you. But as you're seeing on the left side of your screen from Sky 5, these embers can travel a mile, 2 miles. I heard yesterday in the news conference, one law enforcement official even saying 5 miles was a possibility during the highest peak of those winds. And Eric Scott, the PIO of LA City Fire, has addressed the issue of water. And I just wanted to share that post he made on social media a little earlier today. He said that due to multiple questions on the topic of water in the fire hydrants, he said they acknowledge they experienced challenges with pressure while battling the Pacific Palisades fire. He says LADWP proactively filled all the available water storage tanks, including 3 1-million-gallon tanks in the Palisades. He says, however, water availability was impacted, which impacted fire hydrants due to limited replenishment of water tanks in those areas. The extreme demand caused slower refill rate, which created a challenge for firefighting effort. And he goes on to address a couple other questions on social media, saying that these embers traveled a mile or 2 ahead. We've seen other social media posts from law enforcement officials emphasizing low water pressure just because of either damage to water lines in the fire and, as Kai has mentioned, just a low reserve of water, so it makes it hard for high water pressure. But we're taking you back out to Altadena. This is from Sky 5 overhead, where that is now nearly 11,000 acres burned in the Eaton fire. Evacuations have included north of the 210, close to the 134, Sierra Madre. All of La Cañada Flint Ridge was under either order or warning. Again, the city of Altadena, the Eaton fire stretching along the mountainside all the way down to the 210 as far as evacuation orders and warnings go. This is spanning from Duarte, Monrovia, Sierra Madre, as I mentioned, La Cañada Flint Ridge. It's moving up the 210. When I say it, I mean the warnings and orders. So this is expanding, Glenn and Lou, and that is not what people in this area wanted to hear. I also wanted to mention a few evacuation centers. I know Andy's been out at the Equestrian Center. Now also Pasadena Humane is accepting small animals. Residents can take large animals also to Pierce College. That's out in Woodland Hills, a bit of a drive, but they are taking large animals. Let's see here, I have a few notes. El Camino Real Charter High School is an evacuation shelter, Pasadena Convention Center evacuation shelter, and as we've been seeing for the Palisades as well, Westwood Recreation Center. Just to note, Angeles Crest Highway is closed from La Cañada Flint Ridge to Angeles Forest Highway. Angeles Forest Highway is closed at Big Tahunga Road, so the Eaton fire continues to grow. There will be a news conference at 4 o'clock our time. We will carry that live here on KTLA.
All right, Samantha, thank you. All right, right now let's go to Omar Lewis. He's been covering the Palisades fire. Matter of fact, he was at that news conference a little bit earlier. Omar, looks like you're on PCH right now.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're located, just south of the Getty Villa, I should say, in the background, in the distance there. Luckily, it is standing at this point, but you could see some of these homes here that did not make it right along PCH at this point. We are in between Surfview Drive and Porto Marina Way. And this is exactly what you see up and down PCH as we roam this area, trying to get a signal out to you all at this point. This is what the view is. Many of these homes are gone, devastated. Some of them still standing, as you can see, and there's a new fire that just sparked up at the top of the hill here along PCH at this point. We rode a little bit further north along PCH and saw some firefighters tackling a fire at a home just off of PCH here. They were able to save most of that home, but we also took away into Palisades Charter High School. Want to show you that video. The school was burning as we were driving by. Many of these power lines are down, which makes it a difficult situation as well as we're trying to maneuver in these areas. But you can see there some of that fire going at the high school there. The main building of the high school is okay, but many of the neighborhoods around the high school also burned down in flames at this point as well. So that's the scene in this general area as we were trying to make our way through. We wanted to just pop back in and show you the scene here and exactly what it looks like back out here live on PCH again, just before the Getty Villa there, which is still standing. We do understand that the property was burned in some areas, but the main buildings are said to be okay, which is the good news. All of the artifacts, of course, at the Getty Villa are said to be intact at this point. Firefighters have been roaming up and down PCH at this point to try and make sure that they can save any buildings that are currently burning. But again, that's what the scene is here at this hour right now. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Omar. Again, the Palisades fires, you see 15,800 acres have burned, over 1,000 structures destroyed. Of course, last night the winds really kicked up starting at about 10 o'clock to 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Ty, are we going to get that again tonight?
No, but we will see certain areas that'll have some isolated gusts that will be up into the 45, maybe 50 mile per hour range. The typical target zones when you have a Santa Ana wind event come down through the Cajon Pass into San Bernardino, Riverside, and eventually through Orange County. That'll be an area where we'll take a good hard look through the rest of the night tonight. And as a matter of fact, right now, this very moment, Corona is picking up some 25 mile per hour sustained winds. Another area will be the San Fernando Valley, the Santa Clarita Valleys. They too are seeing some sustained winds right now into the low to mid 20s. And again, that puts the gusts into the low to mid 30s. So we'll continue to see those areas picking up some of these Santa Ana winds. And we will see the high wind warning come to a close as we make our way into about the 6 o'clock hour this evening. So we're going to hold on to that high wind warning throughout the evening hours today. Red flag warning also until about tomorrow evening, but we're going to hold on to a fire weather watch until we get to Friday. And that to me is the most important advisory. That fire weather watch lingering until Friday afternoon shows that the National Weather Service, forecasters here at KTLA, forecasters all across Southern California believe that the dry conditions as well as the sporadic wind gusts will stick around until we get to Friday evening. So again, we cannot let our guard down. And as we do take a live look right now here along much of Southern California, the Eaton fire, the Palisades area, these fires, they are at zero containment, Glenn and Lou. They do not have a handle on these fires at all. And unfortunately, we as well are seeing the spray of all of the embers that are just flying across the cities here in Southern California. And these embers are sparking fires as far away as 5 miles away from the center of where some of these fires have originated. So this is just a very dangerous afternoon here in Southern California. Once again, you might be outside and say, okay, well, wow, the winds are pretty calm right now, so I think we're at the end of it. But no, those winds could kick back up again as we make our way through the afternoon, the evening hours, and that'll happen into Thursday, could hold on till Friday morning as well. So again, please folks, let's just be careful. get a plan in place, have a plan, be ready to go at a moment's notice.
Thank you, Kai.
All right.
Let's check in with Alina Bobian. Alina, last time we talked to you, you were literally right on PCH. You don't have a lot of cell service there, though, and now a house burning.
Hi, Lou and Glenn. Yeah, we are above PCH now. This is right by La Costa Beach, and take a look at that house. An active fire happening right now, and fire crews are not even up here because there's no point in trying to save this house. It is fully engulfed. It's going up. All the houses around this house, as you can see, already burned, and it's just so devastating to see this. You can hear the crackling from the glass, the wood burning. I mean, this is just one example of what's been happening here since last night. This really started overnight, and as I mentioned in the last hit, more than 100 houses here in Malibu along PCH, just above PCH, have burned. Now, specifically, this is Las Flores Canyon. It is above La Costa Beach, and we are on Rambla Vista. And this area right here, if we just take a look into just this canyon, you can see this is where the fire probably burned overnight and then hopped over down to PCH. This area, the most impacted, so we're going to walk this way. Eddie, all the houses here have burned. I can't spot a single house that hasn't burned. This one right here, probably a two-story house, completely flat, and you can see the view now going all the way down to PCH. Every single house in this area is gone. It is so devastating. It is just, it's heartbreaking to see this. Every now and then you see a car drive by, people in tears, sitting in their vehicles, just taking it all in because it is unbelievable what's happened here since last night. If we walk over this way, you can see there's another active fire just up the hill here. And if we follow the black smoke, that's where it's happening. This house here, partially burned. Several more houses here, completely gone. I mean, I don't know which house to point to because very far and few is there a house out here that survived. It's absolutely devastating. Fire crews are not even up here because I think they have just made peace with the fact that this area is a total loss. They're trying to focus on neighborhoods where they can provide structural protection, where they can protect the neighborhoods. Unfortunately here, there's really not much left to save. Let's turn back around and go to this house here that's actively burning.
Alina,
Thankfully,
where
people
exactly
here
are
have
you?
evacuated. Yes, Lou, I can
Where
hear you.
exactly are you? In what street?
I'm going to pull up the map to tell you exactly the street because we've been driving around. There's the fire engine 539 with LA County Fire going now. But this is Rambla Vista. I can't tell you the exact block number.
That's okay.
But it is Rambla Vista.
Okay.
And this house is just, it's going. It's only a matter of time before this completely burns down. And as I mentioned, you know, these the firefighters out here, they're doing their best. It's not because they don't want to save that house. When we first drove up here, that house was okay. And over the last 30 minutes, we've been watching it slowly burn. And firefighters, they have to prioritize which neighborhood they're going to tackle. That engine right now looks like they are going to that house, but it's a loss. It really is a loss. And they're doing their best out here. They've been here since last night. I mean, this is really hard work. It's a very challenging situation for them to make the assessment of which area are they going to go into. And you have to imagine they've been here since last night. They've done what they could.
All right, we've lost our signal with Alina. We're going to go to Kimberly Chang now. Kimberly, I understand you had a conversation with the District Attorney, Nathan Hochman?
Yes, we just spoke with District Attorney Nathan Hochman. He's driving off right now. He actually told me that he came out to the Pacific Palisades area because his sister lives in the neighborhood. and also some friends and family. So they went over to see their homes, and there's a lot of loss. He was just telling us that his family has suffered personal loss. He also came out here because he wants to send a message. He says, for any looters who are thinking about coming out here, the sheriff's department, law enforcement, they are monitoring the situation. They are going around the neighborhood, and he said if they are caught, they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So he wanted to send that message out to anyone who's thinking about taking advantage of this situation. Now I want to take a walk around and just give you a look at this neighborhood where we are. This is the intersection of Cary. We showed you this the last time that you saw us, but there are several homes here that have been destroyed, and you just look down the street and you can see house after house that has been burned ground. We have been talking to some residents who have come up here. Many wanted to come back into the neighborhood even though it is not safe, because they wanted to see for themselves. They also wanted to check on their friends and family's properties and report back to them. I spoke with a gentleman earlier this morning. He was trying to make his way up to his apartment building to see if it's still standing. He had difficulty making his way up because, again, a lot of fire crews are in the area still fighting fires. There's active smoke, there's active flames, as you can see right around us here. Also, there are downed power lines. So he couldn't make his way up to his property, but he was trying because he wanted to know what was happening. Take a listen. Okay, we're working on getting that interview for you, but he was telling me that when he evacuated yesterday, when this fire started, that he and his neighbors, the residents in that building, they were just trying to get out there as fast as they can. It was chaotic. There was gridlock on the road trying to get out of here. And so as soon as he had the opportunity to come back this morning, he wanted to come back and again see it himself. And that's what we've been hearing from the few people that are still in this neighborhood who have come back up here. Either they've walked up or they've either they walked up or they came here on bicycles. We have seen a lot of people who have come up here because, again, they wanted to see this for themselves and also let their friends and family know what things are looking like right now. Okay, I see that we have the interview with that resident we spoke with earlier. Take a listen.
Yeah, we had a real big problem because an evacuation order was coming. It was popping out over the phone, and I'm trying to get my residents out, and everybody got into Sunset Boulevard, and it was just gridlocked for a good hour. It went 3 or 4 car lengths, and I had my phone on in my car, and I'm sitting there watching Governor Newsom and 8 other politicians talk about how prepared they are and follow the evacuation orders, and we're gridlocked. And there's no police at all doing traffic management. So people are sitting in their cars. I actually thought we were going to burn up because we had fire going over our heads. It was also near that area where they had to bulldoze the cars. They were telling people to leave their cars, then they bulldozed their cars out of the way. It's outrageous, the lack of coordination and planning that went on. And to watch those guys on the beach all congratulating themselves. I mean, city council people that really had no information to share, but just getting their face on cameras. Everybody was really upset. We finally got out. Once the police got here and started moving traffic, everything moved and we were able to get out.
We saw the aftermath of that. A lot of people just left their cars behind. Talk to us about what it was like. You were there.
Yeah, well, there was a big decision. Do I stay in my car and maybe burn to death or choke from, smoke inhalation, or do I run? And I was able to do U-turn, and I went back to my building. I figured, you know what, I'd rather die in my building than in a car. And we had a pool there, too, I figured I could get into. But, they kept ordering, leave, leave, leave. Oh, and here's another thing. I called 911, LAPD. They answered the phone, and I said, you need to get some police officers down here. Because I'm a former journalist, so I kind of know how to get things done. I said, you need to get police down here to manage traffic. And she said, why? I said, because we're being evacuated from the Pacific Palisades. She says, there's no evacuation order to Pacific Palisades. I said, oh, really? Is that why my phones were blowing up for 15 minutes? I said, there's a fire. She says, there's no fire there. And we were, literally gridlocked on Sunset, and that was after I waited for 5 minutes on hold. So, this city needs some work.
So you were able to get out safely?
I was able to get out safely.
What are you doing back here today?
I want to go see if the building's still standing, but I can't get through. It's too bad up there on Sunset. There's fire coming across both sides, so I don't think I can get through there.
And back here live, you can see this house is up in flames right now. This is on Carey Street. Officials gave an update earlier this morning. The LA City Fire Chief said that fires are stretching emergency services to the maximum limit. And they also said in the city of LA, the fire department responded to about 3,000 911 calls, about double the average. We know that thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes. And just looking around this neighborhood, you guys, we can see just home after home destroyed, as you can see here. And we talk about the numbers, about roughly 12,000 acres burned, 1,000 or more structures and homes, mostly homes, destroyed. But then you see it in person, and it is just gut-wrenching as residents talk to us about just seeing their friends and neighbors' homes go up in flames like this. And you can just see it everywhere we look. If we see this house that's burning here on the corner, but then as we do just a 180 turn here, you can just see house after house here just burned to the ground. Also, there are people driving up in this neighborhood, and as I mentioned, it is dangerous. You can see power lines are down in the street here, not safe to cross in this area, so people have to be very careful. But a lot of people have told us that the reason that they have come out here is because they just had to see it for themselves and to tell their loved ones if their home is still standing or not. For now, reporting live here in Pacific Palisades, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News. I'll send it back to you.
Kimberly, so distressing to see that, especially just you turning from one burning home to an empty lot to another empty lot. And then those electrical wires, it's so dangerous. You guys be careful out there. I'm sure there's no electricity right now. It's probably out, but still, it's just, and as we've been talking about all day, those hot spots, like that house is destroyed, but there's still fire
burning,
there. And say a 35-mile-per-hour gust comes through, like Kai's been talking about, that can be carried up to 5 miles at some point. And it's incredible.
I mean, nothing but the support beams and fireplaces.
Oh.
That's all that's left. And behind that hedge, there's another house on fire. You can't really tell, but on the other side of the gate, there's a fire burning in that house there. And you just can't tell what the damage is.
Yeah.
And this is Palisades, and of course we've also got the fire out in the San Gabriel Valley, which has done horrific damage overnight. Thousands of homes.
Yeah, less than
destroyed.
24 hours, and our Chip Yost is on the ground. Chip, you're Calaveras and Lake, is that correct?
Actually, no, we've moved. We walked, we were in Altadena, the last hit. We've walked back to the Pasadena neighborhood where we started this morning. So we're near Montana and Glen Rose Avenue. And I should make one correction earlier. Glen Avenue turns into Glen Rose at Montana. Earlier today I was calling this a Glen Avenue. It's actually, this side of the street is Glen Rose Avenue. So this is where we were watching. It's cleared up a little bit so you can see a lot of the damage that's been done on this street since we were here earlier. When we were here earlier, there was a lot of smoke and it was hard to see clearly the damage. Now, unfortunately, you can see a lot of what has been done. As we come over here, a couple little pieces of good news so far. Even though these two homes right here, this one and this one, have been lost, if you look to the corner here, that green house, there was a guest house in the back. That one looks like it's completely destroyed, but from what we can tell, it looks like the corner house, the main house, is still standing, and the fire was right up against it. It was right up, it did get the guest house on the property, but if you look over this way, some of the other houses, not so lucky. One that was, another, if you were here with us this morning, we talked to the resident of this home, this kind of a beige one right here next to where you see the fire. The fire was right up against that home as well. One of the folks there was able to get one of the fire trucks, because the fire trucks were just kind of, they could only go to so many houses. He got a fire truck to come over, get a hose on one of the eaves where there was some fire underneath the eaves of this house, and it's still standing. It's survived so far, and it didn't look like it had a great, it looked like it was in jeopardy possibly a little bit earlier. So that is good news. Also some good news on this side of the street. These homes, this one here got singed, as we told you about earlier. We were live during one of our shots. There was a resident was using a hose. Actually, a neighbor was helping his neighbor putting a hose on the side of that house. It saved that house, or may have saved that house, but these houses here still standing. But just a lot of damage everywhere you look. We're now in the city of Pasadena, like I said. So Pasadena side and the Altadena side, both with a lot of lost homes. We don't have a count. We just seems like every other block we go to, we see several that have been lost and some that are burning. Excuse me, do you live here in the neighborhood?
My house right there.
Oh, this is your house right here that burned down?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, Toma. Were you here when it all started?
Yes, I was getting things out, and I came back in to get my cat, and then I saw the house. We were watering. I was helping the neighbors, telling them to get their valuables, whatever's it, putting papers, get out, and we thought it wouldn't happen, but the wind kicked up and turned. It just started right up again. Next thing you know, we got ambers flying at us. Yeah.
And it's this one right here next to the one we were just telling you about, that one right there. Who was at home at the time with you?
Actually, she was gone, and I was home.
Who's that? Who was gone?
Josie was gone.
That Josie's...
The lady that I help.
I see.
Yeah.
You live here as well?
Yes.
And were you able to, was there anything you lost you weren't able to get? Were you able to save something?
A lot of stuff. I was hoping the cat mainly was out, but I got a few more tools so I can work, and then I got some clothing, personal papers, and then I saw the amber starting to come, and I just really got out of there. My daughter then would not want me to have stayed, but I did what I could do so I could still function.
I apologize if I missed it. Were you able to get the cat?
I know. Someone actually said they saw them carrying a cat down, and I described the calico, and they said it's done. So if anyone see the cat, you can leave a note at the front somehow, or let one of the neighbors know, and I'll come get the cat. I'm hoping they took it to a shelter or some center, animal shelter.
And what's the cat look like? Did it have a collar also? Or
Calico.
Was it...
Yeah, everyone kind of knows the calico is brown, black, and sort of gray and white.
Okay, did it have a collar or anything?
No
or
collar.
Was it chipped?
Yeah, no, not chipped. We couldn't afford to get her. We didn't get her chipped, which we could get.
Sorry, watching a step there. And have you guys figured out at all what you're going to do tonight, for instance? The next step is talk to Red Cross, anything like that?
Well, I actually have family, and I got a good friend, Claire. She's going to let me stay there. And my daughter and them are out Marina Valley area, so I should be all right there myself.
And Josie, I think you said her name was?
Josie, yeah, she was actually at the convalescent hospital being taken care of. So I got her there, and I tried to come get some of her belongings, but I didn't get in that area fast enough. Yeah.
I'm so sorry for everything you lost, but
Sure,
good luck with the next step and what you're going to do next. Anything else you wanted to let folks know out there besides the cat? Anything other information?
I used to be a claims adjuster, a public claims adjuster. So look at your policies. Hopefully the insurance companies will do the right thing by us. But look at your policies. Always prepare. If it's so far away, don't hesitate. And then when the fire is over a little bit, you may be able to come back and start helping. Like this neighbor there, their house is ready to be just extra water, and that extra water would probably stop that from jumping again. So don't be afraid to come back, because you can come back a little bit and help even your neighbors.
And what was your name?
Billy Threadgill.
Okay, Billy, well, good luck. Best of luck with everything, and sorry for everything you lost.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And you see, there's Billy's house right over there. And I just another thing going on, I just stepped on, there's some tree branches down. There are wires that have been down all over the place. Another thing you have to keep in mind, we're going to get out of the street here. We'll send it back to you right now. But that's just another story. And there is, multiply that by whatever number. There's stories like that all over Southern California right now.
Yeah, and Chip, you could hear the pain in his voice, just trying to save tools because he knows he wants to work, after all of this. Just Absolutely. So tough.
Yeah, while Chip was doing that report in that interview, on the other box, you're watching a fire at Calaveras and Lake Avenue in Altadena. And, it's not just, houses. It's also, there's a lot of commercial real estate that has gone down. And Mary Beth McDade is in that same area. Mary Beth, can you hear us?
Yep. Hello there. Yes, I am right on lake, right by Calaveras. And if you look behind me, Glenn, can you see this food mart? Glenn and Lou, look at the food mart going up in flames here. Do you guys see that?
We do.
Anyhow, so as we came up from the 210, we came up Lake Avenue, and as you're coming in, you're getting closer to the foothill here. It is just business after business that has been completely torched. It is just rubble on the ground right now. There's another apartment building back there that was flattened, and if we go north here, up closer to the foothills, I have a gentleman here, Scott. Scott just came down from there. We haven't even made it that far yet. We saw this. Let's pull over and get a live shot. Scott, tell me, as I look up here towards the hillside, what's going on up there?
Oh, there's just all the sorts of businesses that are burning. It's terrible. There's a establishment I frequent, Rancho, that I was kind of trying to check on, but I didn't want to get that close. I want to thing.
Yeah, approximately how many would you say up there?
I would say probably 10 to 15 businesses going, and then there's homes on the other side of it too that I'm sure are all in trouble too.
And you were saying right around Lake that there's some new construction also just become kindling.
Yeah, just with that new construction, I mean, it just goes up so quickly. I mean, I'd rather see that stuff go up than people's homes, but this is going to be difficult for a while.
So Scott, you live around here?
Yeah, I live right down Lake.
Okay, how's your home?
My home's fine. It got a lot of wind damage last night, but I kind of tried to clean up all the debris, so less kindling just in case. And just trying to keep my dogs safe and keep an eye on my neighbor's place.
I mean, looking around here, just see these different businesses in flames, all this smoke, all this debris. I mean, what goes on in your mind and your heart here in your hometown?
It's apocalyptic. I mean, it's terrible. I was wondering how the fire response would be with all the other fires going, but I'm glad to see that there's actually a lot of here for what they got. I mean, they got a lot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of LA County, a lot of Pasadena fire. Have you seen any other departments?
No, I can't say I've been paying attention to where they're from. I'm just glad to see them. Where they're from, more power to them.
Yeah, and this food mart that's going up in flames right now, is this a popular spot for people to shop?
It is. And the one right next to it, a grocery outlet, the Aldi. There's a lot of shops around here that are really important to people.
Yeah, what are some of the other ones that have gone up in flames here?
I saw there was a Bank of America that had started, but I think they got it out. And then there's car repair shops that have just burned to the ground. Just debris. That's all that's left is just mayhem.
Wow. Okay, so this fire, not even 24 hours old, and I mean, just what has it been like up here for the past, less than 24 hours?
I mean, I'm glad the winds calmed down somewhat. It seems like they might be picking up a little bit here. But I was glad that they calmed down a little bit. Hopefully they could get some control over this, but there's no controlling this right now. It's just maintaining.
And then how did you find out about, being evacuated? I understand this whole area is under mandatory evacuations.
Yeah, I mean, I got the notifications on my phone. They've been sending them pretty regularly. They're keeping us updated on where the evacuation orders are and where the warnings are, so I've just been watching that.
And Scott, are you ready to evacuate? Are you going to evacuate?
Oh, absolutely. I have my stuff ready by the door and got a suitcase in the car and got my dog stuff ready to go. So if needed, I can be out in 5 seconds.
Okay. Now, how come you haven't evacuated yet?
I just wanted to make sure everything's okay. I mean,
The realizations.
if needed.
There you go. And over at the Pasadena Convention Center, they're having evacuations there.
Yeah. I saw that that people were rallying around that, and that's a great spot to go to if you need to.
Okay, so you're not going yet. You're still gonna.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, Scott, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it. All right. Good luck with everything. Okay. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right. We're gonna continue to just be here and watch this whole grocery store just go up in flames. It's apparently a pretty popular grocery store for people to shop in this neighborhood, as Scott was saying. And just looking around here, I mean, looking down the block, big plumes of smoke. We understand that was an apartment building at one point. It is now flattened to the ground. We passed that on the way up. And again, it was just business after business. You see flower shops, you see realty shops, all just gone. And then, as Scott was saying, there is a lot of new construction in this area, and boy, oh boy, it was just like kindling, and whoosh, it just went up in flames. I think we're going to continue to maybe go check out a little bit up the block and see what else is happening. We understand up at Lake and Beverly that's another just treacherous spot with a lot of structures and businesses burning down to the ground. All right, that's going to do it for me here at this point over in Altadena. Lou, Glenn, we'll send it back to you now. We're going to go check out things and then try to get back on air and show you a little bit more about what's happening over here in the foothills of Altadena. And just one quick thing, it's just shocking to me how much this fire, this isn't even a brush fire anymore. This is a community. This is a city. I mean, these are all residents and businesses. So you can't even call it a brush fire anymore. You know what I'm saying, you guys?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. Mary Beth, thank you.
Yeah, he said it right. It's apocalyptic.
Yeah.
You said that food mart has not been there very long.
It just breaks my heart. That Aldi food market, I think they opened it. It was a grand opening, maybe 2 years, 2.5 at the very most. And that community, that part of Lake, they needed that so badly. It's a working class, a wonderful neighborhood. And that was really a saving grace for people, especially a lot of elderly people who live in that area, to go shopping. And now and the other thing, unfortunately, Glenn, this is a domino effect. So you might not have lost your home, thank goodness, but maybe now you've lost your job.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 All right. Shelby Nelson, we're going to check back in with her. She is at an evacuation center for folks who have been affected by the Eaton fire. Hi, Shelby.
Hi, Lou. Yeah, we are at the Pasadena Convention Center. This is the shelter for folks of the Eaton fire that had to evacuate their homes. And I can tell you, just all the people that we've spoken to, I mean, it runs the gamut. You've heard from people who have lost their homes, other people who really just don't know the status of their home. And I can tell you, even just outside, the air quality is terrible out there. I mean, it still looks apocalyptic, even in the skies. I mean, we got a first glimpse of the sun a second ago, but ash is still raining down out here. I just stopped this couple who has been here. You guys tell me that you've been here since 10 o'clock last night.
Yes.
And you got Star over here. Tell me the entire process when you guys evacuated. I mean, what brought you over here? What did it look like? Did you see the fire?
We did see the fire, but not until after we left our house, or as we were leaving our house. We could see the smoke all lit up, and we had a friend closer to it, so we knew it was coming. But I actually first heard about it from her. She called me to tell me about it. We had a lot of trouble getting news because we didn't have any power, and we don't have much internet without power at our house. So.
You were telling me that you still don't know the status of your home. How agonizing is that for you?
We pretty much can assume that it's gone. And it is agonizing. But it's the third time we've had to evacuate for fires. It's the first time that it's gone this way.
And may I ask, how can you assume that? Is it because you know other neighbors have lost their homes?
Yeah, we have several neighbors who have video of their neighborhoods from somebody else, but they've seen video of their houses gone, or they've heard other people report back.
We're about 200 yards from the mountains. It came through.
What's next for you guys? I mean, you've been here for almost 24 hours. It'll be later tonight, but what's next?
We're trying to figure it out. That's a big question. We have 3 cats here, and they haven't been out of their cages for about 15 hours, and we don't know what to do, so we've got to find a place where we can let them out. And then we need housing for the next week or so to figure out what's next, exactly that question.
I'm so sorry that you guys are having to deal with this. You guys are longtime Altadena residents.
Yeah, almost 40 years.
Our prayers are with you guys. I'll let you guys go and get your things. Thank you guys so much. And this couple, so many other people have gotten food, warm meals. Let's walk over here and I'll show you kind of what that looks like. You can even see dog food down there. Like I said, pets are in here. Part of the reason pets might be in here, so there are shelters for small and large animals. But I was just told by Pasadena city officials that they don't have space where those shelters are anymore for the small and large animals. So at 4 o'clock, they're going to be updating the media on where they could take those animals. I'm going to go over to this family over here. Hi, Angie. I know I talked to you earlier. How are you guys doing? I see you got your entire family here. You guys have been resting on the cots. I mean, what has this process been like for you?
It's been very tiring.
Tiring. Do you guys live in Pasadena? Do you guys live in Altadena?
We live in Pasadena going towards Altadena.
And at what point did you evacuate? At what point did you figure out that you needed to go?
When we were told to evacuate, it was like around like 5 or 6 in the morning. Yeah, this morning.
And since then, you guys have been able to get food, water.
Yeah, we got like blankets, food, dog food, water. They provided us with a lot here.
Tell me who you have here. I see this little one.
I have my dog Chamoy, and then Luna, and Benito, and then my family here.
I assume you guys all live at that one home?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
What's next for you guys? You're still trying to figure out if the home is still there or not?
We're just waiting to get the clear to go back home. I think our home is safe. God willing.
Thank you guys so much, and I hope the best for you guys and that you're able to go back home pretty soon. Anything you wanted to say or add?
That this just has been good providing here, and yeah.
You guys have been here pretty early at the Pasadena Convention Center. So many people out here. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. So, according to Pasadena city officials, there are about 1,200 people who are staying here at this shelter right now. That includes some of the elderly folks who were evacuated from senior care facilities, and you could just see how many people are still out here. There are several rooms. This is just one of the rooms, but several people walking through. Again, they've got food, warm meals, drinks, snacks, and at 4 o'clock, city officials will be updating us with the latest on this. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Shelby, thank you for that. So unfortunately, when this kind of thing happens, there's always people out there that want to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah.
And David Lazarus is here with us now to talk more about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously something that we see after all catastrophes and all emergencies. The fraudsters and the scammers step up. Just minutes ago, I was speaking with California Attorney General Rob Bonta about this. And as for scams, here's what he had to say.
We see them, unfortunately, at times like this when, people are hurting and vulnerable in need of support and services. Sometimes we see links being sent to cell phones via text where support or services are being offered if they just give their credit card number or their social security number, their important private information. Be wary of those.
Now, the best rule of thumb when it comes to this sort of thing is, yes, it's a good thing to be generous. It's a good thing to help other people. But if you're going to donate money, do so to an established, recognizable charity, the Red Cross, for example, or some other organization that might help animals, for example. Try to stick with organizations that you know, and that way you're not going to get taken advantage of. And speaking of that, oftentimes after a catastrophe of this magnitude, price gouging becomes an element for consumers, and that's something that we also need to be very, very vigilant about. I asked the Attorney General about that as well. Here's what he said.
We often see price gouging during these difficult times, and there are anti-price gouging laws in California, Penal Code 396, which prevents increasing the price of certain goods and services over 10% from the price they were before the declaration of emergency. If you see any of those prices increased over 10% from before the declaration of emergency in Ventura County or in LA County, please let us know.
And that's good advice, but at the same time, the California law also has a couple of important exceptions. For example, when it comes to food or gasoline, any price hike above 10% that happens within 30 days after the emergency, that falls under the law. After that, not so much. The real issue here, I think, for many of the people who are now going to face reconstruction, rebuilding, is what about price hikes for labor, wood, concrete, steel, all of these commodities that are going to be in very short supply after this event. And that's where the California law comes up short, because any hike above 10% that happens after 6 months, well, that almost can become fair game because we're looking at a supply and demand equation. Already there are estimates out there that damage from this California catastrophe could top $50 billion. So you can be sure that contractors and commodities will be in short supply afterwards. Supply and demand says, and economics dictate, that the costs of all these things are going to go up, and they're going to go up exponentially.
Good.
And one last thing, the Attorney General did assure me that anyone who is caught looting after something like this will be prosecuted.
Yes, and we also know that the California National Guard has been deployed as well. All right, David Lazarus, thank you so much.
All right, let's get to Alina Abovian. I think the last time we saw her, she was in Pacific Palisades. Alina?
Hi guys, yeah, I showed you this house in the last hour and you can see it's continuing to burn. We are Las Flores Canyon. This is right above La Costa Beach, right above PCH, and dozens and dozens of homes in this neighborhood already gone, totally flat. There was a fire engine, rather there is a fire engine. If we just pan over that way, you can see a couple firefighters out here. They're doing what they can with this house, but honestly, there's really no saving it. It's completely compromised, and I think what they're just trying to do at this point is just to keep the flames contained specifically to this property. I would say 80% of the homes in this neighborhood have burned down, but there are a few, so the goal at least is to keep the fire contained to this as much as they possibly can, because just looking around you can see there is still so much fuel. If one of the embers from this fire happens to catch fire to one of the palm trees, it can go down again to PCH. And just looking at all the blackout here, you can see this was the trajectory of the fire last night when it started here coming from Topanga and just traveling through all the way down to PCH. If we turn around this way, I could show you this neighborhood and you can get a better idea of what happened here. This right here was once a driveway. This house is gone. And you can see a clear view down to PCH. You can see the ocean. Of course, that's not the view we think of when we think about PCH. I mentioned earlier, I grew up in LA, driving down PCH, admiring all the beautiful multi-million-dollar homes from Santa Monica all the way to Malibu, one of my favorite things to do. And it's just a completely different scene out here. The California dream, it's a nightmare. There's no other way to explain it. If we look down this way, I'm gonna have Eddie, my photojournalist, follow me. This house, it's just a pile of rubble now. And the same could be said for so many houses here. You can see the house right in front of it, the same situation. The house down there, the same situation. And it goes on and on and on. And it's devastating. I mean, this is Malibu. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. People dream and save and work their whole lives to buy a property here, to own a piece of this. And it's now just, it's a devastation. I'm going to show you up there as well. There's another active fire burning. We're going to turn over this way to go on the other side of the truck. This is a pretty narrow street here, so you can imagine the difficulty engines have going through this area. Thankfully, everyone followed evacuation orders last night and they left, giving fire crews a fair chance to be able to tackle this fire the best they can. But the wind now, as you can see, it's pretty calm, not really an issue. But last night, it was ripping through here, and that's what created the situation for this fire to spread so quickly. Eddie, can we go down this way? All right, we've got a cord that's tangled, so as soon as we untangle it, we can go down the street here. Okay. So, again, this is Las Flores Canyon, and if we go around the corner here, you can get an idea of what happened here since last night. Home after home, burned to rubble. If we continue to walk over this way, just following the black smoke, you can see there's another active fire just up that way, where that American flag is. So some of the flare-ups out here, I mean, the good news is, the only good news is that the wind seems to be calming down. We're not seeing it pick up, so that's always a good sign that the situation is at least calming down. We haven't heard as far as containment goes. We don't believe there's any containment out here. We're just looking at the damage, and you know, there are no words to explain what happened here. This entire community is gone. This entire community is gone. And unfortunately, people who live here in Malibu, live here in Pacific Palisades, they went through this a few years ago, and now it's just happening again. And it makes you wonder, when is this going to end? You know, looking at the topography of Southern California and the nature out here with the Santa Ana winds and what happens. I mean, this particular wind event, we haven't seen anything like this. I've never experienced anything like this, being an LA native my entire life. And it's hard to imagine them being able to save these communities, considering the wind and what we went through in the last 24 hours. And this is the result of it. Utter devastation. So many people have lost their homes. Where do you pick up from here? How do you rebuild? You know, you have to, it's a battle now with the insurance companies to try and figure it out. But that aside, it's a matter of coming to terms with what's been lost and picking up the pieces, you know, people trying to understand and wrap their head around how are they going to carry on with their lives. Let's walk over back this way just to give you another peek at the house here that's fully engulfed. This seems to be one of the last active fires in this area. So we do have one engine out here, a couple engines down on PCH. And as I mentioned earlier, more than 100 homes along PCH, Carbon Beach, La Costa Beach have burned. You can see that firefighter there, very close to the flames. He's on the property, and we can hear the wood breaking, the glass. It's shocking, guys. I mean, we're right here, front row seat to just this nightmare. We'll send it back to you.
You know, that was somebody's dream home.
Yeah. Alina, thank you.
And why wouldn't it be? I mean,
yeah.
It's amazing.
Great views of the Pacific Ocean. And, you know, and a big concern here in California, it's been a story the last couple of years of insurance companies pulling out. And a lot of people, even in the last couple of months, you know, their insurance company said, we're not going to cover for fires anymore.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be worse now.
Yeah.
In terms of that. Really quickly, Alina is on the west side of that fire line right now. On the east side, as you get closer to the Getty Center, closer towards Sepulveda and the 405, unfortunately, we're seeing some significant wind gusts moving through those particular areas, and that's why there's so much smoke in the environment right now. I'm looking at some gusts of 36, 37, 38, 40 miles per hour. And again, that's closer to the 405, closer to the Getty Center area where we're looking at this live shot. Again, that's a little bit to the southwest as you make your way towards Topanga Canyon. And they're still seeing sporadic gusts here as well. And you can see that with the smoke at the top of your screen. It's moving back and forth. But not only, of course, are we concerned with the winds here in the Malibu area, but also in Orange County right now. I'm picking up some gusts of up to 35, 40, 45 miles per hour as well in cities like Santa Ana. They've got some very strong wind gusts. Corona, picking up some 28 mile per hour sustained wind speeds, and also San Bernardino right now. If you're in the Inland Empire, you are feeling it this afternoon. There's no doubt about it. San Bernardino picking up a sustained wind gust right now of about 30 miles per hour. So that puts the gust anywhere between 35 to 37 miles per hour. Chino picking up some 22 mile per hour sustained winds right now. So we're seeing the shift really, Glenn and Lou, as the area of low pressure, that cold core low, is now moving in a southeasterly direction. If you can imagine that in your mind towards the Four Corner states, now we're seeing that low, which turns in a counterclockwise rotation, bringing some of that energy there. You can see it on the screen right now. As you can see again, San Bernardino, Corona, Santa Ana, sustained winds between 28 to 30 miles per hour. Burbank, Van Nuys, sustained winds 23 to 24 miles per hour. And this is just amazing. When you add in the fact that it's so bone dry outside, look at Van Nuys right now, 8% relative humidity. And look at that smoke. That's the plume that I was mentioning to you.
Wow.
It's just never ending.
No. All right, joining us on the phone right now is Lisa Dadarian. She's Public Information Officer for the City of Pasadena. Lisa, tough day, not just for Pasadena, but a lot of LA County altogether.
Agree. Our hearts go out to those who were impacted, and we want to assure them that we have over 2,000 city employees that are out there helping. Police and fire are being recalled, working overtime, and we will stay with the community and support them until as long as the need exists.
And Lisa, at this time, what are the main components that you guys are focused on?
Shelter care, and operations. We have about 1,200 residents at the Pasadena Convention Center right now. Several of them were the ones that were evacuated from a assisted living facility last night. Our police department did an amazing job, literally loading up many of these residents in the back of their Bearcat as the building was on fire and evacuating them. So we do have our Pasadena Public Health nurses that are supporting any of their medical needs there at the shelter. And in the meantime, we're working with that, and we also we have trees down, we have power lines, so we're doing what we typically see with debris removal, but priority is the public safety and keeping these residents safe at the shelter.
Well, we've seen it in a lot of places, especially in the Palisades, where the firefighters couldn't really fight the fires. It's more about trying to save people's lives. Has it been the same situation in Pasadena, or have they actually been able to work on trying to put some of these fires out?
We've done a great job putting the fires out. We have aid coming from out of state to assist us. We requested, I think it was 50 strike teams, and that's 5 engines per team. So that's hundreds of personnel that we've had coming in overnight and throughout the day. I think because of the Palisades fire yesterday, and when we saw that vehicles were getting backed up, people weren't evacuating early on. Last night when we put out the evacuation orders, people immediately followed. We saw residents loading up their cars, getting out, and following the police orders.
It was so moving and powerful to see so many people come together when that medical center was on fire, and even a city bus. You guys utilized a bus to be able to put some of those patients on there, if I'm correct.
No, you're absolutely right. So just heroic work from our police department. Our firefighters have been out there 24/7, nonstop. They're away from their families. Some of them have homes in the affected areas, but their priority is our community. So we've seen so much good kind of come out of such a bad situation, and we're still seeing fires in our area, homes that are completely destroyed. It's still too early to assess exact numbers, but well over 100 homes and structures. And it's just devastating to see. When the National Weather Service said life-threatening, we bumped up our game, not realizing that, this is real. So we appreciate the fact people did follow their orders.
Well, this is considered now one of the worst disasters ever to hit California, especially Southern California. Very comparable to the Northridge earthquake. As far as just Pasadena alone, would you agree with that?
100%. I remember the Kinaloa fires in the early 90s that impacted this similar area here. A lot of homes lost. It was wind-driven, so that was very reminiscent of the early 90s. And we had the windstorms in 2011. Fortunately, no homes with major destruction or damage, no lives lost, but $18 million of damage. So this far exceeds anything that I hope we never see again and have seen in the past.
And Lisa, for those viewers who live in Pasadena, Altadena area, any advice for them? Anything you want to share?
Yeah, please stay out of the impacted areas. We're finding, look-a-loos are going up there, taking pictures. Stay away. We need to get the proper resources up there. It's going to be a sustained operation for several days, weeks. We need to keep those roads cleared for the utilities to be able to get up there, to be able to talk to these homeowners. So, please stay away from these areas unless you're a resident or have official business up there.
Yesterday, we obviously, when there's a big fire that, it's all started in the Palisades yesterday, we saw a lot of, fire departments from other cities that were coming in to help. Did Pasadena send firefighters over there and then have to call them back home?
Yes, we did send them over there. We recalled firefighters. We called them in from off duty. We did staff up prior to the wind events, knowing it was going to be significant. So we always prepare for the worst, hope for the best. But in this situation, all the worst case scenarios seem to be coming to fruition.
All right. Well, Lisa, thank you. Dodarian from the Pasadena City. She's the PIO. We appreciate your time and information.
Thank you. Be safe.
All right. Let's head to the newsroom with Samantha Cortese. She's got some more information on evacuations.
Hi, Glenn and Lou. I wanted to bring you an update from the city of Santa Monica. We can take a look, if we break away just a moment from this live look, a devastating look over at Eaton Canyon. Let's look back at Palisades fire evacuations on the map here. This is an evacuation order, order and warning, which has been extended in the city of Santa Monica. They just pushed out this alert to people in the area. Now this has expanded north of San Vicente, which we already knew, but now between Ocean and 26th and north of Montana from PCH to 11th Street. An evacuation warning has been issued to all areas north of Wilshire and west of 10th Street. They say it's advised for people to prepare a potential evacuation order if you're in this area. This is densely populated Santa Monica, and it is really hard to comprehend and grasp that we are at the point now of this fire where it is moving along this densely populated, not to be redundant, part of Santa Monica, highly famous for its tourism, getting closer. The pier, let me be clear, is not under any evacuation order or warning, as you can see here. But it's really not that far off as far as the evacuation warnings go. And right above it, the orders. I know yesterday when we started saying near San Vicente, that was hard to believe. And Glenn and Lou, just moments ago, we got the word from the city of Santa Monica that once again, San Vicente between Ocean and 26th and north of Montana from PCH to 11th has also been given an evacuation order. That means go. It's not a warning, that's an evacuation order for that area. The warning has been issued to all areas north of Wilshire and west of 10th Street. We know yesterday Santa Monica closed the 10 at Lincoln in an effort to provide clear streets for people in the Palisades to evacuate. Now the city of Santa Monica also dealing with these evacuation orders and warnings. Our own Eric Spillman, who's in the area, has been also keeping us posted on what's going on there. He tweeted a video moments ago of the Palisades fire now burning into Santa Monica Canyon in the Upper Mesa area. Glenn and Lou, it's just shocking to think that we're talking about this part of Santa Monica. I know we've been looking at the Palisades. A lot of people understand that if it's close to the mountain, if it's close to wildlands that haven't burned or been cleared, people, I think, including myself, can grasp that a little better than understanding that it's getting so close to the ocean at Ocean Boulevard. It's getting so close to these apartment complexes, these townhomes. These are not just big mansions on the west side. These are people who've been living in, for example, rent-controlled apartments for 30 plus years, now having to gather their things and evacuate. So Glenn and Lou, just wanted to bring you that update from the city of Santa Monica.
Samantha, you had mentioned Wilshire and 10th.
Yes.
Were you saying evacuation mandatory?
Evacuation warning has been issued for all areas north of Wilshire, west of 10th. So north of Wilshire, west of 10th. I can zoom in this map. A little temperamental, but here's one part of the evacuation warnings. That's in the yellow. You see there. And then right above it, I know it's just hard to comprehend. It's hard to comprehend. And then you're seeing in the red, those are orders. Those people are told to go. San Vicente down to Montana, all the way down to the beach. And then if you look above that, close to the Riviera is under evacuation order. And then on the other side of San Vicente, evacuation warning. That was issued just moments ago, about 15 minutes ago from the city of Santa Monica. I have a list of resources I can read off as well if people still need somewhere to go. That's Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda, El Camino Real Charter. That's a high school on Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Pasadena Convention Center, still taking people in Pasadena. And as far as animals go, which I know will not be an issue for most of the people we're reading about here in Santa Monica, but large animals, we're still trying to get clarification on Pierce College, because we have heard and people have commented on social hearing that that is full. I've placed a call to Pierce College but haven't heard back. But as far as, I know a lot of people, even Lou, you know, if you got to leave with your big dog, there are some places that don't take animals. So where do you go? And that's why I just wanted to be clear about evacuation centers. Westwood Recreation Center will take small animals and evacuees. Also, I wanted to note, Airbnb is partnering with 211 to provide resources for people who need to get out, people whose homes are burned and they have nowhere to go. Again, that's 211. It's a service, a nonprofit service working with Airbnb to place displaced people into somewhere to go for the evening. There are, of course, requirements. You have to prove that you've been evacuated. They don't want people taking advantage of that service. But also, if you just need somewhere to go, to charge your phone, to take a shower, LA County Planet Fitness is taking in people with no membership required. Place to rest, a place to grab some Wi-Fi, a place to charge your phone. They emphasize the locker rooms, the showers for people who just need somewhere to go. That's available. Dogtopia in Pasadena just emailed us saying that they are helping out with people who have dogs who they don't have anywhere to take their animals at this time. So again, that's Dogtopia Pasadena. There's a disaster distress helpline available through the federal government. That's called SAM HSA. That's the acronym SAMHSA. You can search that as well. They're doing free resources for mental health care. Teladoc is offering no-cost medical care and resources to people who've been affected by this. Again, that is Teladoc. So if you know someone who may be experiencing sore throat, fatigue, maybe symptoms because of the air quality, they are offering no-cost 24/7 phone calls and medical care with professionals. That's Teladoc as well. And we are getting countless emails from people asking, where do I help? How do I help? What can I do? And right now we are in such early stages of this that these centers are just getting organized. I know Gail Anderson was out there with, wonderful people trying to help their neighbors, trying to gather toiletries, basic clothes and shoes for people who left in a moment's notice. And Glenn, Lou, Kai, I wish we didn't have the news of more evacuation orders, but that is the case right now in the city of Santa Monica.
That is a densely populated
It's
area,
shocking.
not just apartment buildings,
Right.
but beautiful tree-lined streets with really nice homes.
It's basically checkerboarded.
Yeah.
All the
Right.
streets are there.
Again, Eric said this is now burning into Santa Monica Canyon in the Upper Mesa area.
Well, Sam, going in there, like if you're going down towards the beach in like West Channel or any of those areas, it's really tight, and I'm sure they just want everybody out of there so that first responders, people can get in there to help battle any fire that could break out in there. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. As we were talking about, Santa Monica asked people last night, please don't travel north if you don't have to. Non-essential travel, they were asking to stay at home. People, please don't go north on PCH to Malibu, to the Palisades. I know people probably wanted to go help their friends or check on their family. Totally understandable. But they were saying at the time they need space for fire engines to get up there, get in there, get out of there. EMTs need to assist people who were stuck in their homes. And I know we saw yesterday a lot of people abandoning their cars at a moment's notice. I haven't heard anything about that kind of issue today. I've been scouring social media. But Kai, you're right. They even shut down the 10 at Lincoln yesterday just to make sure these cars and emergency vehicles could get in. And we are also hearing that so many fire crews from out of state are joining this help. Oregon, Washington, Nevada, all coming in to help the state of California, who's just strapped with 4 fires going on right now. And more evacuations in Santa Monica. It's just hard to believe.
Yeah, and Sam, unfortunately, and Glenn and Lou, we also have another fire to report for you. This one is in Acton. This is called now the Lydia Fire, Lidia. And unfortunately, we're getting reports of structures that are on fire in that area. Basically, the Lydia Fire, it's about 50 acres so far. It's near the 5700 block of Soledad Canyon Road. Again, this is in Acton, and we're also hearing from the Palmdale Sheriff's Station. They've heard that they're still evaluating, but basically about evacuation orders. There's none right now, but they're thinking that through. They're contemplating it. And highway patrol officials, again, this is in the Acton area. If you're listening, watching us here on KTLA, They're also trying to get in there, CHP, to help with road closures. And Soledad Canyon Road is closed in both directions at Crown Valley Road. And again, that's because the fire department needs to get in there. And that Lydia fire now is 0% containment.
Yeah. We've seen some big fires enacted in the past.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
a lot of ranches up there.
Yes, beautiful.
Homes with a lot of properties. Houses aren't stacked up on each other like they are, here in greater Los Angeles. But, it's a beautiful area, but boy, when it catches on fire, it's bad news.
And they too have tons of animals. I mean, it's horse country and different farm animals and grazing animals there as well.
I feel like it's called, the Gentle Barn, possibly, is up in Acton.
Yeah, it's in the Acton area,
So, but they're pretty. They are used to things like this, so they have an evacuation plan. So,
real quick,
yeah,
we're looking at your screen. This is live. Again, this is the Getty Center. You can see it in the middle, but just again, right off the Getty Center behind it. That's where you're seeing, again, these winds. They are picking up, and look at the smoke plume. It extends well out into the Pacific. And then as you get a little bit closer towards the coast, once you make your down, probably near the channel, the West Channel area, as you get down towards maybe the lifeguard station there, Baywatch is what we like to call it there at Will Rogers, it looks like you could see a little smoke plume. You see that on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. So it's getting very, very dangerous in that particular area, and I think that has a huge part to play in why the evacuation orders have been issued in that Santa Monica area, and again, all the way to Montana Avenue, which is just amazing. And again, that whole pocket, as Glenn just mentioned, heavily populated.
Yeah. All right, let's head out back to the Eden fire. Erin Myers, she's currently at what they like to call Christmas Tree Lane. Erin?
Hi, Glenn. Yeah, this is Altadena and Santa Rosa, and I'll step out of the way so you can get a better look, but things definitely still burning here. You can see this home destroyed, the one behind it's still on fire. And then if we pan, we're going to pan slowly as we've been having signal issues, but you can see so much smoke in this area as well. So a lot of structures still burning here. And actually, every home on the corner here at Altadena and Santa Rosa, unfortunately, has been destroyed. Now, we have seen fire crews here. Kern County Fire is actually just around the corner. We saw them a bit ago. They are working on actually putting out that fire that you can see in this one home, because the home next to it, I can't show it to you, but the home next to it looks to be standing still. So they are trying to put out the flames on the one that is still burning. And then the home here, there are just, looks like possibly at least a dozen cars, some of them just completely gone, completely destroyed. Some of them then look like old cars, some of those old-fashioned cars that you would see at car shows, things like that. And one thing I want to mention in this area as well is we're seeing a lot of people driving around here on Altadena Drive. To this point, it is very smoky. Visibility is okay where we are, but down the road a little bit, it gets worse. And there are fire crews all around this. Come through a short time ago. They turned on their sirens. People are taking photos. They're coming out taking videos. Many of them media, but others are not. And so just better to stay out of crews' ways at this point. Now, Christmas Tree Lane has been around for more than 95 years. People go all along Santa Rosa. It's about a mile long, and you can come see the lights, something people really enjoy every holiday. And you can just see the destruction here. So something so sad and very difficult. And this is what we've been seeing all around Altadena today when we got here around 9:30 this morning. Some homes okay, then you go 2 homes down and you seeing those heavy winds and those embers sparking things.
All right, we're having some problems with Erin's signal, but Mary Beth McDade is nearby.
We'll start there. Wait, I'll bring it in a sec. Okay, all right. Yeah, how are you guys? I just we're back here at that food mart. You know, I was wondering why they weren't concerned that the front of that food mart was burning. Well, now I understand, because we came around the other side of the food mart. You can see there is actually no building there. That food mart is all gone. We got a LA County fire helicopter going above us as we speak. Anyhow, that food mart is no longer there. And then behind the food mart, there were blocks of homes. They are no longer there as well. And I'm going to bring in here, I have Wayne.
Trying to get that new plume.
Yep,
Yes.
yep. We have new plumes popping up all over. I think you're right. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Yes,
Yep, there
yes,
you go.
yes.
And what do we
Oh,
think?
that's a water drop.
There we go.
That's our first water drop. And the first time we saw that today.
I know. Well, there's got a lot of fires going on. Now, that new plume we're looking at, Wayne, what do we think that is over there?
If that's not Jack in the Box, I hope it's not the post office.
Okay, but that's straight up the street. What do we think that plume is that they just did the water drop on?
That right there is just an apartment building that's up in that area.
Okay.
Up in that area is all apartments back in there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, condo complex up in there.
Okay, before we get to that Jack in the Box, let's just look behind. You used to
Yes.
work here. This was a whole complex.
Yes.
All those businesses,
Yeah.
guys, they're gone.
They're gone.
And you were saying behind it was what?
The mosque here. The
Okay,
mosque.
you worked at the mosque?
No, we go there and pray sometimes.
Okay,
Yeah, for the
okay.
Muslim brothers. No Ramadan this year, I don't think.
Oh, well, hopefully you can find another spot. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
I hope
wow.
so. But
So
this is
what
all
kind of
gone.
businesses were all here that are now gone?
Tax, cafe, you know, just a lot of stuff. Food, yeah. Halal food, all that.
How hard is it? I mean, this was your place of worship. How hard is this to see your place of worship is just
Well,
gone?
now that I'm not on camera, I don't want to cry.
Aw, I'm so sorry.
You know, it was in the family.
Yeah.
You know, so like I said, then you got up the street there. They're trying to save Chevron from
Okay,
blowing
that's
up.
right. Ooh, hey,
Yeah.
Benton, if we can just shoot up there.
Yeah.
So there's more plumes of smoke going on up
Yeah,
there.
right there,
And-
that plume of smoke. That's
Okay.
Chevron up there.
And you were saying there's some deep concerns about that Chevron gas station.
Yeah, I believe they said it might blow. So they don't want too many people up there. So if you're hitting up there, be careful.
Okay, I will, I
Yeah.
promise. And then what were you saying about the Jack in the Box? And you have a lot of favorite restaurants you're
Yeah,
watching.
it's all gone. It's all gone.
What
grew up.
restaurants
So I'm like-
were there and are no longer gone?
Yeah, we don't know for sure
Right.
because they won't let us up there.
They're there. Joe's Pizza's gone.
Joe Pizza's
gone?
Happy Days is gone.
Oh, here, wait, come
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah, come on
Okay,
in.
here's our preschool teacher.
Oh,
I know
okay.
you're
Yeah.
familiar
Well, I
here
grew
too.
up in this area.
Okay. Your name again?
My name is Marcia.
Marcia, that's right.
Okay.
Marcia, what businesses are gone up there?
Okay, Oh Happy Days. It's a natural whole food store. Pizza, everyone loved it. It's gone. The Rhythms of the Village, an African unique store for the community, it's gone. And I hope the Republic thrift store, the best thrift store in Pasadena, Altadena, I hope is still there, but it was earlier, but I don't know now.
And I know you said you went just right over here about a parking lot away, if you will,
Yes.
was where you taught preschool. How's the preschool?
It is burned down. Actually, the early childhood where the 1-year-olds would attend, that building is still standing, but the 3 through 5 age group playground and the offices are gone. And because it's on the church premises, the church is completely gone.
Oh, well, what church is that, Marcia?
This was Calaveras Methodist, I believe, or Baptist.
Baptist.
Very
Okay.
traditional church. Everybody knows this church. It's gone.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And then, Marcia, how was your home?
My home, I live close, but it was very close. It's still standing, but we did have to evacuate last night.
You did, okay.
Yeah.
And I know, Wayne, when I talked to you last hour, you're ready to go though, right, if need be?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
And Wayne, you did some good deeds last night. I understand you helped put out some fires and save some businesses.
Yeah. I saved some business, put out the fire. I want a place to come to, you know, when everything is over. I got some senior citizens out. I just try to do what I can. That's all I can say.
I mean, it's such a cute community. You know, you can look around here. We got the barber shop, you got a spa, you got all these cute restaurants. You had all these fish and chips and coffee shops
Well,
and
Aldi's is gone. Aldi's is gone.
This is unbelievable.
All the houses in the back of Aldi's is gone.
Yeah, how many homes were back there behind the food
Tell
mart?
you, but it was a lot of
I
them.
have a friend who lost her home right on the next corner.
There's a lot of them.
I actually attended a barbecue right there, right at the end of this walkway here.
Yeah, it was interesting. When we first got here, we were like, all right, let's hurry up, do a live shot. We're in front of the food mart. And I was wondering, why are the firemen not worried about this? And then we came around here and I saw, because there is no building there anymore.
No.
It's just the front facade, if you will. The rest is gone.
We are surprised right now that Elliot's not gone.
And what is Elliot?
This is where I graduated from junior high school.
Oh, this is your junior
This
high
is my
school.
old junior high school.
Well, you can see some trees got it.
Yeah, I
But
heard
thank God they saved it.
Yeah, yeah, thankful. Oh, actually, you see some fire burning right now. There is a part of. Oh, I'm so sorry.
that's okay.
It is on fire on the other side.
Of this school?
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, that's not
Yeah.
good. And what do you guys think of those booms going off we keep hearing?
So scary
That's
right
why
now.
it's almost time to get out of here.
Oh, yeah, really.
I mean, I feel like they're getting louder and closer.
Louder, yeah. At night, it really scares you. Like last night, it scared.
Did you guys get any sleep up here last night?
No, I did not sleep at all last night. I've been up 24 hours. I started watching the news at 6, and I have not gone to sleep yet.
Okay. And Wayne, how
The
about
fire started from Eaton K, and I watched it from, I think it started, about 9 something? And I've been up since 9 o'clock last night. I have not slept. And it just slowly moved across, going west.
Yeah, it really is just unbelievable. And I know where they did that big water drop, you guys. Boy, there's still a very large plume up there.
Oh, yeah.
It's scary, all the different
Yeah.
large plumes of, and it's, it's that thick, dark smoke. So, it's got a lot of stuff to burn.
Right, right.
The only thing, a little bit of good news, is that we don't have the winds today like we did last night. I mean, those were wicked.
Yes.
I mean, there were waves of embers coming down, rolling down streets and
One of
flying.
the embers would have hit you, you'd have felt it.
Oh, yeah.
You'd have felt it. It'll burn you.
Yeah.
They were that thick, about that big. So, yeah.
And I know some people were concerned with water, but there's 2 fire hydrants right here on lake near how do I say Calaver? How do I say that street again?
Calaveras.
Calaveras, thank you. And we have been watching as the fire trucks keep coming down the mountain. There's 2 of them right here, one by this bus bench and then one just a few feet up. And they keep filling up the fire trucks. So I know some areas or something were experiencing fire hydrants that weren't working. Well, these 2 seem to be working quite well because we are witnessing as fire truck after fire truck keeps, filling it up with water, and then we watch as it goes back up. Boy, you can really see flames, you guys, right here on the right.
They're everywhere.
Marcia, what do you think that is right there?
That is a Catholic. Oh, that is the church right there.
That's what church is that?
I believe that's Lifeline. Isn't that Lifeline?
Here, Wayne, come here. Look, you can see right there is the flames. What is that flames right there?
Lifeline Christian
Yeah.
Fellowship Church.
Yeah, that's Lifeline Christian Fellowship Church.
Wow, boy, you guys have a lot of churches here.
Yeah, we
well,
do.
or you did. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, definitely gonna need a lot of rebuilding here in this Altadena neighborhood.
And that's the Fox. That looks like the Fox, the restaurant.
The Fox is already gone.
It's already gone?
The Fox is all the way gone.
Is that a popular restaurant up here, guys?
That place has been there for 40 years. Everyone in town, when they want to get a good breakfast in the morning, that's where you go.
Oh, Wayne, is that where you said you saw our weatherman, Kai Goldberg?
Yeah. He goes up there. He goes Mendocino, that little restaurant that's up there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's around up there.
Kai, I'm sure you're listening, and word has it that you frequent this neighborhood up here, and unfortunately, Kai, I mean, I'm sorry to say, but apparently a lot of your hot spots that you enjoyed having breakfast in and such are no longer there.
He knows where the hardware store is up there. So, yeah, it's a little restaurant next to the hardware store, bike shop, and I've seen him hanging out up in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, just hopefully the Chevron's okay and what have you. That's a little fearful, but I hear Kai going. He's right. So obviously, yes, that is exactly where our friend Kai Goldberg used to hang out. Kai, I'm so sorry here. I'm out here with two of your fans.
Well, no, Mary Beth,
unfortunately, we're
please
out
give
here
them a big,
just kind of,
please give them a big hello for me and tell them to stay safe. And that's why our community is so nice and comfortable. That's why our community is so great, because of people like those two right there.
Aw, so you guys can't hear, but Kai's talking to me and he's asking me, thank you and please stay safe. And that is because of people like you that make this community so wonderful. So, I mean, I've been out here and have a lovely chat with these guys. I mean, you guys are part of the heart of the community. You can tell, we've got our preschool teacher, we've got Mr. Wayne from 1997 who's keeping people in line. We got a lot of looky-loos, unfortunately, out here with cameras, and they're getting away these fire trucks. Wayne knows half of them and says, all right, move along here, mister. It is scary, though, because they really are. There's too many people up here with their cameras. They're not paying attention, and they're getting away these fire trucks. And it's like, come on, guys, get out of the way. We look, here comes another fire truck. Let's see if this person with their camera, and we got a fire truck coming. Maybe they'll move over and just
fill up again.
Yep, coming to fill up again.
This time they're using both.
Yeah, there's far too much traffic in a mandatory evacuation area. I got to be honest. I've watched too many cars get in the way of these fire trucks and these firefighters trying to do their job up here. I'm sorry. What were you saying, Wayne?
No, that was just the flower shop up there. We think.
Next to the brick building. It's
Yeah.
the new flower shop.
The flower shop's gone too.
It's on fire right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
See that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay, Wayne. Just don't.
Right where you see the white sign, right there.
Yeah,
That's the flower shop, right there.
Oh, and that's gone too.
Yeah, we think so. We think that's gone too. Just like I said, they won't let us past Calaveras.
Yeah, I think that's because of the fear of that Chevron station up there.
Yeah, and the smoke. They said the smoke has a lot of chemicals that will, it will kill you.
Yeah.
Let's put it blank.
Yep. No,
Can't
you're
breathe
right.
this stuff.
You're right. Absolutely. That's why we have our masks on, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my
So-
gosh, Wayne, I'm so sorry to be here with you, and I know you only live a block away, and it's interesting that the homes behind you I'm seeing are completely gone.
It's completely gone. It's completely gone. I think the only buildings that are standing, as you can see, this is a senior citizen complex.
Okay.
And I have a senior citizen complex right across the street. Everything that has Adobe brick on top, no problem.
Oh, that's it. They won't get into the eaves with that type of brick on top?
I'm praying it doesn't.
Okay.
But
Do
so
we know,
far-
did they evacuate these senior centers?
They did it last night around 4-something this morning. They had about 8 or 9 big buses, fire department, sheriffs, they got them out.
Oh, thank God.
And those people pay $1 million for those places. That's a retirement home.
I got you. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, those are retirement homes.
And then, you're coming up Lake, and it's just, as we were driving here, and you and I were talking about, there are different apartment buildings.
Yeah.
Just, on your way from Lake heading down towards the 210 that are just flattened to the ground, rubble.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. You go all the way down this block, everything's flat. Everything's flat. So.
March, I take it you haven't been down that far yet.
Okay, I live on Washington, so it couldn't be that far because I came up Lake. I'm thinking maybe like a half a mile down.
Yeah, that'd be fair to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It sounds like I can hear, it's hard to see it. We don't see it yet, but I hear another helicopter. Let's see if they're going to make. Okay, we're just hearing another helicopter. It's funny, you don't see them though till they're right over you just because the smoke is so thick. But we did see that one airdrop. All right, you guys, we're going to continue to monitor the situation here in Altadena. Wayne, Marsha, thank you guys so much. It's been wonderful, chatting with you. Of course. All right, we will say goodbye for now. We'll check in back with you later, and goodbye from Kai as well, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Now that we've established that Kai is the local celebrity there, the time is 3:09 if you were tuning in for the KTLA 5 News at 3 at the top of the hour. We are continuing our live coverage here on KTLA 5
Oh, thank
of
goodness.
this wildfire emergency, and that is a beautiful sight to see right now.
Beautiful shot. I said to Kai earlier, it's like seeing a great friend that you haven't seen in a while when they move into the neighborhood because they haven't been able to fly because of the wind gust. Chip, what's going on?
department.
Oh, y'all got us back there, Lou and Glenn?
Hi, Chip.
Hey there,
Where
Lou and
are
Glenn.
you?
Yeah, are you with us?
Yes, we are. Hi, Chip.
Hey, sorry. Yeah, we are here in hey there. We're here in Altadena, and it's quite an interesting situation going on. We're on Altadena Drive, near Lake, but right over here, this is the Altadena Deluxe Apartments. And when we pulled up, you can see one of the buildings in the back there. It looks like at least part of the building. I can't tell if it's the whole building, just a unit or two, but that part you're looking at right there of this apartment complex, completely engulfed. Just before you came to us, you saw, I think you were on the shot we were on, you saw the chopper do a water drop just kind of behind that area. And if you had the audio up, you might have heard some cheers, because we're sitting here with some of the residents of this apartment complex. These ladies right here, I was just talking to you, ladies. I didn't catch your names, lady. Ann
Huckabee.
Ann Huckabee, and yours?
Gina Ann Huckabee.
And yours?
And I'm Asia. That's AJABURWELL.
Gotcha. And y'all live here. You actually are in the part that is not on fire right now, correct?
I've been here for 37 years.
How long?
37 years I have been here. I have not moved 1 inch. I have been here ever since.
Were you here when the fire started? And tell me what happened.
I was not here when the fire started.
You evacuated.
And we evacuated. Yes, they told us. At first they told us that it wasn't mandatory. So we stayed a little bit. And then things got worse. The smell, and my granddaughter noticed how the aura was, how it was so much, light and everything. And then she said, we need to go. So that's when we, got up and we left. Yeah, we came to her, we went to her.
Yes, and you just came back here. You're trying to actually get in there even like this.
The policeman said, if you can get through there, you go ahead through your own volition, basically. So
basically at your own risk, basically.
Your own risk. So I said, okay.
Because you needed your mom, or you need medication, right?
She needs medication. She has all kinds of work that she does as far as writing and everything. This is 37 years. And I won't tell you how old I am. I grew up in this community. And Altadena, California is unlike any place, I can guarantee you. They're friendly people. Right now I'm living in Los Angeles. This is totally worth everything that people put into it, because it is not only just beautiful on the outside, the people on the inside make this community. And for it to go down this type of way is an atrocity. It is it's killed me. Then my mother called, and they had to come to my house, and then I had to drive back, because we had all these stories. Rite Aid was gone.
Yeah, and if you're looking, folks, you probably just saw the video Andre just shot, the Rite Aid sign. Look at the Rite Aid sign over there. That's from the windstorm yesterday.
Not the fire.
So that shows you right there how strong the winds were with that Rite Aid sign. To be able to blow this fire through like it is. And I was mentioning, as you may have heard me as we were coming on, you guys were cheering on the firefighters. I mean, you're like their own cheering section.
Because they do such a great, hard job, and they don't get paid. Really, I found out what a lawyer makes. They're very dangerous. Yeah.
I always pray for them, because I know what they do. And it's really something, it's amazing to me, because I watch all of that. I watch what they do. And it is amazing. They put their lives on, for us, to take care of us. And I can understand how they feel. But I'm so happy to see what they do. And I think that they should be paid much, much more. They're not being paid enough.
Now, when that first helicopter about 10 minutes ago we saw, was that the first one you guys saw? And what was your reaction? Tell me when you saw it.
Oh, it was amazing, but I've seen it before, though. So I know the Governor Newsom talked about the helicopters, and especially the other two, the special ones that they have. And I don't understand why they were not using that before, because it was a small fire before. And it should not have gotten out of hand like this. It would have been cleared. All this would not be happening right now if they had done it, because we saw it on TV and we saw the brush. And I said, if they get to that, then there will be no problem. But now it's just doubled in size. Yes.
Millions of dollars this property is worth. It's like tripled in since I watched it since 2013.
In Asia, it's Asia,
it's
right?
amazing.
Yeah. How are you doing? I know you're saying you had some stuff you wanted to get out of there.
Mainly just my artist stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you're an artist.
Yeah.
She does manga and
I was only going to get like my fairy tale manga collection.
Yeah. And what
But I couldn't get all you did animation, but you couldn't get up there, obviously, right?
No. And my mother didn't get out fast. She got out too fast without thinking about her papers and her medicine and things. They were too scared, so they rushed to my house. So the landlord sent a video to her showing the fire, and no one was doing anything about it. Not a soul, not a fire department, no one. So I got on the phone and I called 911. I said, listen, my mother has lived in this apartment building for 37 years. I said, no one is there. Would you get somebody over there as quickly as possible? Because that is 37 years going down the drain there.
And tell me, because we couldn't, I didn't go far enough back to see, is it that entire building on that side on fire, or is it just a few units? Could you tell?
Okay, this middle building is, there was another one on the other side. I believe that's gone. I didn't see it anymore. There's one that's gone, no longer there. There's that one right there, and that one. That's it. That's the gist of it.
And is this wildland area just behind it? We see where that black smoke is coming there with the fire in the background?
Those are apartments. There are people.
All way back there?
Way back. Yep. There's all the way up. There's homes.
Okay.
Like we used to live up by the park. So yes, there's a big beautiful park named Farnsworth Park. So it's just, I hope it doesn't get there.
And I'm just going to show our viewers something too, and it's not just this apartment complex they're dealing with. I don't know if you saw it earlier, maybe when Andre took you down this way. Down the street there, you can see another fire going, just down the street. And if you saw Erin Myers a little bit ago where she was, I believe it was Erin we passed, she's not far down the street from where we are. So it's just fire after fire after fire. The good news again right now, relatively speaking, is the winds aren't nearly as bad as they were this morning or last night. So that's the good news. And you can see kind of the smoke with the way the smoke is going. It's kind of straight up at an angle a bit, but largely straight up, not like we've seen even earlier today where we saw it going almost a straight line from a roof. Right. So that's the good news, guys. Any message you want to put out there to folks kind of watching this that you
something? God bless all of you who fight for us.
Thank you. That was very nice.
Yeah, we are very grateful for whatever they can do for us. We appreciate their kindness and their time that they're taking. I know it takes a toll on them, but we are very happy. And I just want to say one thing, that my mother lived down the street. Her house burned completely down. It's a 5-bedroom house, and it's gone.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but look what we got here, guys. Another chopper coming in.
There we go. I want one of those. Yeah.
Yes. And here we come in. Okay, and we'll see where it drops it. It's been dropping it kind of right behind that Rite Aid area, and that area where we see the black smoke. There we go. Another water drop. And guys, one thing we haven't even touched on to give you an idea of just the kind of unreal situation where we're at. I want to bring you, if we could, Andre, we haven't even told them what we're right in front of. Remember the sheriff's station, the Altadena Sheriff's Station? It was evacuated overnight. It's right here. And look right behind the sheriff's station. It's a little bit farther, but this building right here that we're standing in front of, this is the Altadena Sheriff's Station that had to be evacuated overnight because of the fire. So, it's just surrounded by black smoke on this side, a fire down here, black smoke behind the Rite Aid, and then of course the big fire here at the apartment complex they're trying to contain before it gets to some of the other units. And you can tell, a lot of people sitting here hoping the firefighters succeed and cheering them on, hoping they succeed. So just a rough situation for firefighters and people who live here in Altadena right now. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Chip, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're going to check in now with Erin Myers. She's also covering the Eaton Fire in San Gabriel Valley. Where are you, Erin?
Hi, Lou. Right now we're on Mendocino Street between Lake and Molina. And if I step out of the way, you can see an apartment building here on fire. LA County Fire is here hosing it down. And there are structures that have been destroyed right next to it to the right. Fire still burning back there as well. So firefighters doing what they can. They have a water tender out here right now. We just saw an LA County Fire chopper go across here as well. So we've been driving around since about 9:30 this morning to different neighborhoods, and this is what you're seeing all over. Obviously, we know last night, this morning, were so much stronger, so those embers were just moving things around, and that's why certain structures have burned, others are okay. You can see them hosing down the apartment complex right next to it too, trying to keep that one standing, trying to not get any damage over there. But firefighters have been working really hard, obviously, since late yesterday, around 6:30 when this broke out. And we do know the Sheriff's Department has confirmed fatalities in the Eaton fire could go up. They are still looking at homes that have been destroyed. So really just sad, heartbreaking situation out here. And as I said, all over this neighborhood, all over Altadena, we're seeing scenes just like this. Even though the winds have died down, you're still seeing things burning, a lot of smoke in the air, fire crews from all over the place. We were over near Christmas Tree Lane when you saw us last. That was over on Santa Rosa. So many homes destroyed on that street as well. And that's been around for 95 years where people can go and enjoy the Christmas lights and the decorations and just so much destruction. We were in another neighborhood where several homes had been destroyed on Calaveras Street. That was near Sinaloa. People have evacuated in that area. They came back this morning and many of them were getting hoses and trying to protect their homes, protect other people's homes. They did have issues with water in that neighborhood. They had to bring in a water tender there as well. We know there was a crew from Bishop helping out, trying to put out a house fire and stop that one from spreading to the home next door, where I talked to a woman who told me her grandmother had lived there for just years, and they were moving some of her items out of the home, watching firefighters do everything that they could to stop that fire from spreading to her house. And then here where we are right now, I just spoke to another woman. She said her stepfather, he was evacuated last night. She came back just a short time ago, and she came and got pictures, photos of his daughter who had passed away, because this is all burning right across from his home. She said it was his childhood home. So you know, we have her cell phone number. We're going to try to keep in touch with her to let her know what's going on in this neighborhood. But you can see fire crews, they are out here right now trying to keep this from moving any further down the street towards Lake Avenue. On Lake, we've seen several commercial structures, grocery stores on fire, other buildings that have been completely destroyed. And then one thing I do want to mention, in certain areas, we are seeing a lot of people driving around, coming and taking photos. I know some are residents coming to check on their homes. Others, it appears that they are coming to look and just see what's going on. It's best to stay out of this neighborhood, stay out of this area here in Altadena. Give firefighters the space they need to do their job, to work on this. You know, this is very difficult. Many of them have been out here since last night. They have not been relieved yet because we know more resources are on the way from across the state. As I said, we've seen Bishop. We saw several other locations, Kern County out here. So just a really devastating situation. Most people I've talked to tell us that they haven't seen anything like this since they've lived here. And I've spoken to people who've been here for 40 or 50 years, and they said they just didn't expect the fire to go from the hills to the neighborhoods as quickly as it did, with all of those embers, with all of the smoke in the air, just going from different homes to different homes. And this is what's happening here. You can see, some of that apartment building starting to cave in on itself a little bit there. We do hear another chopper behind us. And actually, if we turn, we'll try to turn this way just real quick. You can see a chopper over there. We're trying to see, it looks like they may do a water drop. Hopefully our signal will hold, but you can see right there, a lot of smoke in that area. We're not sure exactly what is burning there, but we do see that chopper ahead. We have seen a couple water drops since we've been out here. One on a home where they were running out of water in that neighborhood. They came in, they dropped the water, then crews were able to get water. No, it looks like they did move, so we're not sure exactly where that chopper is going right now. But once again, best to just stay out of these areas, let firefighters do the work. We know all evacuations, they stand at this point. And you can see, even though they're putting water on this, it's really hard to get these fires out. There's so much burning. And once again over there, we do have the helicopter. You can see that now as well. And we are seeing, like I said, a couple drops here and there, not as much as we normally see, but that's because they're so spread out with all of the situations that we're dealing with here in Los Angeles County. But just firefighters doing everything they can. And we did speak to one man. He did lose his home when we were on a different part of Calavera Street earlier, and he lost his home, and he just did want to say to firefighters, he knew that they were out here doing what they could. He knew they were dealing with difficult situations with these winds that people have never seen before. So just very, very heartbreaking, very difficult situation. We are seeing the down power lines in certain areas, down trees across the road, so not easy to get around these areas, these streets. So that's why I mentioned best to just stay out. If you've evacuated, stay there. Give firefighters, give crews, the sheriff's department as well, space to do what they need to do because it is smoky as well. Visibility okay in most areas, but we had to see the sheriff department put on their siren because so many people were coming down Altadena at one point, so it was making it a little more difficult for them. And I do know a lot of people, as I said, have been trying to help their neighbors, but just best to be safe at this point. And we do know we have that news conference coming up shortly on this fire, on the Eaton fire. But on that, we'll go ahead and set it back to you right now. But a lot of smoke in the air, a lot of ash in the air, and just not a safe situation to be out here for people to come in to this area right now. Best to just let firefighters do what they need to do, and I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Aaron Myers in Altadena, thank you for that. Right now, we're going to take you to okay. We were going to go to Gil Davis and Sky 5, but we've lost the signal there for a moment.
And we do have an update for the Eaton fire. Originally, there had been 2 deaths reported. Now that number, unfortunately, we are reporting now has gone up to 5 deaths.
Yeah. And now you're looking at a live view. This looks like this is from the top of our parking garage, actually here at KTLA, at Sunset Bronson lot. Looking toward the Palisades fire. Now we can go to Gil Davis and Sky 5.
How much further do we have to go?
Gil, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Glenn and Lou, you're looking at one of the tankers that are here. That's a sight of relief here to see that tanker flying here this is Santa Monica and the Santa Monica mountain range. You're looking at the fire that's burning up the canyon here away from Sunset. You're looking at, as I come over here to the left, you're going to see Santa Monica, and to the right-hand side is the Pacific Palisades. It's a good sight to see that tanker here finally doing some tanker drops. As I zoom in here, I'm going to show you the area of Old Ranch Road. This is just to the east of Sullivan Fire Road. You can see some active fire in this area, and we did see what looks like a tanker dropped on one of the big homes up here on the hilltop. In fact, that one there in the center of your screen, you can see how
Oh, that's the big one for the city. Okay, great.
Towards Mandeville. Yeah, burning towards Mandeville. It hasn't reached Mandeville Canyon yet, but those evacuation orders are in place. You can see some of the hot spots here, and as I come up the canyon here, you can see more fire racing up the hillside, up towards the San Fernando Valley here, but you can see those hot spots here. And if I zoom in, you can see all the unburned brush that's up here, very thick vegetation that is just waiting to be burned here. It hasn't burned in a Malibu. Just see nothing but smoke coming up from the fire, and all the way out to the farthest point there of Malibu, you can see a lot of active flames there. We were looking just a minute ago at the Palisades Highlands area. There's quite a few homes that are not burned in there. We were able to see through the smoke, and I'll try to get you that shot here in just a minute. In specific, we did see one house burning on Calle de Marisa. In fact, that's the hot spot right there. It's a little hard to see right now through the smoke, but to the left and all in that area, you can see a lot of structures that are not burned. That's great to see right now, but unfortunately, that house burning and one other one here, as we come around, we'll be able to see that momentarily. But
for now, the fire burning out of control here. But the tankers here on scene, that's great to see them active and flying with the wind speeds coming down a bit for them to be able to fly. But again, here's the Palisades Highlands area, and very close to where the fire originated, and unfortunately one of those homes in this area, and possibly a second one that is on fire. As I zoom in, you can see it's looks like the roof is on fire at this point. It looks like that's going to be a complete loss. As far as firefighters up here, we don't see any crews there right now, unfortunately, so that looks like it's going to be a loss. As I come back out wide, I'm going to pan over, and you see that tanker that we were looking at just dropped a line of fire retardant there, here on the northern flank of the fire. And as you can see, all these rolling hills up here and the heavy vegetation, they're trying to keep it from spreading up any further than that, because it'll just take off there and it'll just continue to burn. As I look back here towards the east, you'll see more active flames. That's out towards Mandeville Canyon, but has not reached Mandeville Canyon yet. And you can see the flame lengths burning here quite vigorously in those hillsides.
Well, it is a mess. Kai, just from what you're seeing from this, what would you say about the winds right now?
Well, just about a half hour ago, we saw some really strong gusts, but now I'm taking a look at some of the wind speeds, and we're seeing the winds relaxing a little bit. We've got some sustained winds throughout that area, Mandeville, Sullivan Canyon, at the surface at about 18 miles per hour, and you could see that smoke blowing out towards the ocean. But we're unfortunately on the backside of the fire lines, seeing a lot of that fire, as Gil just mentioned, headed towards the San Fernando Valley. Now it's got a long way to go, and hopefully it doesn't get near there, but they'll hopefully get some phos check, get a good line across many of those canyons, some of those ridges, to prevent it from moving any further to the north. And you can see some of it there at the bottom of your screen. You can see it's layered in pink, and again, that's a very good sign. So they are starting to strip some of those mountaintops with some good phos check right now, so we love to see that. We will, though, continuing throughout the rest of the day today, tonight, to see these sporadic Santa Ana winds continue to move through Southern California. This wind event is not done. It will stick around through at least Thursday afternoon, and unfortunately, the National Weather Service for both Los Angeles and Ventura County has extended the red flag warning into Friday night. So we'll see these dangerous fire weather conditions sticking around for the remainder of the week. In terms of the high wind warning, it's scheduled to expire this evening at around 6 o'clock. So that's a good sign, but there probably will be a fire weather watch opening up behind that, or maybe a wind advisory at the very least, but I would probably say a fire weather watch. So again, I continue to use the same terminology. We're not out of the woods yet. We have to be very, very careful and still keep that mentality in terms of ready, set, go. Get ready to go as soon as you must leave, as soon as you are evacuated. And you can see why they're talking about evacuating those portions of Santa Monica as you make your way towards San Vicente, Montana. This is exactly the area that we're looking at. We're seeing flames in these areas. We're seeing the ember spread going all the way towards the San Vicente area into some of the West Channel area, that community, again, that big gully that heads all the way out towards the ocean. And if you get an ember caught up in some of those areas, that uphill fire moves very quickly, and I think that's what is concerning firefighters in the Santa Monica community this afternoon, Glenn and Lou.
Doesn't the fire move like 15 times faster uphill? So like once it gets in that deep brush, it just can take over very quickly.
Very quickly. And again, it hasn't burned in that particular section of Santa Monica. I don't know the exact date, but it's been, and I'm sure, many, many, many years. And if you get some of the fire to move uphill, and of course, that ember spray, if it gets in any eaves, awnings, and some of these properties, or even in a tree. I mean, we've seen this over and over and over for the last 24 hours. An ember goes into a tree, a palm tree, a chaparral, anything, lights it up, that's going to head right into the residents and into some of those properties. And again, there's just so much cause for concern right now. And getting up into these areas is really, really difficult, especially Mandeville Canyon. There's only one way in and one way
and
out.
Very curvy.
Very curvy, some of those roads, the turns are very tight, so they need to be able to get those rigs. The firefighters need to be able to get their rigs up in there. And I know that that's one of the big reasons why they're putting out that mandatory evacuation. You gotta stay away from the first responders. Let them do their job. And I'm not just saying this to say it, I speak from experience. I was evacuated from my home last night. You have to do what first responders, what officials are asking you to do to make their jobs easier. And it's hard to say, and I never thought I would say it. It's just a house.
Yeah.
It is just a house. You can, it's a huge loss. It's heartbreaking, but your life and your family's life is much more important.
The shift in wind, which is now, causing a threat to Santa Monica, looking at your sustained winds map over there, it kind of looks, if you look like, Mojave, Edwards Air Force Base, Lancaster, Hatchabee, Bakersfield, Oxnard, and Camarillo, and it seems like it just suddenly it's like this big counterclockwise turn.
It is. There's an area, Glenn's very good weather student.
Can we take a shot of that real quick?
Yeah, can we put up the weather computer?
Put up the weather board real quick here.
We'll do a double screen on this for you.
Kind of explain that.
But what is causing these winds, and these are the target zones, and Glenn just mentioned it. They begin up in the high deserts, for example, Palmdale, Lancaster, the Antelope Valley. As they head over the 5 through the Santa Clarita Valley, as those winds go downhill, the air is compressed, and it not only gets faster and stronger, but it warms up and it dries up as well. So the big issue is the dry. The other corridor is the Cajon Pass. As you make your way out of Victorville, Barstow, the Apple Valley, Hesperia, that comes through the Cajon Pass into San Bernardino, Riverside, and eventually into Riverside County, and that also is just a target zone. They're just funnels for the Santa Ana winds to come through. And again, funneling in that dry air. And you could see the relative humidity values, just super dangerous. Burbank, 9%, Van Nuys, 18%, Ontario, 17%. So the combination of the Santa Ana winds and the extreme dry conditions, it's just a recipe for disaster. And that's what we're seeing. And of course, it's unprecedented that we've seen gusts in LA County of up to 85, 90 miles per hour over the last 24 hours. It's just unheard of. We knew that this would be a serious Santa Ana wind event, but gusts of up to 85 and 90 miles per hour is just incredible. And again, this high wind warning, as you could see, until we get to about 6 o'clock tonight, then we're taking a look once again at the red flag warning. Now, for the top of the screen, you see it says expiring Thursday evening at 6 o'clock, but at the bottom, just under there, that fire weather watch sticks around until the following day, Friday, until 5 o'clock. And once again, as I just mentioned, Ventura, Los Angeles County will probably see that red flag warning extended into that fire weather watch warning until Friday at 6 o'clock. So again, just no way around it. It's going to be dangerous here for the rest of the night tonight, tomorrow, on Thursday, as well as Friday. And unfortunately, the air quality, as you can see, well, we've got an air quality alert, and it's in place until 5 o'clock tonight, but I can guarantee you it will be extended well into the weekend because this smoke is just not going anywhere. It is sticking around much of Southern California, so dangerous conditions for folks here in the region. Now let's go through the future windcast. You can see again, those are those funneling areas throughout LA County, Ventura County, Riverside, San Bernardino, Orange County, and through the night tonight, we'll continue to see those sporadic winds gusting through much of Southern California. Here we go. Tomorrow, early morning, well before the sun begins to rise, we'll see the winds relaxing just a little bit, but look at this. By tomorrow morning, especially through the Inland Empire, Orange County, these winds start to pick up again. Then tomorrow, around the lunch hour, we start to see those winds headed back towards the Palisades fire area once again. These are strong offshore winds. Once we make our way into Thursday evening, as you look on the left-hand side of your screen, look at those wind direction arrows. That is an onshore flow. That's what we need. That's our saving grace. We need that onshore flow to constantly stick around. But unfortunately, once we make our way later into Thursday night, well, the offshore flow picks up again. So that's why we've got the fire weather watch, as well as the red flag warnings that are sticking around all the way until Friday evening at around 6 o'clock. And there you go. Once we make our way into Friday evening, as I was just mentioning, we'll start to see the onshore flow becoming the more dominant weather pattern here in Southern California, and that's going to help firefighters out tremendously. The bad news, though, and I just mentioned this to Glenn and Lou, next Monday, next Tuesday, we're going to see the return of another Santa Ana wind event, and anywhere between moderate to strong. I'll continue to keep my eyes on that for you, but look at the charts. Again, there's that low, and as it sticks around, we continue to see those northeasterly winds. By the time we head towards Thursday, a little bit more of a northerly component, but then once we head into Friday morning, there it is, a little bit more of a northeasterly component. Once again, what we're seeing is the ridge of high pressure on the left-hand side of your screen sort of doing a little bit of a dance with the area of low pressure. So it's that compression in the atmosphere that is causing these very strong Santa Ana winds. And there you go. By the time we head into Friday night and Saturday morning, well, the low starts to make its way further to the east. That allows more of a northwesterly flow to fill in here to Southern California, and that'll bring us a safer weekend forecast here in Southern California. But once again, as we head into Monday and Tuesday, well, we'll see another bit of a northeasterly event coming back to Southern California, and we're just not locked in terms of how strong that event will be. Temperatures, of course, on the warmer side. We're here in the winter season, of course, and tomorrow we'll see mid-70s for many of our valley communities, low 70s out along the coastline. So the low 70s at the beaches, that shows us, again, that's an indicator that we still have that offshore flow, because remember, I talked to you about compression, and as you see those winds making their way out towards the coastal regions, well, those winds warm even the beach communities up. So once we head into the weekend, you could see not only downtown, but the beach communities start to see some cooler temperatures, and that's what we need. We need a little bit of that cool down, a little bit of that onshore flow. But for downtown, we'll continue to see windy conditions through Friday, then cooler into the weekend with the onshore flow, mid-60s, and hopefully by next Monday and Tuesday, we're going to see another little bit of a Santa Ana wind event, but I do not forecast it to be nearly as strong nor devastating as what we've been dealing with. I mean, again, this has been a wind storm. There's no doubt about it for Southern California as we take a look, Glenn and Lou, at that Southern California, San Fernando Valley 7-day forecast.
Kai, thank you for all of that. Wow.
In the meantime, on the left side of your screen, you're looking at yet another home in Altadena burning. This is at Lake Avenue in Palm, and just one of hundreds of homes we've seen just go up in flames. It's been hard to watch.
It has been hard to watch, and it just seems to never end. Samantha Cortese has been covering some evacuations and new evacuations as well. She's in our newsroom with the detail. Hi.
Hi, Glenn, Lou, Kai. I just want to take you right out to CAL FIRE's interactive map. It's overwhelming. All the words you see there are evacuation order and evacuation warning. You have the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire in Sylmar, the Eaton fire, of course, in the San Gabriel Valley. We're also now following the Lydia fire, which is up in Acton. I'll start with the Palisades fire just so you can see this from above. This is looking at Santa Monica, Malibu, all the way out to Old Topanga Canyon Road. And I wanted to clarify something. Pepperdine is not under evacuation order. It's everything west, or I guess southwest of Pepperdine, PCH, that is under evacuation warning. So that's just a closer look of that there. Pepperdine is fine. Of course, they're monitoring the situation. The scale of these evacuation orders through Palisades, Malibu, Santa Monica, it's hard to grasp, really, especially when you're looking at it from above. That right there is a little camera from UC San Diego, and if I click on it, maybe it'll show us the view of the smoke from above, and it's really hard to grasp just how many people are in the line of fire here and being asked to leave their homes, or at least be ready to leave their homes. All right, that camera's not working, but I'm going to switch over here and let's take a look at Lydia, which is another fire that we had been discussing. Along the top of the screen there, you can see all the different fires that are being monitored. This is the Lydia fire. It's 50 acres right now. It's in Acton, and it looks like it's not totally in the city center, I guess you could say, of Acton or Paris. But if I zoom in here, you can see just where this is. The Lydia fire, again, 50 acres. CAL FIRE watching this closely, and it's burning into the wilderness. Everything south of Soledad Canyon is what they're watching here. This, again, is Soledad Canyon Road. Something in the fire line there is Soledad Canyon RV Resort. If we can just switch over, let's see here. I wanted to mention we are watching in Simi Valley, just got an alert as well. Let's see, that right there is Sylmar, but I wanted to mention Simi Valley, which is not on the map here. They're calling it the View Line Incident. It's a brush fire near the landfill west of Madera. The 118 is not impacted at this time, but we're being told the 118 is slowing as a result of smoke coming in from, again, they're calling it the View Line Incident. It's a small fire that they are watching burning north of the 118 near the Simi Valley landfill. So that was just from California Highway Patrol in Moore Park that gave us that information. Again, moving over on the map here, this is the evacuation warning and orders for the Palisades fire. Real quick, oh, here we go. This is the view of UC San Diego's camera looking at the evacuation warnings and orders. Also what you're seeing, I believe that's what we're seeing on the left side of your screen from Sky 5 there, but this is from Alert California. They work with CAL FIRE and UC San Diego. This is the smoke moving over Santa Monica right now from the Palisades fire. Just a couple hours ago, we've been talking about how those evacuation orders and warnings were expanded in Santa Monica, and talking about the dense population this will be affecting for many people who are on the west side. My cousin texted me, he works on Melrose, and said that all the shops there, most of the shops there, have told their workers to go home because the air quality is so bad. People weren't coming into Melrose. Again, that's anecdotal. That's just from a family member who works over there. But to be specific about these Santa Monica evacuations, the order has been issued. Again, that's an order has been issued north of San Vicente between Ocean Avenue and 26th Street, and north of Montana from PCH to 11th. Those are the orders. The warnings have been issued north of Wilshire, west of 10th Street, and they say, City of Santa Monica officials say to prepare for an order. Even if you're in the warning, prepare for an order. Let me try to switch back to the incident map here to show you that. Here on the map, that the green and the red you're seeing, that's the view of the camera we were just looking at from UC San Diego. And on the left side of your screen, you're seeing those air operations, which resumed this morning, thank goodness. Glenn, Luke, I don't know if you noticed, I'm sure you did, the people standing with Chip at the Eaton fire who were cheering, literally cheers of joy when they saw
We cheered too.
We cheered too. We cheered in
Yes.
the newsroom. It's good to
Yes.
see. Of course, our prayers are with everyone affected. I saw at one point 155,000 homes have been evacuated across Southern California, hoping to get clarification on that. And the Eaton fire, the Pasadena city officials have announced there will be a news conference at 4 p.m. That's coming up here in about 15 minutes. And then following that, a LA Unified Command update for the Palisades fire. That will happen at 5 p.m. Also, I'm just seeing a lot of conversation on social media. Of course, we're hoping to hear from Mayor Karen Bass, who's been out of town. She's been in Ghana on a diplomatic trip as all these fires broke out. A lot of people very frustrated with response, while also being very thankful to the firefighters. I think there can be both worlds, where people are frustrated with the lack of water and also very thankful to those who are fighting these fires. As I'm monitoring social media, people have been reaching out all day. Lou, I know people reached out to you in regards to checking on their home in the Palisades. I spoke with Alina, who said they do not encourage that. There are barricades, there are road closures, but of course people have been sneaking around them, trying to go check on their property, which is understandable that people want to see what's going on in their neighborhood, to see if their home survived, but these roads are closed for a reason, and officials have still closed much of the area in Palisades. Malibu, PCH, I know people want to know what's going on there, but please rely on local news, us here at KTLA 5. Wow, what a water drop you're seeing on your screen. Please don't try to go back to those closed areas at this time.
It has to be super frustrating. Yeah,
Absolutely, yeah.
I have had people reach out and just ask, can we get in there? Do you have any information? And I know they've done that to all of us.
Yeah.
But just not knowing is the painful part.
Yeah, they say, can you check in on a certain address? And it's
Yeah.
like, we can't really do that.
Yeah, but it is nice to see the air operations active right now. That's a great thing. Let's check in is with Aaron. Mary Beth. Yeah, Mary Beth is in covering the Eaton fire. And is something on fire there again?
Yes, it is. Lou and Glenn, how are you guys doing? Yeah, I just want to show you here. We moved up Lake a little bit, Lou, and we're now on Mariposa because I wanted to kind of check out where Wayne and Marshall were talking about Fox's. They're one of their favorite restaurants that is burned down. We can confirm that. They're also talking about I believe it's called the Lifetime Church up there that is also completely burned down. And then over here, this is Two Dragons Martial Arts. It's also a facial waxing business. That is, as you can see, that building's totaled. We have cars down here on the streets. They're burning up right in front of the building again. We're on Lake and Mariposa, just down from Altadena. And there's big plumes of smoke coming from Altadena. And then Benton and I, my photographer, we did take a little trip through all the streets just off Lake. And it is block after block after block after block. All homes gone. I mean, you guys, we saw just in our little drive at least 100 homes that were just completely gone. It is just an unbelievable sight over here, down here in the sort of, the community, the city area. Meantime, as I look up into the mountains in Benton, I don't know if you can get that shot. It's interesting that at the very tip top, I still see snow up there. So you've got snow up here. And then down here, it's kind of like hell. You can feel the heat coming from this building, and it's very smoky down here because there are so many things that are still burning. The one good thing is it's not the winds like we had last night that were just, making this fire roar from hillside to hillside. But still, somehow, building after building is still going up in flames here. The firefighters are very busy. We watch them run down the hill, fill up their trucks with water at the different fire hydrants, and then race back up to another big plume of smoke to put that out. Within the past hour or so, we have seen, one helicopter drop over here. But that's about it as far as helicopter drops in our area. Again, over at the Lake, Altadena, Lake, Mariposa areas. But this little community, it was a very popular area. Lots of little spots to have breakfast, dinner, lunch. This is where people did a lot of their shopping. There's a lot of mini marts that are no longer here. I'm looking at the Minute Market. That's also gone. Before in some of our live shots, you guys probably saw that other food market that I think Kai told us, was only about 3 years old, that had become quite popular for people to do their grocery shopping in. That is completely gone. There was the mosque down the street here that also had a bunch of restaurants and different realty businesses. That's all gone. It's just unbelievable to see just how this community is just burned down. I can't even imagine how long it is going to take to rebuild it here, rebuild all these homes. And speaking with some longtime residents earlier, Wayne and Marsha, they were just absolutely lovely, and it was really hard for them to just kind of look around here and see everything that they have been a part of for decades is no longer here. The things they would do every day, those spots they would go to for breakfast, the places they would go to worship, no longer here. I mean, their lives are truly, truly altered. And sorry. Didn't mean to, sorry, I almost hit someone. But it's just devastating to look around here and see just everything going up in flames. And again, the one good thing is that the winds are completely different today. They're nothing like they were last night. And I know they are warning that there's going to be another wind event coming in on Friday. Hopefully it'll be nothing like what we all experienced overnight last night. All right, that's going to do it for me here in Altadena. Lou, Glenn, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Mary Beth. Kai, I got to ask you, you know this area well. Is there much left of this business district in Altadena? I mean,
I'm shocked. It's so shocking. Whoa, that was very
Wow.
close.
Wow.
That young man was walking right by that awning
Whoa.
when it just collapsed like that. That was really scary. And again, folks, there's
Yeah, that was too close.
yeah, that's something. Again, there's a good example of why you just need to stay at home,
Yeah.
stay out of the way.
yeah.
There's no need to be walking around, especially when firefighters and policemen are trying to get people to safety. It's just
Wow.
Anyway.
All right, let's check back in. We talked to Andy Reesmeyer earlier. All day he's been in Burbank Equestrian Center, and you have good news for us.
I do have some good news. We talked to you about a missing horse earlier named Cleo, and we will get to that in just a bit. Before we do, though, like you said, been here at the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank. Behind me still, a few miles down that direction, is Altadena, just on the other side of Glendale and Pasadena. That is that smoke plume from the Eaton fire that has really caused so much damage and scorched so many acres here in Southern California, stretching all the way there into the San Gabriel Valley. This place, though, I'll show you some pictures that we shot earlier today, is really just such an unbelievable refuge for people who are fleeing that area, who have left the evacuation zone. They left so quickly and had, in some cases, dozens, maybe multiple dozens of horses to bring with them. There was some video that we shot earlier where you saw some horses just here and some of the things going on. You've got obviously a lot of displaced animals. You've got a lot of scared horses, but the good news is that their people are here. They trust their people, and they are with people who are taking care of them. I hate to interrupt you in a bite, sir. But you evacuated last night. Well, I guess you didn't evacuate last night. You helped a lot of other people evacuate last night from Eaton. That's where your house was. You stayed and you defended your home with a hose hooked up to the pool.
We did, yeah. There was a pump after the 95 fire in Altadena. My brother invested in a pump that goes in the pool, and then that hooks to a main line, and that charges a whole bunch of different outlets around the property. So when a fire comes, they just screw them on, and they got hoses all throughout. So we manned them.
And you were showing me some video earlier, and I don't know if, Paul, this is a little uncouth, but could you show me again on your phone here of just sort of what, you can show Paul, our photographer here. This is not the best thing to see in the world of filming a phone, but this is just the kind of thing that you were seeing.
Bad screen?
Well, just, this was racing up the side of a mountain last night.
Yeah, and that's the pump that we have in the pool, and it works really well. It worked all night.
Now, you're also part of the Eaton Dam stables.
Yes.
And you guys had 40 horses that you were able to get out overnight.
Yeah, and we brought them all here. We had one straggler that we couldn't find last
One straggler we told you about, Cleo, who was missing, who was a black and white horse. And then about 20 minutes ago, this unbelievable thing happened. You showed up with her. I'm going to ask you a question when we look at a little moment here. When we come back, I'll talk to you about how you found her and how we got her back here. But here is the moment that Cleo arrived.
We got word that there was a fire starting at our barn, so we rushed in our car and started getting supplies together. And we were loading the car up, and all of a sudden I see flames coming over the mountain. And I'm going, we're not going to get there in time. And so we're driving around trying to get through, and somehow we managed to get through with the fire department's help. They did an amazing job keeping the flames off of us and kept both entrances open for us to come in and out with horse trailers. We have 40 horses. Somehow managed to get them all out with individual people coming and volunteering with their trailers. And it's just been amazing. And unfortunately, we weren't able to find one of our horses in the canyon. She ran up and got lost in the flames. She looks a little singed, but she seems to be okay.
But then you did find her, though. Yeah. I mean, she ran. You had a horse unaccounted for, and then something happened where you got a phone call or a neighbor said, or how did you find the other horse?
I mean, usually they end up finding their way back home, and it's just a miracle she found her way back home.
So that was the story of how they found Claire, and Claire is now behind us here.
Yeah.
In a stable, and she's getting treated. She was a little singed overnight. Really tough experience for being a horse out in the wilderness. How did you come across her? What was the scene like when you found her?
Well, somebody else found her, and they just called us because I'm not too far from there. And then I showed up with a trailer, scooped her up, and brought her over here. Picked up one more horse on the way over here.
Was she happy to see you?
Yeah, she seems to be in good spirits. She's super singed, but good spirits.
Yeah, I mean, you saw her on the video earlier there. She normally would be white.
Yeah.
And you could see that, been through quite a night. Is it a surprise to you, or do you think, actually these are pretty hardy animals?
Well, I think they're pretty hardy animals, but they also know where their food is, so they'll go run around, get spooked, and then eventually show back up to the stables.
And then you've been here for quite a while, in Southern California and in Altadena. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm born and raised in Altadena, so I was there for there was one in the 70s, and then the big one in 95. And yeah.
So what do you think now? Are you going to rebuild? I mean, your house, obviously you saved your house, but there was some damage to the stables. Do you guys rebuild and you stay?
Well, I hope so. The house, I live in Pasadena. My business, I was born and raised in Altadena, and my business is in Altadena, and I just found out that it burned, so I don't have a bike shop anymore.
Oh man.
So I'm sorting it all out. Today's been a full day, so I haven't had a chance to think about it yet and process it.
Well, and I appreciate you, and you, like so many other people here, who are just stepping up and just making it work and just staying up all night and just figuring it all out, and we're so appreciative of you. Great to meet you, my friend.
Thank you.
Best of luck with everything. And, I mean, I think that in all of this destruction, the thing that is just so consistent is that Southern California is full of people who, say what you will about our green juices and smoothies and yoga classes. We will not go quietly into the night. Back to you.
All right.
Oh, we're glad. Claire is great. Thanks, Andy.
All right, the time now is 4 o'clock. If you're just joining us, you are watching our breaking special coverage of the wildfire emergency here in California on the KTLA 5. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. We appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. We do want to update you on the major fires here in Southern California. The Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades has grown to more than 15,800 acres and has destroyed an estimated 1,000 structures. Many of those are homes, and there's no containment. The Eaton fire burning in the San Gabriel Valley has exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres, and at least 100 structures have been destroyed. 5 people have also died, and there are reports of significant injuries. The Hearst fire has burned more than 500 acres north of Newhall Pass in Sylmar. And then another fire has sparked in Acton. It's called the Lydia Fire, and it's burning near Soledad Canyon Road. It's 50 acres with no containment.
Residents in Pacific Palisades, Malibu, as well as Santa Monica, parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Glendale, Arcadia, Sierra Madre, all under mandatory evacuation orders. The fire is being fanned by strong winds. 1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground, and the California National Guard has now been deployed to assist. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are without power all across Los Angeles County.
And of course, we have reporters spread throughout Southern California and LA County, and also in the air here in the studio. Right now, we're going to toss it out to Chip Yost. He is covering the Eaton fire. Chip, where are you now?
All right.
Yost.
Looks like we've lost our signal with Chip. Just to give you an idea what you're looking at here, this is the Palisades fire. And as Kai told us, there was a wind shift, and now there's a problem with people being evacuated in Santa Monica. We have reestablished our signal with Chip, so let's check in with him covering the Eaton fire in Altadena. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, Glenn and Lou. Sorry about that. We're having an audio issue we were tweaking. But yeah, we are here on Altadena Drive near Lake Avenue, keeping an eye on this apartment complex. Before we show you what's going on over there, let me show you something to show you just how strong the winds were overnight, why this fire spread so fast. Look at that Rite Aid sign. That happened, locals tell us, overnight when the windstorm was just hitting this area, and soon that windstorm was spreading this fire all over the place. One of the places that fire landed is right over here at this apartment complex. This is the Altadena Deluxe Apartments. You can see a lot of firefighters on hand here doing some work trying to prevent the fire from spreading to all the apartment units. There is one building right in front here. It doesn't look like it's got to that building yet. They're trying to prevent that from happening. If you see kind of through the trees are in the way, but there's a ladder truck up there where it looks like they're trying to get some water down. We've also seen some black smoke behind the Rite Aid, and we've seen about 3 or 4 helicopter drops, but we're going to end right now. We have a news conference starting with updates on all the fires, so we're going to send it back to you.
On behalf of all residents of Pasadena, that our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congress Member Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the city manager for the city of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night, public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who's very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney, who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full extent of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. I think it's important for us to know that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents the Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from the Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning, and I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated, they have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our city Department of Public Health, and in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible, And we, of course, appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society, Dia DeVernit.
I'm Dia DeVernit, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours, and we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief, and our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, CHADAUGUSTIN. I'd like to give you a current sit stat on our Eaton fire. We can confirm that the Eaton fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives, pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate. our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions. We currently have 60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include Law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so and we get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday with variable and high wind speeds, thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to the police chief.
Chief, we take a question. On the statistics of the current situation with you have your firefighters, how are they holding up over the past 22 hours now?
Yeah, they're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region. Yeah.
Requested 60 strike teams. What's the status of that? How long?
Yeah. Great question. So we have multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening. Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Eden Fire and the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question? Thank you. Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, with I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water. We are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water. With those wind gusts, we were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire. And that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire. That's correct. The time that is correct. And around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously. And then, of course, the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire, 0% containment, 100 homes destroyed. What can you say to the community tonight to get them home?
Yeah.
That you have a handle on this anytime.
Yeah, what gives me hope is when I look at the trees and bushes around here. Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Why don't we bring the police chief up, and then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
Fire, and if there are other, because we know that there are several fires burning, are any of these connected? Does it look like? Could they be arson?
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause and origin.
We'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that have been evacuated and homes, the message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our police chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is Gene. Last name is Harris, Harris. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. It was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as an evacuation and rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission. I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. Those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one.
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunch in that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
Any other questions for Chief Augustine?
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue. Several buildings caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right? We're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds, wind gusts of 70 miles an hour, and very erratic winds. 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No.
Chief, can you elaborate on how far those embers were going and how much that contributed to the spread of the fire?
Yeah. We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember casts 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts. And when I was driving to the fire last night, there was dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown in blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Bunny Museum told us on our air on CBS that the fire hydrant in front of his museum was dry and that the firefighters couldn't get any water out of it. Are you sure that all the hydrants are working? Was that a water pressure problem?
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that
It runs
common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So Yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid quick enough, and it arrived fast enough?
Yeah. Sure. What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, and which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County.
You know, as you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of houses burned to the ground.
Yes.
Images that you and everyone sitting behind has seen all day long. What do you say to those watching this happen?
We grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
Well, you know, first and foremost, you know, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home and, as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. You know, we have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
Has there been any contact information, a website or phone number set up for missing persons? So if a family member, if someone in the area was evacuated, a family is out of state or out of county, how do you track down your loved one?
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here.
Okay, what's the business line?
I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but you can get that on our website.
Okay, this again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. You know, Pasadena and its residents and Altadena, it's a resilient community, and I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena for that matter to cause problems, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to greet you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
Hey guys, yeah, so just wanted to give an update. We just ended the press conference here. The mayor of the city of Pasadena was out here as well as city and county leaders. And what they were talking about were a number of things. The fire chief here in Pasadena gave us an update saying that that fire, 0% contained, right now holds at 10,600 acres and counting. That's how much it has burned so far. Of course, we're talking about the Eaton fire, which broke out yesterday, and they said that they had several calls coming in. They had first responders arrive. There was this just thick black smoke out in the sky, and they started working around the clock to get that fire under control. Of course, we have seen it expand over the hours. The city manager is saying, it's just been incredible and unfortunate to watch over the last 22 hours. Now, some of the other information they gave us with the main points hitting, fire chief saying that they've got 60 strike teams requested, 750 firefighters are working on this fire right now. 200 to 500 buildings are damaged or lost, and it gives you just really an idea of how destructive this Eaton fire has become, and it still continues to grow. Now, it was a wind-driven fire with gusts up to 70 miles per hour, spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles that traveled. I mean, just think about how incredible that is with those extreme wind gusts and embers flying 2 to 3 miles. That really contributed to the spread of the fire. And as of right now, the Humane Society here in the city of Pasadena also struggling with the amount of animals that they're getting. They said that they've got more than 250 animals that they've taken in. They are needing some help, monetary donations, as well as other assistance, and we'll hopefully have all that information for you a little bit later. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Shelby, thank you for those updates. We appreciate it. We are now going to check in with Gil Lavis. He's up in Sky 5. Gil, where exactly are you here? Obviously over PCH.
Lou and Glenn, we're looking at the Malibu area right now. This is the 22,300 block of Pacific Coast Highway. The cross street here is Carbon Beach Road. As I zoom in, you see firefighters hitting two structures that are right along the beach here. You can see both homes are on fire. It's fire showing through the roofs, I should say, of both of those buildings now. The reason this is important is because this fire has stretched, the Palisades fire, I should say, has stretched all the way to the Franklin burn scar from last month here near Pepperdine. You can see as I tilt up the canyon here, all the smoke that is billowing up through this area, and it's unfortunate that that fire has reached this far so fast. We see homes up here near Saddle Peak that have caught fire. We also see some homes off of Rambla Pacifico that have burned, a community out here that has burned quite a few homes in that area as well. You see the smoke over that area right now as I speak. So a lot of homes that are going up on the furthest, it would be, I guess, the furthest west or the furthest north up the shoreline up into Malibu now. And as I zoom in here, you see some of those homes that are currently on fire, some of the homes that have already burned down, and some homes that, like the one next door to this one that to the left, has not burned. So you see the active fire, you see sheriff's officials down here, and firefighters that can make it to any of these homes here are battling fires, trying to save the homes in this area. But again, this neighborhood here, this is going to be off of Moon Shadows and Monte Viento. This is just off of Rambla Pacifico, and you can see all the homes that burned up in this fire here. It's raced up the canyon and is pushing up north up from the shoreline up into these homes on the top of the ridge line. And we have seen firefighters working hard to try to keep the fire from spreading. In fact, let me see if this is the home that we were looking at. No, it's not. It's one of the hot spots up here, but there are homes all in this area that are burning or have burned through this fire from the Palisades fire that has marched all this way to this area. But yeah, even those two homes down on Pacific Coast Highway that are currently on fire, not too far from the Pepperdine University.
Well, we were concerned about the fire, the wind shift, fire starting to burn into Santa Monica, but it continues to burn northwest, also in Malibu, and you see there's more homes on fire on the beach and up in the hills.
Kai, what can we expect in terms of the winds in the next few hours?
And this is the scary part, is that the winds in this particular section of Malibu have actually relaxed a little bit. Like, we're talking about sustained winds between about 8 to 15 miles per hour. But as you can see, it doesn't matter. There's sporadic gusts, and that's what's fueling the fire. And of course, and I can't reiterate this enough, the dry conditions. It's just bone dry, so anything that gets a spark to it just ignites so rapidly, and the fire spread is so quick, and the ember spray is just unbelievable. I mean, up to 2, 4, 5 miles. Unfortunately, the house that they're showing us on the coast, that's right on the water, is probably a mile or so away from the main part of the major section of the fire. And that's most likely, I don't know, it hasn't been confirmed, but I don't see any other answer or explanation but the ember spread. It just flies and flies through the atmosphere, and those embers get caught in the roofs, the eaves, what have you, and disaster occurs. And we're still seeing some strong winds, Glenn and Lou. As you take that live look, the wind speeds out in Corona, Santa Ana. Look at Orange County, sustained winds at 21 miles per hour. San Bernardino looking at some sustained winds at about 12 to 15, 18, 20 miles per hour. This is what I'm talking about. This is a huge cause for concern. It's the humidity, relative humidity, Burbank, Van Nuys, 8%.
Wow.
And once you head up into the high deserts, that's dangerous too. Palmdale at about 11%. We've got that Lydia fire. We do want to remind everybody about that. That's in Acton.
Yeah.
So that's also something that we've been monitoring. We haven't been able to show that fire that much, but we have heard that there have been a couple of structures that might have been burned. So we'll continue to take a look at that and monitor that as the evening moves on with Cher and Micah. And here's your high wind warning for the time being, in place until about 6 o'clock tonight. So for about another hour and 5 minutes, but we could see it becoming extended a little bit further, maybe towards the midnight hour. But for the time being, let's just call it 6 o'clock tonight. And in terms of the red flag, well, look at this. It was to expire tomorrow, Thursday evening at 6 o'clock, but now another 24 hours until we get to Friday at 6 p.m. So we are going to continue to see this dangerous weather here in Southern California for at least another 48 hours. So folks, please be careful all night long. Be ready, have a plan, get your things, your paperwork in order, your medicines, anything that you need to have with you just in case you need to be away from your home for more than 24 hours. You need to have those items with you. And most importantly, save yourself and your family's lives. Don't worry about your homes. Don't worry about the property. It can be replaced, but your lives cannot. Have a safe night, everybody.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Rachel Minitoff is in Pacific Palisades, just south of what we're looking at here from Sky 5. Rachel, can you hear us?
Lou, Glenn, yes, we can hear you, and we've been talking a lot about the devastation, 1,000 homes destroyed, and this is unfortunately a prime example of the devastation. We're on Iliff Street right off of Sunset Boulevard. We were trying to make our way up to the Pacific Palisades Village, but there's some major flooding on Sunset, so we pulled into this street and happened upon this terrible devastation. This was once someone's home. You can see cars parked in the driveway, and you can make out a couple of perhaps rooms and items, but for the most part it's completely charred, and I've counted 12 homes on this street alone that are completely devastated. If you look across the street, you'll see, there were cars parked in the driveway over here. People left with just a couple of mementos and belongings, and they got out. There are still a couple of hot spots at this home over here, but you walk down this street and you see that it's just home after home that's been completely and utterly devastated. Take a look at this one over here, just reduced to rubble. And we met Tim over here. Hey Tim, come over and talk to us. Tim lives on the street parallel to Iliff, is that right?
Chautauqua Boulevard over here, yes.
And it appears as though your home was unscathed, is that right?
Correct. I mean, we're shocked as to why, those 4 homes on that side would have survived this devastating fire, and while there's just literally hundreds of homes here that have burned. So you never really know why that's happened, but you're obviously very grateful that it's happened, and we're thrilled to have our possessions in place. But we do now worry about what happens next in this community, because it's like a dystopian existence now, with so many homes and so many families displaced.
Have you been able to talk to the family who lives in this home right next to yours?
Not yet. One of the reasons I came up today was to take photographs and reach out to the individuals that I do know, the families I know, so they have some, photographic record or video of all of this. So there's several families here I know, and there's no signal here, so I have to wait till tonight to do that and be in contact with them. But it's going to be very sad news for them to see this.
I can't even imagine what that will be like when they return home and they see this. It's utter devastation.
No question about it. When I came up this morning, I had to walk in from Santa Monica, but there was some teenagers that picked me up, and they drove me up the street to where they lived. They were looking for their home, and I was in the back seat, and it was very sad to watch the young lady see the home for the first time and call her dad and have to tell her that the home was gone. And of course, she was very distraught, very upsetting just to experience that. It's a very, very painful experience. There's no question about it. Because, these are structures, but, these are definitely families here. And the Palisades has a lot of older residents, but a lot of younger families. And I just can't imagine what it's going to be like for the younger children to come back and to see this much destruction. It's not just here in the homes, but the banks are gone, the schools are gone, the churches, most of the retail is now gone. The 2 grocery stores are all gone. The bus stops where they gather for their buses for school are all gone. So it's really changed this neighborhood, and you wonder how long it's going to take to rebuild.
It's unrecognizable. And Tim, we're grateful to you for talking to us and sharing some of your own perspectives with us. We wish you all the best. Thank you. Lou, Glenn, just to give you one last look at the devastation on this street, this home over here across the street, you can see completely reduced to rubble. This is Iliff Street once again, and there has been a lot of devastation over here. We're going to continue to drive around, assess the damage just off of Sunset, and we'll get back to you with continuous updates. Chair Micah, I'll send it back to you.
All right. We'll see you shortly. We wish you good evening once again. You are watching the news at 5 o'clock here on KTLA. I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. Thank you for joining us.
We want to update you on a number of major fires burning in Southern California. The Eaton fire burning in the San Gabriel Valley has exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres. At least 100 structures have been destroyed and at least 5 people have died. There is no containment.
In the Pacific Palisades, the Palisades fire is already the most destructive in LA City history. It has now grown to over 15,800 acres and destroyed over 1,000 structures with no containment.
All this as the Hearst fire has now burned more than 500 acres north of the Newhall Pass in Sylmar. And the Lydia fire in Acton has now grown to 80 acres. It is 30% contained. We do know that evacuation orders are in place for the Lydia fire. And yet another fire, the Woodley fire, the Sepulveda Basin, that one was knocked down this morning after burning about 30 acres.
And in the San Gabriel Valley, 100,000 people are under mandatory evacuation, with another 100,000 warned to evacuate. Residents in Pacific Palisades and Malibu are also under evacuation orders, with warnings now extending to parts of Santa Monica. The fires are being fanned by strong winds as red flag warnings continue. California Office of Emergency Services reports that some 4 million SoCal residents are without power.
A live look now at the LA Emergency Operations Center, where LA Mayor Karen Bass, as we know and have been reporting, just returned from a trip to Africa. She is on the ground here in Los Angeles. She's set to join local, state, and federal officials for a press conference to discuss the fight against the Palisades, the Hearst, and the Eaton fires. We are standing by for that. We're expected to join that as it begins in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
In the meantime, we want to go to the ground and over to Alina Abovian. So much destruction behind you. She's live in Malibu. Alina.
Micah, Cher, it just looks absolutely surreal out here. Take a look at this house. This is one example, but if you drive along PCH from Tuna Canyon all the way to Carbon Beach, this is exactly what you will see for miles. Dozens and dozens of homes burned to rubble. There are no words to explain the situation out here. We drove that entire stretch that I just referenced, and our eyes could not believe what we were witnessing. I mean, this is the California coast. This is probably the most beautiful stretch of coast in California, and this is what it is reduced to, just utter devastation. And these are multi-million-dollar homes. You can see beachfront properties. People work their entire lives to be able to afford a home here. Some cases passed down by generations, you know, homes that were built by someone's grandparents and passed down. Not to mention the memories tied with these homes, with these properties, and you know, perhaps the family that wanted to leave this home to their son or to their daughter, and all of those hopes and dreams just gone with this fire. It is so sad to see this, so much devastation. Now, we did drive along this stretch of PCH and some landmarks out here like Duke's Restaurant. It has not been compromised. Mastro's Restaurant also seems to be intact. And as far as fire personnel goes, we are seeing some of them out here. They are looking to put out hot spots, a few homes actively burning, but for the most part, this fire really ripped through here overnight and just took out majority of the homes. We don't have an exact count, but I was able to speak with someone with LA County Fire earlier today. He said at least 100 homes specifically along PCH. That number, no doubt, probably updated as they are going around assessing the damage. Unfortunately, not a lot of people out here for us to speak to. We did run into one family. They said that they came out because someone sent them video and they recognized their house. They wanted to come down themselves and to see it, and all they could tell me is that this was a house that their family had for about 10 years. Now you're seeing this mountain here also burned. That's the trajectory of the fire. It came down from Topanga and then eventually ending up here along PCH, and it just went from one house to another to another. So heartbreaking out here, and really is just the beginning as far as assessing the damage and the devastation. I'm Lena Bourbon reporting live. We'll send it back to the studio.
All right. What a picture. Alina, thank you. We'll check back with you shortly. Gil Avis in Sky 5, and a vantage point that we were not offered last night due to the high winds. It was very difficult. Aircraft were grounded, not just media helicopters, but firefighting efforts as well from the air. But there's a picture that we won't soon forget, Gil.
Mike, I can't believe my eyes what we're seeing here in the Pacific Palisades and into Santa Monica. Just nothing but destruction. All those hot spots are structures that have burned or are burning right now. As I zoom in, it's just home after home. I don't even have the words for it to describe. Look at this area here. This is off of, it's off of Rimmer Avenue and Monument Street. I mean, just homes are destroyed here, just wiped out completely. It's just really unbelievable to see the devastation here, the structures that are still on fire, the businesses that have burned, the homes that have burned down, the apartment complexes, fire next to that church there. It looks like a church anyways, but it's just unbelievable to see all this. I'm going to bring in our map system so you can see the streets that are affected here, but it is burned all the way to the shoreline, all the way down to PCH, and there you see the shoreline there, but it is just our first time looking at this. The smoke is cleared, and we're getting our first look from above at all the devastation here throughout the Pacific Palisades and into Santa Monica. But it is absolute sadness, is all I can say.
It is shocking to see, especially if you're seeing it for the first time, and you're very familiar with this neighborhood, have friends or family that live there, and just that how this is going to be it's just utter devastation. It's hard to describe what we're seeing. You never would think that you would see the Pacific Palisades like this.
Yeah,
and you feel for the families.
It's hard. It's hard to make sense of it. And frankly, not something that we're going to be able to digest and process in the next day or week even. This is really a picture that is searing. It is searing, and it is difficult, very, very difficult. We're going to check back with Sky 5 momentarily, and we'll continue to bring you coverage from the air. Mary Beth McDade is on the ground for us with a different look on night 2 of what has been a week we won't forget. Mary Beth.
No, Michael, you're so correct. And yes, you know, we've been up here for the better part of the day, and the winds have just begun kicking up again. And we've been here on Lake Avenue, and earlier today I had done several live shots with a man by the name of Wayne and one by the name of Marcia. Well, Marcia, we were talking about this food mart that earlier today, you just see the facade. There's really no building behind it. That all burned out earlier. And all the homes behind it, I mean, hundreds of homes behind that are burned down. And now this quite famous school over here where Marcia actually went to middle school was founded back in 1931. It has big, beautiful bell tower. It has been in the scene in many movies and TV shows. It's named the Elliott Arts Magnet Middle School, and it's actually named after Charles Eliot. Now, Charles Eliot was the longest serving president of Harvard University, so this school has quite the historic significance here in Altadena. And earlier today, nothing was near it, no flames were near it. I mean, the food mart burned down, and I know Marcia, when she was over here, she was quite relieved to see that her school was not burning down. And now, unfortunately, a few hours later, it is begun to burn down. And up the block, we did go earlier to check out some other hot spots, some different popular breakfast joints, as well as Fox's, also a very popular spot. And we have some very upset people about, you know, one gentleman's lost his house, and he's come over to voice his emotions about what's going on here. Obviously, there's a lot of high emotions out here tonight, that's for certain. Also up the block, as we were headed from Fox's, or what was Fox's, back down to see this burning school, we did see that now the Bank of America has also caught on fire. We can see that has become a big plume of smoke, and again, the winds have kicked up. It's really moving the smoke around. It's really beginning to look more like what we witnessed last night with the winds, all the smoke in the air. Sort of that war zone feeling is what is coming over us right now. You know, at points today, the winds weren't too bad. We did see some clear skies, but as the sun has begun to set here, the winds are changing, the weather's changing, and again, it is just a very a somber sight here to see this historic building going up in flames, Micah. All right, we're going to send it back to you because there's a lot of people with very charged emotions around here.
All right, Mary Beth, we can understand that there are a lot of people that are plainly angry about what's happening in the last day and a half, 2 days. It is just an emotional scene to see your hometown burn down, and you know, the businesses that you went to every day, whether it was the coffee shop, the hair salon, or nail salon, the bank, you know, the schools, the bus stops. It's such a very difficult situation for so many Angelenos right now around the Southland, and there's fear too, you know, that if their house hasn't been burned, that it might be, that they can't get to it. And what do you do? How do you save things?
All right, we're gonna take the press conference now that we've been talking about. Mayor Bass and other officials, city leadership here at the LA Emergency
All right,
Operations
good afternoon,
Center.
everybody.
Let's listen live.
My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor Communications. I appreciate everybody coming for this important press conference regarding the emergencies facing our city. First, we're going to hear from Mayor Karen Bass. Following that, we'll hear from Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger. After that, we'll hear from County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. Following that, we'll hear from LA City Fire Chief, Kristen Crowley. Following that, we'll hear from LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney. After that, we'll hear from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell, then Sheriff Robert Luna, and following that, we'll hear from LADWP General Manager Janice Quinones, as well as Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. The mayor will come back to the podium and open it up for questions. I'll call on questions from the left. And with that, Mayor Bass.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I stand here today with incredible sympathy and concern about the devastation and the tragedy that our city and county are facing. And I definitely want to send my condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the families and neighborhoods who lost property. This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. To those who fled their homes, especially those who have lost your homes, our hearts are breaking for you, and we stand with you. I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering. I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders, with county, state, and federal officials. I took the fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which facilitated our communications. So I was able to be on the phone the entire time of the flight. We are fighting for you and everyone in Los Angeles. Thank you to our first responders who waded in the flames, pulled people from cars, and got them to safety no matter how dangerous. And thank you to everyone who heeded our warnings to evacuate. Tonight, more people may get evacuation orders, and if they do, please leave immediately. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other, and support our firefighters on the front lines. Our strategy included preparations and pre-deployment, and it now includes fire crews from around the state and from our federal partners. We are also adapting in real time. These winds continue to blow. So let me be clear. I am making sure that we leave no resource untapped. Firefighters are now on scene from across the state and across the country. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support. As we head into tonight, we are still facing strong and erratic winds. In Palisades and in Sylmar, we are very much in an active firefight. I can report to you that the Woodley fire, however, in the Sepulveda Basin is under control. I can also report that finally air operations have resumed, and that is a big deal, but it is up to the winds as to how long the air support can continue. But these conditions are highly volatile. We've seen a devastating fire in the Pasadena area. Fires have sparked up in Simi Valley and on the LA and Ventura County line. And as our firefighters do battle on the front lines, all of us must be vigilant. So if you receive an evacuation order, please leave immediately. If you receive a warning, get ready, protect yourself and protect each other, and don't divert firefighters from our strategy. Signals are out and the roads have debris, so stay off the roads unless you are evacuating or have another emergency. Be prepared, food, water, medicine, a bag packed and ready. Again, this is an active situation. And conserve water to the extent that you can. We want to make sure that we are ready if we need more water. But make no mistake, Los Angeles will rebuild stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance of Angelenos, and the spirit of our city. This is a big moment. It is a big moment for all of us to come together, for Angelenos to be united, for Angelenos to be prepared to help each other. This is who we are. LA will rise, and make no mistake, I am confident that we will rebuild. And with that, I would like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisor Chair Catherine Barker.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I know when this first hit, we were in constant contact, so thank you for being a true leader to this great city of Los Angeles. Obviously, as someone who represents the 5th District, we are prone to wildfires, but nothing like what I witnessed today. The Eaton Canyon fire is ripping through a community like I have never seen. It is like a third world country out there. I would ask anyone listening, if you do not need to be in the area and you've been evacuated, please heed the evacuation warning. And if you don't live in the area, please stay away. I was shocked to see people walking around that don't live up there, that are just taking a look at what's going on. We have firefighter and first responders that are trying to do their job, and it's important for us to all support them and make sure that we provide space so that they can get it done. The county has lost many facilities. Our parks, our Eaton Canyon Nature Center, our senior center. I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the fact that we almost lost our sheriff's station, but it's been evacuated. We are going to rebuild. And when we met with the governor and the president, the resources and the promises have been made. And it's going to be our job to deliver. And I am confident, given the resiliency of this great county, working with all of our partners, we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that I have talked to today that have lost their homes up in Eaton Canyon, I am a phone call away, and you are not alone. And to those of you that have lost homes, please reach out for help. You are not alone. It's important for us to recognize that these people have lost everything. In many cases, their entire life savings. So as we move forward, we're going to make sure the Department of Mental Health has resources on the ground, but if you need someone to talk to, reach out. Reach out. Love thy neighbor. So with that, I would like to invite Supervisor Lindsay Horvath up, my colleague who represents the 3rd District, the Palisades Fire.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, I visited the Westwood Recreation Center, where I was able to listen, to grieve, and to be with evacuees in this time of crisis, to also thank the volunteers, but most importantly, to let each person know in this time of crisis that they're not alone. To everyone feeling the anguish of this tragedy, the county will be here for you, no matter what, as we recover from these fires. But we're not out of this yet, and we need to continue to follow all guidance from our emergency personnel. I want to thank you for evacuating, for letting our first responders do their job, and for keeping your loved ones safe. Here are the updates from the 3rd District. Since our last press conference, evacuation orders have expanded into Santa Monica to San Vicente, and evacuation warnings now include Montana to Wilshire, Ocean to 11th. Gas shutoffs are affecting more than 15,000 people in Malibu, from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory is now in effect for LA County Waterworks District 29. This is the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north, and from Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. For more information about water, you can call 800-675-4357. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall remains in an evacuation warning area. Should the warning become an order, the chief has developed a plan for safe evacuation. Our young people's safety remains my top priority. Today, we also received agreement from the President of the United States to approve a major disaster declaration, which will include individual assistance and public assistance programs. President Biden, we are so grateful. Additionally, our County Department of Mental Health is activated for mental health resources. You can call the helpline at 800-854-7771 for 24/7 support and mental health resources. We know this is a traumatic time. Please ask for help. The county has also invested additional funding into our 211 system to increase capacity. LASA has activated the Augmented Winter Shelter Program to provide shelter to our unhoused community during this time. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune calamity damage reassessment applications, and a disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires. You can go to assessor.lacounty.gov. The Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers. To sign up, go to enla.org. In addition, the American Red Cross and LA Food Bank have all set up specific donation websites that you can access at emergency.lacounty.gov. Downed trees and power lines are impacting public transit service, and I want to thank Chair of our Metro Board, Supervisor Janice Hahn, for her speed and waiving Metro fares on today because of station power outages. But please, if you are in a safe place and you don't need to travel, stay put and stay safe. For those evacuating, Uber is providing rides for free up to $40 to get to active shelters. This includes Pasadena Civic Auditorium, Westwood Recreation Center, El Camino Real Charter, Richie Valens Rec Center, and you can use the promo code WILDFIRE25. Tonight, the winds will remain strong, but our resolve is stronger. This emergency will continue. Let's keep each other safe, heed emergency instruction, and pray for the success of our frontline and first responders. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good evening, everyone. As Southern California is continuing to endure some of the most historic fire conditions on record, extreme fire weather driven by strong and erratic winds and low humidity have ignited multiple fires across our region. The LAFD is fully committed to continuously monitoring and adapting to the evolving nature of this weather event and stands ready to respond to any additional incidents that may arise. Now, how did we prepare? We prepared in many, many ways, but I want to focus on two main things. We augmented our staffing levels and strategically pre-deployed our additional resources. In addition, we have recalled off-duty LAFD firefighters to augment our response across the entire city. I'll be providing a brief on a few of the incidents within the city. As we know, the Palisades fire continues to demand significant local, regional, state, and federal resources. Currently, the fire is over 15,800 acres and is growing, with 1,792 personnel who are currently assigned. And as we know, I want to be very, very clear that this incident is very, very dynamic as we speak. The good news, the winds have subsided a bit, enough to allow our fixed wing and rotor wing aircraft to provide critical air support to this fire. Next up is the Hearst fire. The Hearst fire has grown to over 700 acres with 260 personnel assigned to this specific incident. There are evacuation orders in place with multiple structures that are threatened. We continue to focus on fire and life safety. The Woodley incident. It is controlled and approximately has burned 30 acres. I want to clarify a little something before Chief Maroney comes up. The Eaton fire, we are closely monitoring this specific fire. It is in the county, and we are absolutely paying very, very close attention to see how else we can assist. If it does come into the city, we are ready. Now, in addition to the large-scale brush fires, in the past 24 hours, the LAFD has responded to an additional 3,950 911 calls for service within the city. This also includes 10 structure fires. We have treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies throughout the city. Now, the LAFD also continues to assess and allocate resources to ensure timely and effective responses across the entire city. As the situation evolves, the LAFD remains steadfast in its mission, working closely with our local, state, and federal partners to mitigate the impacts of this unprecedented fire condition. Also, I want to talk about a few of the challenges and adaptations. Multiple incidents throughout this region. We are going to talk about all of these fires within Southern California. We're utilizing mutual aid partners from across the region, state, and adjoining states, and firefighters are surging into Southern California as we speak. Also, the challenges with water pressure in the Palisades. Standard firefighting adaptations for water. What we do when water is limited. We have the ability to pull water from ponds. We can pull water from pools. We're utilizing as many water tenders that we have, and we're working very, very closely with DWP on this. Next, we will continue to focus. I want to make very, very clear, saving lives first, evacuations, and rescues. We are not out of danger. You can see the active fires that are burning. With strong winds that are going to continue throughout the night, I can tell you and assure you that firefighters and first responders remain focused on protecting lives and property. We urge the public to help us by doing the following. Stay informed through trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near wildland areas. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. Now, the LAFD and other partners, we're working so closely together. We are absolutely united in our top priority, and that is saving lives. Ensuring that the safe evacuation and rescue of our residents in harm's way remains our absolute top priority and our focus during this wind-driven fire. Thank you, Mayor Bass, the elected leaders who are here, and for all and every single firefighter, first responder, boots on the ground that are doing the work. Together we can continue to protect our communities and keep everybody safe. Next, I'd like to go ahead and introduce the fire chief from Los Angeles County, which is Anthony Maroney.
So good evening. Thank you for the comprehensive update, Chief Crowley. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm going to give an LA County update in addition to a Region 1 update. For the Eaton Fire in Los Angeles County, Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre, the LA County Fire Department continues to be in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service and the Pasadena and Sierra Madre Fire Departments, in addition to our law enforcement partners. The fire has been mapped this afternoon at 10,600 acres, and it is still growing. We have 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighting personnel assigned on the line, and mutual aid resources from out of state, including Arizona, have arrived to assist us with this firefight. Unfortunately, we have 5 reported civilian fatalities, a number of injuries, and over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The cause of the fire is unknown and under active investigation by both the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the U.S. Forest Service arson investigators. And the moment we learn the cause of this fire, we will advise the media. We also have a new fire start in the Acton area of Los Angeles County, the Lydia Fire, estimated to be between 80 and 100 acres, 30% contained, and thankfully, forward progress has been stopped. As the Region 1 coordinator, I did request mutual aid from the 5 counties of Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties yesterday. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 250 additional engine companies from Northern California, staffed with over 1,000 personnel. At this time, the state of California is exercising their emergency compacts with the western states of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and Washington for additional firefighting resources and personnel to come to Los Angeles County to assist us with this widespread fire emergency. One data point is that we have 60 units responding from Oregon, 45 units responding from Washington, 10 units responding from New Mexico, 15 units responding from Utah, and numerous units responding from Arizona. Currently, the National Weather Service has predicted that this red flag warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday. Thank you, and I would now like to invite up to the podium Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chief. I just want to say a few things and not to repeat what has already been said any more than needs to be stressed, but a sincere thank you to everybody who's out there in the impacted area for your patience and your support, to our first responders and support departments who have been out there from the very beginning, doing the very best they can to protect everybody. The word resilience was used, and that's what it's going to be. We're going to be an example of resilience in the very best sense of the word. We're going to bounce back from this, and it's going to be a challenging week ahead, but we're going to be able to get through it by working together. These have been unprecedented conditions, as you've heard over and over again, and the fire has been very unpredictable. That is why the need for vigilance is I can't stress enough how much we've got to pay attention to our neighbors, to our own yards and property, and be able to catch something quickly if we get something sparking off. I think that is critical. This is not over, long from over. Our job primarily is to assist in a support capacity our fire partners with evacuation, with traffic control, and with crime suppression. And on the crime suppression front, you've heard also about the potential for looting, people going in and taking advantage of the worst possible circumstances to be able to enrich themselves. That will not be tolerated at all, and my ask is that everybody stay out of the impacted areas unless you live there, unless you have a real reason to be there. Our officers will be out there, they'll be watching for this, and we're taking this very, very seriously. So I want to thank you again for your work with us, to our media partners, for all that you've been able to do to get the message out there and keep people safe. It's now my honor to introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for covering this very important story. So as I stand here before you with my partners around me, please know that I have several hundred LA County deputy sheriffs along with other police officers who are working all the impacted areas out there. They're involved in evacuations, they're involved in traffic control, ingress and egress into the area, they're involved in security. Which the chief talked about, and I talked about it earlier. We're up to 3 arrests with looting. That is 100% unacceptable. I'm going to repeat it. If you do not belong in these areas, do not go there. We have additional people that we've brought in just to make sure that people's property are left alone. These people have gone through so much. Don't put them through more than they have to go through. And then we're on humanitarian missions. I have deputies dropping off food, blankets, and other things to people who have either been evacuated or who just need somebody to talk to and frankly just give a hug to. Those are the kind of things that we're doing out there. I do want to talk about evacuations. Regarding the Eaton fire, we have over 70,000 of our community members who have been impacted by either evacuation orders and or warnings. The Palisades fire, approximately 60,000 who have been impacted by evacuation orders or warnings. As I said earlier, we have called in additional resources, not only for what's in front of us, but looking around the corner, what's next. Both fire chiefs have made it very clear we are not out of danger. There's a lot of work to be done. For me, in my other role as mutual aid coordinator, just to give you an example, as we are not only calling in our resources, we check with other departments, both in the county and outside the county. And we've provided Pasadena Police Department with additional resources, one from the Long Beach Police Department in a mutual aid capacity, and from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to thank those two departments. And that's something we do in law enforcement. Santa Monica's asked for help last night, and we also coordinate in helping with that as well. Chief Maroney mentioned it. Unfortunately, we do have 5 fatalities, and we're praying that number doesn't increase, but there's a lot of work to do, and we'll see what happens there. We are up to 3 looting arrests as we speak. And then the last thing I'd like to leave you with again is earlier I spoke about evacuation warnings, evacuation orders, and a lot of road closures that are taking place in both of these locations. I'm not going to go through them all, but I encourage our community members to go to lacounty.gov/emergency, where you will get updates on those orders, warnings, and road closures. And again, I am really proud of our community overall. Sometimes we talk about the looting and people who aren't listening. I'm going to tell you, 99% of the people are listening, and I think that's why hopefully the injuries and fatalities and all those ugly things will stay down. So thank you to our LA County residents for working with us in partnership. And now I'd like to introduce LADWP General Manager Janice Quiñones.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Janice Quiñones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. In preparation for the windstorm, LADWP activated its emergency preparation plans and filled all 114 available water reservoirs and storage facilities throughout the city, including the 3 1-million-gallon tanks in the Palisades area. We also fuel all our generators serving our pump stations to ensure water will flow out through the emergency. We're working very closely and side by side with LA Fire Department and CAL FIRE in the command post to manage the water supplies. I want to be very clear that the water continues to flow in the Palisades area through our main system. We haven't had any disruption into the water system, but because the winds were severely limited, the air operations, the number of fire hoses connected to the fire hydrants depleted our tanks in the area, specifically in higher elevations. We immediately implemented our contingency plans to provide water trucks to support our firefighters, and our crews are working on how to refill those tanks during this very moment. Conditions for our crew are very hazardous, so we ask for your patience. We have deployed 19 water tankers to continue to provide water to fire departments on their firefighting efforts. And our engineers continue to look at other options to connect our systems and fill those water tanks faster. We're also asking our customers on the west side to conserve water to make sure that we have water available and ready as the winds and the dry conditions continue. And in the Palisade area, because of the fire conditions, there is a boil water notice in effect for SIC code 90272. And the area north of San Vicente Boulevard and to the south. It's not citywide, again, it's 90272 SIC code. If you want more information about the boil notices, go to ladwp.com for details. In terms of the power restoration efforts, LADWP has requested mutual assistance from Pacific Gas and Electric, and we're also working very closely with Southern California Edison to support each other while we restore power as quickly and safely as possible. As of 5 p.m. today, we have restored power to over 133,000 customers, and we have about 123 customers still out of power. We have 50 customers that have been out of power for more than 18 hours, and we're prioritizing those outages. Based on our current conditions and for the safety of our crews, if your power is out, you should plan for at least 24 hours before our crews can respond to make repairs. If you see a wire down, call 911 or report that to LADWP. Our number is 1-800-DIAL-DWP. Some areas, specifically those in fire areas, will take longer because we gotta get clearance from the fire department to come and make repairs. I wanna thank PG&E again at Southern California Edison and the Metropolitan Water District for their support in this response. And now I wanna introduce LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your leadership. I also want to thank the leadership of the city and the county, particularly those who are leading brave men and women as frontline warriors, our first responders, in dealing with this unprecedented set of circumstances. My function here today is to thank those who are collaborating in this community effort. Number one, to thank our workforce who today courageously brought 70% of our student body back to schools. They depend on nutrition, education, and support. But I also want to make an announcement specific to tomorrow. We certainly were hoping that conditions would significantly improve, that winds would subside, that the number of active fires would decrease, not necessarily increase. There would be a degree of stabilization. Unfortunately, despite the heroic efforts of our frontline men and women, that is not the case. Unfortunately, as a result of the unpredictability of high winds, a number of simultaneous fires throughout the community, a number of clouds of smoke, dust, have permeated into our communities, making conditions less than desirable and in some instances downright dangerous. Our first priority is to protect the well-being of our workforce and our students. That is exactly what we are duty-bound to do. So after ample consultation with leaders, after clear examination of the data available, and entering a second night of this crisis, it is prudent to announce that all schools across Los Angeles Unified will be closed tomorrow, effective immediately. That applies not only to K-12 centers, applies to early education centers, career and technical centers, as well as adult education centers. Obviously, beyond the bell activities and child care services will also be suspended. Considering the level of poverty and despair in our community, we are not only professionally but also morally responsible for providing some degree of sustenance, as we often do. Therefore, we are activating 8 different centers for the distribution of food through a grab-and-go process for students of Los Angeles Unified. That will begin early tomorrow morning. For information about school closures and the location of the grab-and-go locations, please visit www.lusd.org. You will also find resources of support for our workforce and our students. Tomorrow, we will be pivoting 100% of our students to a continuity of learning model with virtual resources available for all of them. Sometime around 4 p.m. tomorrow, we will make a decision after consultation with leaders, as well as a careful examination of the trends as we observe them about what Friday will be like. I want to close by once again thanking our parents for their resilience, our workforce for their courage, and the remarkable men and women of this community who are working as first responders in very, very difficult circumstances. I will add that unfortunately the unthinkable has happened. We've lost 2 schools. 2 schools, elementary schools, providing educational services to over 700 students in the Palisades area, have been completely destroyed. We're talking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary. 30% of Palisades High Charter School was destroyed. We were on site and could not believe what we were witnessing. We are prepared to relocate those students to provide a continuation of their educational services and restore normalcy to those families and those communities. Unas palabras en español. Me siento muy agradecido al liderazgo de nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, y al liderazgo de la ciudad de Los Ángeles en nuestro condado. Hemos observado condiciones muy difíciles en nuestra comunidad.
You've been listening to a press conference from the LA Emergency Operations Center. City and county officials giving a broad recap of all we have seen to date across Los Angeles County. A few of the headlines: the Eaton fire now indicating north of 1,000 structures damaged or lost, 70,000 people impacted by evacuation orders and warnings. The Palisades fire, we've been preparing for these numbers and have been talking about them for several hours. More than 1,000 structures have been lost, including more than 100 beachfront homes along PCH. You just heard from LA USD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. Critical piece of news here: all LA USD schools will be closed tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, that very sad news about the two elementary schools that are a complete loss in the Palisades area, Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary. Relocation for those 700 elementary students will be posted at some point. In the meantime, what we do want to tell you about here, as we are looking at this live picture from our LAX camera, I believe, is another fire that has now ignited in the Hollywood Hills. The location that we have is at Solar and Astra. Again, this near Runyon Canyon. There was a fire yesterday that ignited near the La Cienega area in West Hollywood. That was put out quite fast. Here we have what looks like something that is spreading rapidly. It is from the ridge and going downward into the community. And if you're familiar with the Hollywood area and the Runyon Canyon area, there are a lot of homes that are there in the hills, along with up and down the roads and on Franklin Avenue and also on Hollywood Boulevard and so forth. So this is very worrisome. Just another fire to add to the four that are already burning. An update that we got from this press conference that we just had is that the Lydia fire at least is 30% contained at 80 to 100 acres there, and that the forward progress for the Lydia fire has been stopped. The Woodley fire at 30 acres is also under control. The Hearst fire is at 700 acres. But obviously the two fires that we've been covering and have had the most destruction and most devastating have been the Palisades fire, which is being described as the most destructive in LA history at 15,000 plus acres, and with so many, over 1,000 structures, homes and businesses destroyed there. And then the Eaton fire, where 5 have died, and at 10,600 acres. But really, it's all about the winds and what we're seeing right now. And that's when, you know, this time of night where we worry the most. You know, yesterday we were worried about the winds from 10 p.m. until 5 a.m. And when everybody woke up this morning, it was just utter destruction.
Yeah, and again, to recap this breaking news, just beginning here in the last couple of minutes in the Hollywood Hills area, Solar Drive and Astral Drive, this fire now burning in the Hollywood Hills to add to the misery and the frustration and the challenges and the fear and all of the bad things that have come our way in the last 24 plus hours. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez is watching the winds for us and frankly, the frightening low humidity levels as well as we navigate another eve of very dangerous fire situations. Vera.
We do indeed, Micah. As I'm watching this live shot, if you can go back to the live shot, you can actually see the direction of the smoke, and you can also see it towards the bottom of that fire. Towards the bottom of the fire, you can see that emergency crews are already there and on the scene. You can see the headlights towards the bottom of that ridge where the fires are not quite as, the flames, I should say, are not quite as strong. I was looking at this region. There is a monitoring monitoring gauge there, they called the Glendale Narrows. And right now, the winds at the surface, on the ground where the firefighters are and where people would theoretically be, the winds are at about 5 miles per hour. Now, that doesn't sound very strong, but keep in mind that those are the winds that are being reported. What happens is because these fires generate all that heat creates air movement. It creates air movement. And so the winds, even though they're being reported at about 5 miles per hour, they're probably much stronger than that. At about what we call 850 millibars, which is actually about less than a mile in the levels of the atmosphere, we're talking wind speeds of about 14 miles per hour. And so that's what we're looking at in terms of off of the ground and at the upper levels. Keep in mind that when you get that far up off the surface at about, I would say, less than a mile, there isn't any friction. And what that means is that there's nothing to slow these winds down. And so what happens is that's when we start to worry about the ash and the cast, the ember cast that gets picked up. That's where that happens, is at that 850 millibar level. At the surface, yes, we do get a lot of that as well, but that's where they're carried off. And we talk about, oh, they spread out about a mile, 2 miles. That's where all of that ember cast happens. As we take a look at the rest of the winds around the region, because they are still a part of the weather story, keep in mind that this high wind warning will be in effect until tonight at 6 p.m. We're still looking at gusty winds towards the western end of the San Fernando Valley, where we have active fires, and then of course in the Inland Empire. Luckily, the Inland Empire has been rather quiet in terms of any fire activity, and that of course is really good news. Nothing to report there other than we are still looking at some dangerous winds. I was looking at the wind report from earlier this afternoon, and I've got a long list of very, very impressive numbers, but I wanted to start you off with these. Today's wind reports: Fremont Canyon, 92 miles per hour, Arrowhead Springs, 89 miles per hour. Now, as I show you this, hurricane force winds, a Category 1 is 74 to 95, Category 2, 96 to 110. This morning at 5 a.m., Mount Lucan in the eastern end of the San Gabriel Valley clocked 100 mile per hour winds. That's Category 2 hurricane force winds. Extremely impressive. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, 90 miles per hour. Saddle Peak in the Santa Monica Mountains, 86 miles per hour. Also in the Santa Monica Mountains, Deer Creek, 80 miles per hour. And as we continue, this list is incredibly impressive. Henninger Flats, remember last night I kept talking about Henninger Flats because it's just above the Eaton fire in Altadena. So as we look at the destruction that happened in Altadena earlier today, and is still happening, by the way, it's because we were looking at wind gusts of 90 miles per hour. Imagine the force. Last night when we were watching Sandy and Mary Beth get toppled over by the winds, this is why they were dealing with hurricane force winds yesterday, not just Category 1, but in some instances even Category 2. 60 in Burbank, 81 in Sandburg, and 86 in Deer Canyon. We'll talk more about the rest of the winds and what you can expect, because it's really important for you to keep in mind what is going to be coming up over the next several days so that you can plan accordingly, because we feel like, oh, we're almost done. No, we're not, folks. So I'll be back later. Back to you guys for now.
All right, Vera, thank you. Yeah, this is far from over. We want to go now to Rachel Menitoff. She is in the Palisades to give us an update on what the situation looks like at this hour. Rachel?
Sherry, you've been talking a lot about the destruction, and we're getting an up-close view of it here on Iliff Street, right off of Sunset Boulevard. If you'll walk with us this way, almost every single home as you walk down this street reduced to rubble. I've counted about 12 homes so far on this street alone that have been completely destroyed. The one interesting thing, the amazing thing that I've noticed is that if you look at this house over here, you see that some homes like this one have been completely destroyed, but then you have homes like this that are completely untouched. And it's unclear why. Some people have been positing that perhaps the wood homes were more susceptible to burning, whereas the stucco homes were able to survive. But it's hard to know why one house was completely destroyed and the next one is unscathed. We've been talking to people on this street. They tell us that throughout the day, people who live in these homes have been coming back to check out the scene to see what's happening, and it's been devastating, especially for young people, for children who are coming home to their childhood homes, and they see, that they're no longer there. That's been particularly difficult for some of the younger people. What you see over here are 4 homes in a row, 1, 2, 3, 4 that are unrecognizable. You see charred cars in the driveways, and unfortunately, in the very corner over here, I believe there's a much larger fire. We can't go over there and show you much of it now because we're tied to our truck, but we're gonna, as soon as we're done here, we're gonna go over there and see what's going on. We see a couple of ambulances over there. The problem is this home that you're looking at right now, you can probably see a couple of hot spots if we turn the camera this way. You see those hot spots burning, and sometimes they're benign and they go out on their own, but sometimes they erupt into a much larger fire, and I'm pretty sure that's what's happening to this home on the corner over there. So we're gonna check that out soon. I did speak to a man, his name is Steve. He lives on Sunset Boulevard. His home was spared miraculously. He decided to stay in his home even though police came and knocked on his door and told him it was time to go. He had to evacuate, but he was adamant he wanted to stay in his home. He sprayed it down and it survived, although many of his neighbors lost their homes. I want to play a short clip from our interview with him. Listen.
You realize that all of these things that you collect through your life, in the end, are pretty meaningless. What do you take if you know your house is going to burn down? You probably don't take much. You realize maybe there's a photograph or two of family or friends, but all of these things that we spend our life collecting really have very little value when your home may disappear.
And I'm told that this neighborhood has a lot of older folks and that many of them have been living in their homes for many, many years. They were hoping to pass them on to their children. So that's another element to the devastation. These are family homes rooted in family tradition that they've lost, and people are slowly starting to come by. Those are the only people we're seeing around here. It's eerily quiet because this is still one of the evacuation zones, and as you can see, anything can erupt at a moment's notice. So you're really not supposed to be in this area if you don't have to be, but people are understandably curious and concerned. They want to help each other out. Some people have been stopping by their friends' homes, letting them know, the status of their house. So it's been a very difficult day, one day later, and people are trying to wrap their heads around what's going on. Cher, Micah, back to you.
Yeah, and the aerial footage, just so striking. Rachel, thank you. We want to say good evening to you once again at the top of the hour. You're watching the news at 6 o'clock here on KTLA. I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. Let's head to Gil Levis. He's in Sky 5 over a new fast-moving fire in the Hollywood Hills. Gil?
That's right. Cher and Micah, we're headed to it right now. We're over North Hollywood, headed to the fire. We understand this is the 2300 block of North Solar Drive. The cross street is Astral Drive. This is close to Runyon Canyon. You can see the fire crews headed to the fire right now. We see the glow over on the south side of the Hollywood Hills. We should be on scene here in a couple minutes, but we're hearing that the fire is a couple acres and growing, threatening some homes in the area. It is in some open brush in that area, but their firefighters are concerned that they could get into some homes here. They're making a quick response to the scene. Again, this all started just after 5:30 tonight, and as I come out to a wide shot, I'll show you the area that we're over right now. We're coming close to the Cahuenga Pass right now. You can see the downtown LA off to the left-hand side of your screen, and that heavy glow of fire that we're all familiar with in recent days is glowing here in the Hollywood Hills. And as you know, the streets up there are very narrow, a lot of houses close to each other. So we're hoping that the fire department will be able to get on this very quickly and try to knock that down. So far, we're looking for any aerial assets that might be on their way. We don't see any offhand, but they could be on the other side of the hill down low. But in just about 2 minutes, we should be able to see some open flames here in that Hollywood Hills area.
At this point, it is conceivable that they would fly this, correct? The helicopters that are able to fly at night, obviously conditions are conducive to that. And there you go, we see the assets moving in now. And I believe those aerial assets will be critical in this one, Gil.
That's right. We're hearing, I'm getting some information from the desk right now. They're saying it's 10 acres, and they have mandatory evacuations for the area right now. We'll give you more specifics here in a minute, but yes, Micah, you saw that airship overhead. It looked like it was a LA City Fire helicopter. I'll zoom back in and look at him real quick. It looks like it's an LA City Fire helicopter that's just arriving on scene now, so we should be seeing some water drops on this fire. You can see open flames here right at the ridge line and then down below on the south side of the hills. So 10 acres at this point in mandatory evacuations for this area here, very close to Runyon Canyon.
Certainly, if you are watching this right now and hearing that there are mandatory evacuations in this area of North Astral Drive and Solar and the surrounding area, please heed that warning. Grab your things and go. Take your medications, your pets, whatever you might need, documents, passports, birth certificates, and leave. As we have seen and learned, overnight what happened in the Palisades, it was fast moving and destroyed so many homes. So you want to get out of harm's way, one, and also out of the way of the firefighters that are heading that way, so that they can do what they can to put this fire out and also protect structures rather than to protect your life, So best to move out of the way and find a place to evacuate to. In the meantime, again, this is at 10 acres, but when we came upon this initially, just before the 6 o'clock hour, it was a quarter of what this looks like now, and has certainly grown pretty rapidly. So, take those warnings, and these are mandatory evacuations in that area.
And the concern, again, not only the low relative humidity, but the winds that persist tonight. And you see the way that smoke plume is laying down as it moves across the area. Again, this is Solar Drive and Astral Drive. This is essentially the heart of Runyon Canyon. If you're familiar with the canyon, it is essentially right where the Runyon Canyon flag stands, just south of the entrance to that trail. And as it moves to the south, there's a lot of open space for this fire to run. They're calling it 10 acres. Clearly, it's growing and growing quickly. There you see we've laid out a map. It'll give you a bit of a sense. It's sometimes difficult to tell depending on the angle of the camera, but this is a situation that is obviously rapidly developing. If you're in the area, be prepared to leave if you have not already been ordered to do so, and we'll continue to watch this from Sky 5 as well as we continue to move in closer and know that aerial support is on the way. We saw one LA City fire chopper over this scene. We have yet to see any water dropping efforts at this point, but you have to believe that those are imminent as we continue to watch the flames burn in Runyon Canyon.
All right, now we have 5 fires burning throughout the Southland. This is now the latest fire with the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, Hearst fire, Woodley fire, Lydia fire, and now this in the Hollywood Hills. Again, it is a fast-moving fire that has erupted there. We do want to go now to the ground. We have Samantha Cortese. Sam, can you give us your location and what you're seeing?
Hey, Sharon, Micah. I am just keeping an eye on these evacuation orders here. I believe John is heading out to the scene of this fire. And you were, Cher, mentioning all the things that are around this fire, but I wanted to be very specific with the mandatory evacuation orders. We just got word from fire that it's, let me get the map out here. Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west end, Mulholland to the north, 101 on the east, down to Hollywood Boulevard on the south. For those familiar with Runyon Canyon, on the other side is Outpost Estates. Oh, here, great, thank you guys so much. This is where the fire is at Astral and Solar. On one side, Nichols Canyon, then there's Runyon, the green you see to the right, and then just on the other side, Outpost Estates. This is where the fire is on the map. CAL FIRE has not yet put together a map of the evacuation orders, or LA City Fire, I should say. But again, it's Laurel Canyon to Mulholland, 101 to Hollywood Boulevard. Cher, Micah, Vera, this is the exact situation that many people have been worried about for the last 24 hours. The Hollywood Hills, obviously a lot of brush, but we weren't talking about this an hour ago. There was no spark, there was no immediate order to get out, and now there is. For this Laurel to Mulholland, 101 to Hollywood, they are saying this is an order. This is not a warning, and to get out now.
Yeah, take your valuables and go, and do it as quickly as you can. If you have the time to go to fire.lacounty.gov/RSG, there is specific guidance on your best efforts if you're in the area and believe that you might be ordered soon to go, in terms of what to organize, what to gather, the priorities as well. And again, this in Runyon Canyon, and it's moving very, very quickly. We have yet to see aerial assets drop anything on it, not since I've been watching this. There now you see that's the first we've seen of it, and it's good news. Firefighters moving in quickly. And keep in mind, firefighters that are stretched to the limit. We know there are strike teams that have arrived from Arizona tonight, thousands of firefighters coming from Northern California, Kern County, the states of Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, Washington, New Mexico. I know a number of strike teams ordered from the state of Idaho as well are en route to Southern California tonight. So the resources coming in to back up what has already become an exhaustive effort for the resources we have across Southern California.
Yeah, we certainly need their help, and we could add Utah into that as well, with some 15 strike teams coming from Utah. And you know, as you're starting to gather your things, you might want to take a quick video of what you have in the house if you haven't already, for insurance purposes. It is a good reminder just to have an idea of what is in that house that you're leaving behind, and hopefully can come back to. But in case you don't, in case you can't, at least you have video evidence of what's in your home for the insurance purposes.
All right, we are reiterating these evacuations. We want to get to Vera in a minute with the conditions here specifically, but back to Sam in the newsroom. Sam, show us the map if we have it.
Thank you. Yes, LA City Fire just published the mandatory evacuations. Just look at where this is going. Of course, in the mountainous areas of Nichols, Runyon, these are all the mandatory evacuations, but this goes as far as Hollywood Boulevard, Franklin Avenue, all the way over to the 101, Cahuenga, Whitley Heights, Hollywood Heights, all of these places under mandatory evacuation. These are the neighborhoods near the Hollywood Bowl. And if I just scroll over here, Mount Olympus Drive also in this mandatory evacuation area. So again, this is Laurel Canyon West to Mulholland North, 101 East to Hollywood on the south side. And this is a very dense area, Sharon, Micah, and for those who don't know, we work right down the street from this. Lots of apartment complexes, high rises, maybe not necessarily in this evacuation order, but you have to imagine people are saying, okay, we've seen this happen over the last 24 hours. If there's an order near me, that means there may be a warning coming soon, and a warning could turn into an order.
So Sam, it's hard for us to see from here.
Sure.
Again, the broad strokes on that border, the northern border is Mulholland?
Yes, so here's Laurel Canyon on the left side, the left border there, and we will scroll up to Mulholland. That's what you're seeing here. Nichols Canyon is included. Sorry, I don't know how clear it can be to you guys, but Mulholland, okay, is the border there, and I'll just trace around it. That's Mulholland all the way around to the 101.
Boy.
Yes, scary stuff. And from the 101 down to Hollywood Boulevard. So that again includes all of the area of the Bowl, Hillcrest, Pinehurst. Is a very dense neighborhood with a lot of really, like we've seen in Pasadena, some really important architecture for the history of Los Angeles, all taking home to this Hollywood Heights, Whitley Heights. It looks like Whitley may not be involved in here yet, but
not just homes, but a number of businesses. Hundreds of businesses along Hollywood Boulevard alone.
And one AccuWeather report from this morning, so this is before the Eaton fire exploded, said that the damage to the economic impact and just the tangible impact could be $57 billion. And that was as of this morning. And you just see these grocery stores burned down, these retail stores. And not only is it architecture and structure loss, but it's job loss and obviously homes as well.
Right. I mean, and for like on the tourist part of this is a very, densely populated area with tourists and historic Los Angeles landmarks. I mean, you know, on Franklin by the 101, you have the Magic Castle. You know, on Hollywood Boulevard, obviously you have the Walk of Fame and the Mann's Chinese Theater. You know, and along with, you know, the Roosevelt Hotel and just a number of apartments and businesses, and of course looking like the Hollywood Bowl might be in
That's
that.
the bowl,
yeah,
and I was just going
in
along
there
what
as
you
well.
were saying.
Yeah, and it's
TCL.
gosh, you know, you just really hope that the aerial assault will do something to you know, stop the forward progress of this fire. You know, it's such an important part of LA identity, really.
Yeah, listen to the warnings if you're in this area. And obviously, as we've been talking about, the conditions still in a deteriorated state. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez has sort of zeroed in on this space as well as we're beginning to gather more information and look at this mess now in the Hollywood Hills. Vera, what do you have?
Well, it's just, look at those images. Okay, so right now we are looking at 10% relative humidity. So again, very, very dry. The winds have not changed. We're still looking at winds at about 5 to 7, 5 to 8 miles per hour, but definitely enough to spread the fire. And then of course, just off the surface, we are seeing gusts up to 14 miles per hour. So again, we talk about the ember cast. That is what causes the rapid spread and growth. The erratic wind pattern, again, as those fires spread and they become more intense, we begin to see those erratic patterns develop. And as you can see right now, it looks like the wind is moving in one direction, so we're not seeing much of that yet. But as this fire continues to grow, if they don't get a handle on it pretty quickly, we are going to continue to see that. Earlier this afternoon, we did see wind gusts in this area at about 29 miles per hour. And regular sustained winds were at about 15. So there is, you know, we've seen the potential here for much stronger winds. Luckily at this point, it looks like the winds are going to continue to settle down. And in fact, I'm going to check the high wind warning to see. It was supposed to expire at 6 p.m. This was a widespread high wind warning. So I'm going to check how that stands right now and what is happening with it, whether it's being completely turned off or whether it's just being converted into a wind advisory, because that's what the National Weather Service was talking about yesterday. So I'll be back with more info once I get those details. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, Vera, thank you. As we take another look here at Sky 5 and the enormous efforts by LA City Fire and supporting agencies, Gil Davis is in Sky 5. Gil, an example, if you tilt down a little, of how this fire is able to spot out ahead of itself, and you see that hot spot right there. That's the one that is really out ahead of this fire and a prime example of how things can move and so quickly.
That's right, Micah. You can see some of those embers coming down into this area, so we'll likely see some more of those hot spots popping up ahead of the fire. As I come out wider, I'm going to give you a shot again of our map system, but I'm also going to show you what the area looks like from a satellite view. We're going to use a tool here on the map system that'll show you that coming in now. That's the area that's on fire there near Runyon Canyon, and this is how it looks right now as the fire continues to head down towards the Hollywood Boulevard area. That smoke encompassing Hollywood down there. You can see as I pan to the left there, but fire department doing what they can to hit this fire fast. I can tell you that the air assets are drawing water from the Hollywood Reservoir nearby, so that's a good thing. That's so close they can come get their water and then come right back onto this fire and hit it fast. But at this point, 10 acres and growing, and the concern is for those homes down there off of Runyon Canyon Road and Vista Street and Hillside Avenue. The fire heading that way, as well as up towards Curson Avenue as well. But at this point, that fire continuing to burn out of control right now, and fire crews on the surface roads around here, the fire roads, you can see them there in their vehicles trying to get to the fire as much as possible to get the ground units in there to contain this.
Yes, hopefully they can get everybody on this as soon as possible. We have seen what what it was like to not be able to fight those fires from the air last night. They just couldn't fly. It would be almost pointless. The Phos-Chek would if it was dropped, would be blown away when those winds were at 80 to 100 miles per hour last night. And here, thankfully, we see some air assets and dropping some water, as you mentioned, and making that turnaround and going back to get some more from the reservoir. So hopefully this aerial assault will be able to put a stop to its forward progress, as it looks like it's heading down toward the community of Hollywood and into the Franklin Avenue area. Again, this is Runyon Canyon that is burning right now. That started at about 5:30 this evening. And, it was a little bit shocking to see how fast, Micah, that this exploded. It was not as big when we first caught wind of it, when we first caught a glimpse of it, rather, from the LAX camera. And now that we're on top of it, it's just a bit frightening to see how fast this can move.
It is, and you see it moving to the south, out of the canyon, and from what I can see, under immediate threat, you're looking at North Vista Street and Hillside Avenue, that pocket right there, Fuller Avenue, all of these streets that finger up to the north into the hills coming off Franklin Avenue. So this neighborhood north of Franklin Avenue is under imminent threat by not only flames, but ember casts as well. Sam, to you in the newsroom, you've got another look here at the map, potentially the evacuations and really the neighborhoods we're talking about here.
Micah, Cher, Vera, I know there are conversations here right now, since this is about 1 block away from us here at KTLA, where this evacuation order ends. Again, this is Laurel Canyon west to Mulholland north, the 101 east to Hollywood south. So that's what you're looking at here. Those are the perimeter, that's the perimeter here in red. That is a mandatory evacuation order. And I just wanted to read real quick what we heard from Notify LA and the Los Angeles City Fire Department. They say evacuation order for what they are now calling the Sunset Fire. People in the area of Runyon Canyon need to evacuate now due to a rapidly moving wildfire, as we know. They say pack all people and pets into your vehicle and leave the area immediately. If you are not in mandatory evacuation zone, stay off the road, allow first responders and evacuees to move quickly. They encourage everyone, as they have been for the last 36 hours, sign up for lafd.org/alerts to be notified of evacuation orders in your area. Again, what you're looking at here at the bottom of your screen, that is Hollywood Boulevard. Everything above that does include TCL, formerly Grauman's Chinese Theater, Hollywood and Highland. All of the big tourist attractions here in Los Angeles are currently being evacuated if they are north of Hollywood Boulevard. Also, everything at the 101 east, 101 is the eastbound border there, so everything west of that to Laurel Canyon evacuated. Mulholland, south to Hollywood evacuated. That quadrant you're looking at here, even though there's a lot of mountainous region, as we know, Runyon Canyon, densely populated. And this is the second time today we've looked at our screens and go, oh my gosh, there's an order for an essentially urban area. When they expanded the mandatory evacuations in Santa Monica, we thought, oh my goodness, that's hopefully out of an abundance of caution. You hope this fire isn't spreading that quickly towards such an urban, densely populated area, but that's what we're looking at on the left box of your screen here. Sheriff Micah, Vera, I know we're all just watching this, hoping they'll get it out soon, hoping the air operations can resume quickly. I know that the CAL FIRE, so many different operations are stretched thin right now because of 5 different fires. This one hits close to all of us right here at KTLA.
Yeah, it has certainly hit. I think everybody in Los Angeles is feeling this in a different way. I guess it's just how fast everything's happening, and here we see another air asset coming in, hopefully dropping some water, or might be surveying. There we go. There's the water drop there on the Sunset Fire. This again in the Hollywood Hills. and that you see that and you're just so relieved that there's an aerial asset, that there's an aerial assault on this, because we didn't have that last night. Right. And that's why we saw so much devastation. It was just Mother Nature, was winning last night. And hopefully we can do something to stop this from going any further than it is right now. And again, those evacuations that you mentioned, Sam, is Runyon Canyon residents. They need to leave immediately. Yep. If you know the area and you park maybe on Franklin to go up to Runyon Canyon, there are a lot of apartment buildings there that go up to the hill into the entrance of Runyon Canyon. And so these are not just homes.
By the way, I've zoomed in on here. This is the Hollywood Bowl, just to give people an idea.
Right.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about immediately under threat would be the Franklin Avenue neighborhood and these streets that go to the north off Franklin, including Vista and Fuller. They dead end right there at the base of Runyon Canyon, which is essentially where the heart of this fire is burning now, out in the open, and moving in very, very quickly to that Franklin Avenue neighborhood. Yeah. You got Hillside Avenue there that runs sort of parallel to Franklin, and of course a number of these streets that move north-south, and there are so many people that live in this area. It's densely populated. If you're familiar, a
looks
lot
like
of
it's
apartments.
changing.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's changing into the yellow. I don't know, maybe it could be the surface, but it looks like evacuation warnings might be expanding.
Okay.
And in front of us, just as this is getting populated. So
how
yes,
far west does it go?
Right. It looks like I'm working with a temperamental surface here, but it looks like everything from Laurel to Coldwater was briefly yellow.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that and alarm anybody.
Well, here's
but you
what
guys
we'll
are kind of
do.
watching
We're going to
what's
get on the
happening
phone
here.
right now with Margaret Stewart with LAFT for some more information. Margaret, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Great to have you, and as timely as ever. We have this Sunset Fire now. Obviously, you're aware of it. We've seen the orders that have gone out. What can you tell us about the firefight here, and I think more urgently, the need to evacuate?
Absolutely. I cannot emphasize more strongly the need for an immediate evacuation in the red zone that you're showing on your screen right now. The yellow, as you can see, we're currently building out a wider evacuation warning. Mm-hmm. But the red zone is the 101 on the east to Mulholland, to Laurel Canyon on the west, to Hollywood Boulevard to the south. That is the immediate area that we want people to evacuate. The yellow area is the warning zone, and they need to be prepared and ready, and we would like them to evacuate early. We all know how densely populated this area is, and there is no time to delay. We do not want people stuck. We want everyone safely exiting. Get in your vehicles, grab your friend who doesn't have a car, and head south.
All right, so head south. And can you tell us if there are any evacuation centers that are set up for this community in case they have nowhere to go?
That's being worked on. This, obviously this just exploded, so we don't have those ready yet. Park and Recs has to get those established, and we will provide that information as soon as we have it.
And we do see aerial assets over this fire. I would anticipate and certainly hope, along with everyone immediately impacted, that will continue.
We do have air resources, and fortunately the winds are not forecasted to prevent us from flying, so they will continue to make airdrops.
Can you tell us what you have there? We see it looks like maybe 2 aircraft that are doing some water drops.
We do currently have 2. There's resource sharing going between our 2 fire, between Palisades and here. So it's going to flex, and I'm not going to be able to give an exact number, at any specific time.
And good fortune to have the Hollywood Reservoir so close for these helicopters to sort of reload. And I mean, the turnaround time is a matter of minutes.
Absolutely. They are our key resource. They're bombing it from the top while our crews are fighting it from the ground. So I just want to emphasize again, I can come back with you guys and provide an update, but I want to repeat for your viewers, the evacuation zone is 101 on the east, Mulholland to the north, Laurel Canyon to the west, Hollywood Boulevard to the south. Do not delay. This is an immediate mandatory evacuation.
There you heard it from Margaret Stewart with LA Fire Department. Margaret, thanks for being with us. We'll check back with you shortly. You heard the order there. Do not delay. And we're not talking just about homes, apartments, condos, residences. We're talking about businesses. Share a lot of them in the Franklin Avenue neighborhood alone.
Yeah, and functioning right now.
Yeah.
You know, restaurants, you know, a whole lot of activity happening in this area. A lot of tourists that don't probably know where to go as well. And you just hope that maybe somehow that they found us and are going to be able to get the information that they need, you know, to get to safety. But again, from authorities, you know, they're saying head south. And so just keep on heading south, everybody. Again, you know, grab your medicine, grab your documents, take a quick video of what is in your house, and then leave. Grab a neighbor, check on the elderly. If there's somebody that you have next door that is elderly that can't move, help them and get them out as well. You know, this is a very a critical moment right now for this neighborhood in the Hollywood Hills by Runyon Canyon. Again, on all the way down to Hollywood Boulevard, to the east to the 101 and Cahuenga, all the way up north to Mulholland Drive, and then west to Laurel Canyon. There are also asking you to be prepared all the way to Coldwater to start getting your go bag ready if you're in the Coldwater Canyon area. And all the way to the 101. This is what we're talking about, all the way to Laurel Canyon, actually. So from Coldwater to Laurel Canyon and Hollywood Boulevard up to the north to Mulholland, you're going to want to get prepared for the possibility that this 20-acre brush fire called the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills, it started in Runyon Canyon at 5:30. You want to be prepared that this might actually be coming to you. So, you know, this is not a joke. Again, check on everybody that are your neighbors and see what you can do to help, and then get yourself to safety.
All right, Gil is in Sky 5,
Ready.
and obviously great news to see the helicopters that are able to drop the water, and there's a particular fight on the hands of firefighters on the ground, I would expect, very close to that structure, Gil?
Yeah, very close to that structure. This angle's a little bit deceiving. That fire's up on the ridge. That house is beyond it, so it's not really directly impacted, but it's close enough for sure. There are fire assets setting up structure protection on all the streets that run up the canyon right now. As I come down, the source of the fire is there at the right-hand side of your screen up the canyon. It burned down towards these homes here at the bottom. You can see some firefighters. We were just looking at a fire truck coming through on Runyon Canyon Road, and police down there as well. But that's that little hot spot that we were looking at, Micah, and it has grown quite significantly there, and a lot of embers being cast down onto all those homes and apartments down below towards Hollywood Boulevard. So a very desperate situation right now for the firefighters to try to get a handle of this. The airship's doing what they can. They're getting their water and coming right back within about 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes from the Hollywood Reservoir. But the heart of the fire here burning intensely in this brush.
It is, and as we look at these live pictures, I believe we have some viewer video that was sent in a few moments ago. If we're able to get that on the screen, just to give you another perspective of what's happening here in the Hollywood Hills, just north of the Franklin Avenue neighborhood. The neighborhoods, including Vista Street and Fuller Avenue, very close to the active flames. And so there you see, you know, a bit of a look from the ground at what people are seeing, and that's a frightening look right there. Again, LA City Fire on scene here on the ground, fighting it from the air, but the order could not be more clear. Get out now. Laurel Canyon to the west, Mulholland Drive to the north, Hollywood Boulevard to the south, the 101 freeway to the east. Those are the borders. If you are within that zone, you are being ordered to leave by City Fire, and do so now.
All right, we want to go to Bob Goldman. Bob, are you with us? Nice to have you with us again tonight.
Hi, thank you. Glad to join you guys.
A reminder again, if you weren't with us last night, Bob Goldman, retired captain with LA County Fire, 43 years of experience fighting fires in all scenarios, a medic as well. Bob, you're watching this unfold with us. Yet another trouble spot for an already depleted firefighting force in Southern California. We know there are a number of strike teams and hundreds of engines coming from surrounding states, the entire American West, moving into Southern California tonight. What do you see here that concerns you, as we know so many homes are so close to this?
Well, in this fire in particular, the additional challenges that they're facing right now is because it is nighttime. Operations during nighttime are always a little more critical, especially for the aircraft that are up in the air. The units on the ground, as I experienced, it's difficult sometimes to gauge distances very much. So it's very deceptive. There's a lot of agencies coming together here right now. LA City and LA County both have jurisdictional responsibilities in the hills there. So the coordination, which is always excellent here in Los Angeles between the agencies, is in full force right now. It looks like the fire is moving in a way that the wind is not pushing it horribly at this time. But again, the downhill, downwind spot fires that could occur in a very densely populated area is of great concern. Vegetation that's ornamental in nature, palm trees, all those things will readily catch on fire. Even though they're green, they will burn. And they will shed more burning material further, and with wind, it will carry it more than blocks away. So in a very densely populated urban area like that, you could have a number of structure fires burning and quickly overwhelm the resources that are on scene.
So much fuel to burn, really, in this densely populated area, and we saw what a fire, wind-driven fire could do to places like the Palisades and Altadena and Pasadena, and now here we are in the Hollywood Hills. We see that it looked like it started in Runyon Canyon, and at this night, it started at about 5:30. You kind of wonder, is this human caused?
Well, I would tend to lean towards some type of human involved cause of the fire. I know that I live just on the other side of the hill from that in the Valley Village area. There's power outages all around me, traffic signals out. So areas like that, I would imagine that there probably was a voluntary shutoff of electricity. So for a fire like that to suddenly pop up, I would tend to be very suspicious of the cause.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything from authorities yet on that, so we won't venture too far down that bird walk in terms of how this might have started. The primary concern at this point is getting the people that are in this Franklin Avenue neighborhood specifically out of harm's way, and there it is, North Vista Street, Hillside Avenue, and there are a number of other streets as well, Camino Palmero Street, all of these under imminent threat, not only of active flame, but again, as the retired captain just explained, the ember casts that come off a lot of these palm trees. We just saw one go up a few moments ago, and it goes up in a matter of seconds, and the wind is enough here. It is not what we saw last night, but be warned and understand that the wind is certainly enough in this situation to push this fire down into that neighborhood and quickly overwhelm the resources. Of course, they're on the ground, and in there you see them. Structure protection, firefighters are in the neighborhood now, and the water drops continue. Again, that Hollywood Reservoir not far off at all. They've got 2 helicopters that are able to retrieve water from the reservoir, so their turnaround time, again, a matter of minutes. They're able to make good, quick work, but this is going to be a long fight nonetheless. Due to the scope of this, the urban interface, so many people in such a congested area, and really the need for you to get out of the way of firefighters as they try to get in.
Certainly, and I think that that's the key right there, is to get out of the way. When they say evacuate, they mean it, and it is not one of those things where you're going to stay behind and try to save your home. Let the professionals do that and do their structure protection and also do their water drops. You don't want to be in the way of all of these fire personnel that are doing their very best to keep this at a controlled pace, right? And so you don't want to be in the road kind of blocking traffic. And I mean, we had a situation yesterday in the Palisades where people panicked and left their cars, and that was a really incredibly hard situation for firefighters because they needed to get up the road. And so now that you're hearing that you need to evacuate, and even hearing that there are some warnings all the way up to Laurel Canyon, or beyond that rather, to Coldwater Canyon, you might want to start evacuating early. That certainly would be the advisable move, so that people can, the fire personnel can get in here swiftly.
Bob, if you'll stand by for just a moment, we want to get into the newsroom where Sam's got an updated map for us to show the areas impacted. The red would be the order, the yellow would be the warning. Sam, what are the perimeters?
Right, we were speaking with Margaret when she was, and LAFD was actively updating this map. Now it is published. Coldwater Canyon is what we're looking at on the left side of your screen, down to Sunset Boulevard, through the windy and beautiful and historic Sunset Boulevard. And Sunset is now the perimeter for evacuation warning. So Sunset all the way down to Bronson and Van Ness, right here against the 101 on the right side of your screen. I was just, that's KTLA right there. So we're watching this very closely. That is the evacuation warning in yellow, and evacuation order, mandatory, pack your bags and go, in the red. And in the red, Laurel Canyon to Mulholland, 101 to Hollywood Boulevard. But just a few blocks south of that, Sunset Boulevard is now the evacuation warning, and that extends all the way to Coldwater Canyon, and Mulholland is still the main street you see highlighted to the north there. So Mulholland, Coldwater to Sunset.
Yeah.
In the, I just turned it green, in the yellow here for the warning. And that's expanded very quickly. Again, this fire started at 5:30, and we're just approaching, or just past 6:30, and already it's doubled in size. This is a densely populated area, and I don't think we need to keep repeating how historic this part of Los Angeles is. Hollywood and Highland, Grauman's, now we're on to Sunset Boulevard, Runyon Canyon, all the homes between that, between Coldwater and Laurel Canyon. We just pray that they can get a handle on this quickly.
And Sam, thank you. That's such critical information there for all involved. And we're talking about thousands of people. We're on the phone as well with retired LA County Fire Captain Bob Goldman. Bob, I know you have thoughts on this in terms of the urgency of getting people out and, frankly, in the same breath, out of the way. If you could give a message to the people in this area, what would it be?
Well, I would say heed the advice immediately of the officials. This could be a critical situation. Remember, with the wind, you have winds that are aloft and winds that are at the ground. The numbers that they're seeing at the ground is going to be very different than what's aloft. You look at the top of the ridges where the embers are blowing off of, the smoke is going sideways. There's no smoke column here per se. Everything's moving horizontally, which means that it's going to be sending those embers way down range. If you get a reading of 5 miles per hour at the ground level, that's because there's things, friction that's caused that slows down the wind. But when you go up high with nothing's in the way, those numbers can double and triple as far as wind velocity. And I'm looking at a picture right now that you have up there. That looks like a lot more than 5 miles an hour to me. So the ember cast is going to be very critical here. It only takes one small ember to land several blocks downwind in an area that's very densely populated to start a conflagration that could result in people being killed because they waited too long to get out of those neighborhoods. So I would say again, just pick up what you need to go and get out right now, because they need to get the equipment uphill, and we know those streets are very narrow and very congested.
That's critical advice. Bob Goldman, thanks for being with us as always. We'll touch base with you throughout the night if you're available. To Sky 5 we go, and Gil Labus. Gil, we're talking about the orders to get out. LA City Fire ordering an evacuation for folks from Laurel Canyon to Mulholland 101 to Hollywood Boulevard, that square area, essentially Franklin Village and beyond. Among other things, we want to see what it looks like with people trying to get out.
Yes, exactly, Mike and Cher. In fact, I'm just hearing LAPD talking about an evacuation center. They're saying Hollywood High School will be an evacuation center for this fire. Let me pan to the left here and show you the streets here, Hollywood Boulevard specifically. And as I zoom in here, you see the congestion from all the cars coming away from the fire here. You can see the cars lined up there. That's Fuller Avenue. And as it approaches the Hollywood Boulevard, you see the jam. Hey, Jim, I'm getting a little bit of exhaust in the shot. But you can see the jam right there at Hollywood and Fuller. Cars are just absolutely jammed on Hollywood Boulevard and also on Fuller going south away from the fire. Here is Camino Palermo. Also, a lot of vehicles there coming away from the fire right now. And that is definitely a problem for people getting out of this neighborhood, going away from Franklin to Hollywood Boulevard. And as that fire continues to burn, we're picking up a little bit of an orbit here. But you can see the fire just pushing down towards that area. Vehicles trying to get out of that area as quickly as possible. But a bit of a jam on Hollywood Boulevard right now. LAPD doing what they can to clear the streets here, but you can see all the way down the street. It is backed up all the way down as far as you can see pretty much as we continue towards the south there. But again, back to the fire. Here's a look at the Runyon Canyon area. And I was asked about the Hollywood Bowl. It's quite a distance from the Hollywood Bowl. Let me pan over and show you that. Here's the 101 freeway here in the Hollywood Bowl. So a lot of homes there in the path, but really those homes are not impacted right now. The fire is pushing to the south. And here's the fire there in Runyon Canyon. As we come back around to the west side of it, you can see the homes there on this street here. This is going to be Curson Avenue, and the fire has not, it's actually starting to go down that hillside there a little bit as it burns out towards the west as well. So very difficult firefight for the firefighters to get anybody up there, but they're definitely getting structure protection on the homes and the surrounding streets at this point.
Yeah, it's frightening to be sure, and particularly when you see the people trying to flee, and so many of them, it's a double-edged sword as we bring Vera in talking about these wind gusts. Vera, you see these people trying to get out, and yeah, they're heeding the warning, but the streets are clogged. LA City Fire saying, get out and go south.
Get out and go south. That is exactly correct. And luckily they are, because as the situation becomes more critical, it is going to get a lot more congested. So far it looks like they're making their way out into the south in an orderly manner, which is wonderful. But I do want to give an update on the winds. The winds right now, as we heard, retired Captain Bob Goldman, Fire Captain Bob Goldman, he was talking about the ember cast and the winds at the surface versus aloft, and that was exactly what I was explaining earlier when we first started, that aloft, where what you're seeing as the smoke spreads, the winds at that level are at about 15 to 16 miles per hour versus what's going on at the surface. And as these winds intensify, of course, that ember cast is going to be much stronger and it's going to travel much further. But the other part of the weather story and the other part of the equation is what happens at the surface. As the fire becomes more intense at the surface, even though the winds are currently at 5 miles per hour, as that intensity increases, we also see the winds increase. That's when we talk about these fires creating their own little microclimates. And that's what we are looking at as the winds continue to intensify and the fire growth continues to spread. And again, as we watch the smoke plume, it's not vertical. Vertical means there are very light winds or there are no winds. Right now, these winds are coming from the northeast and pushing towards the south, towards the southwest. And that's why why they're saying get out and move south. I know you're moving towards the fire, but it's best to do that and to just get out of the region. And also, too, I wanted to give you the update on the high wind warning. That has now been extended until 10 p.m. tonight. Some of those have been dropped, like the one for parts of the Inland Empire, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Right now, we just kind of want to focus on what is going on here in Hollywood along Runyon Canyon. So we'll talk about those details later, but for now, that's the update I have. Obviously, the relative humidity values have not increased tonight, but we are going to see a small push on the onshore tomorrow, which means the winds are going to shift briefly Thursday morning, and we're going to get a little bit more of a sea breeze, but it's going to be short-lived because once again, those offshore winds, the Santa Ana winds, those northeasterly winds are going to get a little bit stronger again late tomorrow into the evening. Not as intense as what we saw yesterday, but long enough to keep those high wind warnings a possibility. So I'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, Vera, thank you so much. And there you see a helicopter, water dropping helicopter, surveying where they're going to make their next drop. And again, we've got two of these here for the aerial assault on the Sunset Fire. Mandatory evacuations are underway, and we do hope that people are starting to heed that. I saw that there was a little bit of traffic gridlock there, and as people are trying to make their way out and go south. But they're the heart of Runyon Canyon. They're on fire as it seems to be making its way toward the city. And there you see a lot of traffic there. I believe that was Franklin Avenue. So here we go. We do have John Finolio. He is on Hollywood and Highland, and he's got an update of what it looks like from there. This is also very close to the KTLA studios as well. John?
Sure, good evening to you. That's right. Yes, very close to KTLA, and I can tell you that from our vantage point right here, it's just very smoky. Now, we did see a lot of flames as we were heading north on the Hollywood freeway. Stand by. If we fall out here, it's because we're trying to navigate some roadblocks, and our reception is going in and out as there is just a crush of traffic trying to leave this area amid these evacuation warnings. And all the fire apparatus and law enforcement that are descending on the area right now. So, but we did see big flames coming up the Hollywood freeway towards Hollywood, and of course, a lot of black smoke. We did see one helicopter overhead, but we were just trying to make our way to the scene. So that's what we're doing now. And I'm sure Gil has explained most of this already in Sky 5, but to give you an idea of where this is, it's basically the 7600 block of Hollywood Boulevard or just due north of the 7600 block of Hollywood Boulevard, in an area basically between Runyon Canyon and Nichols Canyon, originated on the 2300 block of North Soldier Drive. Of course, that is a very hilly, very steep, rugged area with a lot of homes. Anyone who's ever hiked Runyon Canyon or Nichols Canyon, you look around, you see the homes. In the canyons there, you can just tell how steep and rugged that terrain is. Very, very difficult to get any hose lines in an area like that. Basically, they're going to have to fight this thing from the air. Fortunately, of course, we have seen those water-dropping helicopters in the area. Last count, 20 acres scorched so far, broke out just before 6 o'clock tonight, and it spread quickly. And, of course, we've been talking about evacuation. I've been speaking with people on the phone who live even south of Hollywood Boulevard, near Laurel Canyon Boulevard, basically Sunset Boulevard, where the Laugh Factory is located. Law enforcement and fire department personnel have been going through those neighborhoods with their loudspeakers and telling people to evacuate. So the mandatory evacuation zone right now is Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west to Mulholland Drive on the north, 101 freeway to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard on the south. And they're telling anyone who may be in this steep terrain, who may be in the area and needs to get out, to basically get out and head south. The big concern, of course, is just, protecting life and then protecting property, and they can only do that once they get the people out of there. So that's what we're looking at right now. We can see more and more fire trucks heading towards basically the base of Runyon Canyon on the Curson Avenue side, and that's right next to Waddles Park. Waddles Park is a large public park and a large mansion that was given to the city. It's a place where people picnic, and it's also a spot by which you can access Runyon Canyon.
All right, well, this is John Finelli on the phone, who's in the neighborhood here, working his way closer to the southern border of this fire in the Franklin Avenue neighborhood. John, we'll let you get off the phone, establish a signal, and get us some pictures as soon as possible. In the meantime, again, it's all about the evacuation orders and also the warnings. Sam has been watching this part of it for us from the newsroom with a map that gives you a better idea. Sam?
Micah, that's been extended out. The warning has been extended out to Coldwater Canyon and Sunset Boulevard. The order is Laurel Canyon and Hollywood Boulevard. Cher, Micah, Vera, it's just something else that we've been reflecting on all day is that in a matter of moments, and I know Bob discussed this, it can all change, gets picked up, moves a mile, and you see another fire starting far away from the origin. And that is a scary thought as winds continue to gust in these Hollywood Hills, Outpost Estates on one side, then you have Runyon Canyon, and then the other side, Nichols Canyon, and so many homes. When people think of LA living, I have a feeling this might, in addition to Malibu, where we saw 100 homes burn on PCH, they think of maybe the Hollywood Hills. It's idyllic, it's beautiful, the sparkling lights at night. The Hollywood Heights, Whitley Heights across the 101 there, I'm sure has a view of these fires as well. And it's just so hard to imagine that so many people are trying to get out right now. John is stuck in gridlock.
Yeah.
It's densely populated, tons of apartment complexes, townhomes, in addition to those big, celebrity homes people think of when they think of LA. These are rent-controlled apartments. People have been living there for 30 plus years. I remember photographer Meredith Gunning and I were at the scene of a fire, not a wildfire, but a fire nonetheless over on Franklin, and it was a lot of elderly people who've lived there since Hollywood was probably real fun to live there, in the 60s, and they said they've lived there under rent control, and it's what they can afford. And so I just want maybe people to keep that in mind when they think of the Hollywood Hills are on fire. This is now extending out to those apartment complexes, all the rest, all the way down to Sunset for the warning, Hollywood for the order.
Yeah, it's quite a vast area. But I think that everybody should heed these warnings and alerts, and whether it's just a warning or mandatory, should definitely take this to heart and keep a move along. I know that there's a lot of traffic out there, but it is part of the evacuation that is happening right now, and that's almost a good thing that we can see that people are starting to listen to these warnings.
I just want to mention there are Sam at the desk, at the assignment desk here, is letting us know that there may be some fake AI generated images of the Hollywood sign on fire being spread on social media.
All right.
Just be careful. Trust your local news. Don't trust everything you see on the internet. But that being said, we are so close to a lot of those tourist attractions. We've been saying it for the last hour. The Bowl, Grauman's, I know Gil showed us, we're not quite at the Bowl yet, but it is in the evacuation order zone.
Yeah, the live pictures don't lie, and that's what you're looking at on the left of your screen. Gil Labus aboard Sky 5. Gil, you continue to see the water drops, and we hope more resources coming in on the ground.
Yeah, Mike and Cher, definitely more helicopters on scene, dropping one drop after the other. As I come out to a wide shot here, you can see the city here. Now, look at all the streets that are impacted here that are north-south with the red tail lights going away from the fire. In fact, it stretches all the way out towards the west here. As I zoom in, you can see all the cars kind of scrambling their way down the down the roads here to get out away from that fire. This is, I believe that's Crescent Heights Boulevard there that is jammed as well. So all these streets going away from the fire, heading south as they're supposed to. That's good. That's good news, but it is heavily congested right now on those streets. In the meantime, back to the fire. The fire seems to be burning through a lot of the brush that's here.
We'll reestablish. Let's see if we get Gil back in Sky 5. Okay, go ahead, Gil.
Camera. Yeah, this is the southwest corner of the fire. This is near that Waddles mansion that we've been seeing a lot of water drops right in that area for sure. But as I come out to a wider shot, we're doing an orbit around the fire right now, and the smoke laying down horizontally. You can see Curson Avenue there on the left-hand side of the screen. They've been focusing a lot of the water drops there because the fire is starting to work its way down towards those homes. In fact, there's the closest spot of fire to the homes there off of Curson Avenue. So definitely a concern for firefighters. You can see the fire apparatus there on Curson, a bunch of them there. In fact, as I come out wider, you see more fire apparatuses up on the top of the hill there. You can see all the fire apparatuses that are set up there. And then, of course, down on Hollywood Boulevard, there's quite a few assets down there for structure protection in the event that the fire works its way down in that direction.
Again, this new fire, known as the Sunset Fire, burning in the Hollywood Hills and the Runyon Canyon area. The word from the LA City Fire, and I'm quoting, evacuate now, evacuation order. All in the area must evacuate now, gather people and pets and leave immediately. All others shelter in place. Those being ordered out, again, the border to the north, Mulholland, the border to the right, the 101 freeway, the border to the south, Hollywood Boulevard, all the way west to Laurel Canyon. That's an evacuation order. And from our live pictures, it looks as though many of you are listening and are taking the action required, that you need to get out now. And you can see as we move in closer, the roads are absolutely gridlocked as people try to move south. We talked with Margaret Stewart from LA City Fire a moment ago. She said, grab your stuff and move south. People are heeding the warning here, and just know that if you're thinking about maybe staying, you're not only putting your life in danger, you're putting the lives of first responders in danger. As people leave, firefighters need to get in with their equipment, and if you don't leave, they can't get in, and it makes it that much more challenging for firefighters on the ground.
Wow, look at that traffic, Gil. It is quite incredible to see. You rarely see the surface streets of Hollywood congested like this. I can't remember the last time that I ever saw all of these streets congested. I mean, you know, you get your Hollywood Bowl traffic every now and then, but this is truly unprecedented. So it is good to see that a lot of people have heeded the warning to leave immediately in this area. And for those that are watching that are in the area west to this fire, beyond Laurel Canyon and all the way to Coldwater Canyon, Mulholland Drive, and to Sunset Boulevard, which is bordering Beverly Hills and part of the Beverly Hills area as well, you're going to want to start your plan to ready, set, go. And these are things like medications, you know, making sure that your elderly neighbors are okay, your pets, pet food, and also if you can grab and might have a battery charger that you can take with you, some water in your car, and then head